cause I'm taking over now. Just try and keep me down. You won't get off the ground. I never lost a round, hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. Just try and keep me down. You won't get off the ground. I never lost a round, hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. Just try and keep me down. You won't get off the ground. I never lost a round, hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. Me down. You won't get off the ground. I never lost a round, hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. Just try and keep me down. You won't get off the ground. I never lost a round, hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. Pressure's on, got to be strong. Maintain your A game till the pressure's gone. Rise up like the sun at the break of dawn. The pressure's on, the pressure's on. The pressure's on. The pressure's on. On. Got to be strong. Maintain your A game till the pressure's gone. Rise up like the sun at the break of dawn. The pressure's on. The pressure's on. The pressure's on. The pressure's on. On. Pressure's on. I'm feeling good. On my last ditch, did some mental gymnastics and I pushed past it. I zig and I zag, I'm elastic. Others fell off, but I lasted. I'm made of steel, not plastic. My measures were drastic, but now I'm relaxing. I'm feeling good, feeling great. I'm feeling good, I'm feeling I'm elastic. Did some mental gymnastics and I pushed past it. I zig and I zag, I'm elastic. Others fell off, but I lasted. I'm made of steel, not plastic. My measures were drastic, but now I'm relaxing. Step up, we need a hero. We running out of time. We gotta find someone to set the clock back to zero. We headed straight for the iceberg at a fast clip, but you can save our ship. So step up, we need a hero. We running out of time. We gotta find someone to set the clock back to zero. We headed straight for the iceberg at a fast clip. Somebody save our ship. We need a hero. We need a hero. We running out of time, we gotta find someone to set the clock back to zero. We headed straight for the iceberg at a fast clip, but you can save our ship. So step up, we need a hero. We running out of time, we gotta find someone to set the clock back to zero. We headed straight for the iceberg at a fast clip. Somebody save our ship. We need a hero. We need a hero.
To think the last time Dizi lost here was in the ladder stage. They didn't even lose in last weekend in the monthly qualifier. All he needed was a single star, and they have been victorious. Dizi will be advancing in the upper bracket, as this was the very first match here today.
The team can as well have like an off match, so that is always something to be considered. In the end, Dizi is going to take the victory on this one with 11 stars. They've done it, and with that, they're moving on in the upper bracket final, I believe.
It's gonna be okay, as it will be a victory for Dizi, pushing them to 13 stars.
Carbon Finn, it's going to be our grand final. 2 of our top teams in Clash Clans Esports, and here we go.
There is the 62% passes the mark, and Dizi will be your April monthly finals winners, taking home the first golden ticket of 2025 season.
Cue the confetti and sound the trumpets. Our first golden ticket winner has been announced. It is Dizi.
Welcome to the Clash of Clans World Championship qualifiers. It is May, and it is time to hand out another golden ticket this weekend. I am Judo Sloth, joined by my fellow casters. Firstly, Itsu, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I mean, we have another weekend of Clash action, and I cannot wait for us to get started. And I think, Carbon, you're feeling the same about this.
Absolutely. It's an action-packed weekend and so many amazing matchups, and these teams have plenty of experience on this big stage. Bash, are you ready?
Oh, you know I'm excited, Carbon. Month 2 of our monthly qualifier, giving out our second golden ticket for the Clash of Clans World Championship season. And of course, we're here for the World Championship, but I wanted to quickly touch on something new for this esports season, and that is called the Town Hall Cups. Each month, we're gonna have 3 monthly tournaments at Town Hall 9, Town Hall 12, and Town Hall 15. These are completely separate from the World Championships, and they're gonna have open signups geared at having these lower Town Hall players have a taste of the competitive scene. There's going to be 3 per month. There's going to be a ladder phase, top 128, and then double elimination. You can sign up from May 8th through 10th, June 9th and 10th, and July 7th through 8th. And the best part about these is they're going to have amazing prize pools. At Town Hall 9, we got over $3,000, Town Hall 12, $5,000, and Town Hall 15, over $8,000. So guys, make sure you check out the Town Hall Cups.
Yes, moving back to Town Hall 17, though, let's talk you through the tournament this year. So there is 5 qualifiers, 5 seasons, where we give out golden tickets, this weekend being the second. We then have a points leaderboard this year, where there is another ticket handed out, the Chinese qualifier, and the last chance qualifier as well. So 8 golden tickets, meaning 8 teams go to the World Championship Finals, Itsu, and they will be battling not just for the glory of the trophy, but for the prize pool as well.
That's right, but let's take a look at this weekend more specifically, and this is with 8 teams. They're seated in a double elimination bracket. Every single match is played in a 5 vs 5 clan war, but the important thing about this is that it's played in hard mode. If you're now new to this Clash Esports, you need to know that the hard mode is like the game mode, which is making the game more challenging for the pros. To be more specific, the defenses are dealing 20% more damage. Defending heroes, the damage and their health is increased by 20%, making them a way stronger force to be reckoned with. And then the attacking heroes, they are nerfed by 10% on their hit points and on their damage, while the equipments, the power of the hero, is capped as well. The common equipments cannot be any higher than level 15, while the epic ones cannot be any higher than level 21. So you can see already, this is going to be quite challenging even for the top players to get crazy results. But this is why they are the best players in the entire world, and this is why they're fighting for quite some bit of prize pool, Carbon.
Indeed, they are. The $1 million prize pool for the entire year, but this weekend alone is $39,000, with first place taking home $15,000 and that coveted golden ticket. And the one difference this year, even if you get a golden ticket in the previous months, you are able to continue to play in the future months to try to earn more money and more of the prize pool. If you were to win and you already have a golden ticket, then that golden ticket would get sent to the second place team or whoever is the highest ranking of that month. So this year, it's going to be a little different as teams are going to continue to try and prove that they are the best here, Bash.
Yeah, it's a very interesting concept, but we'll kind of see that in play here as we had our golden ticket winner from the first month, Dizi, who will actually be playing in this month's qualifier. As we're getting ready to take a look at our brackets here, we will see them lined up here in the first matchup, actually, against NAVI. So remember, Dizi did qualify last month, but like Carbon said, they're allowed to play and play for that prize money. So that'll be our first matchup, NAVI versus Dizi. Then we're going to move into Dizi Group versus Tribe Gaming. Our third matchup of today will be Vatic Esports versus Elevate. And then finally, our fourth matchup out of 8, we have tons more matchups, is going to be Dizi Supersonic versus Cuba Esports. Now, all of those teams that win will move forward in the upper bracket, and then our losers will move down to our lower bracket, as this is a double elimination tournament. We're gonna have 8 matches played here today, and then tomorrow we will crown our winner and give out that golden ticket. But man, we got some stacked teams, some stacked matchups. Anything jumping out to you there, Judo? Any matchups you're looking forward to?
Oh, well, I mean, how to start off with a bang. A rematch of last month's grand final, NAVI versus Dizi. And looking at the caster predictions, most of us going with NAVI, actually, since they don't have their golden ticket. Quite some consistency, but I do see Itsu and Carbon having just 1 or 2 differences to me and you, Bash, on those predictions throughout today. So, well, we'll have to see how many of those we do indeed get right, who will be best out of it. I will be certainly keeping a track of those predictions, and the viewers at home can certainly put their predictions in as well, and they're even able to get some rewards. So if you haven't done so yet, please go ahead and go to the event website. It is just placed right on the bottom of your screen here, or it will be, where you can earn some rewards, including Oars, event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans. And, well, I'm sure they do want to get a lot of those ores. Itsu. Free rewards, let's take it.
I mean, that's for sure. You can upgrade your equipments a bit faster. I mean, especially the stereo ore is highly appreciated to get those equipments a little bit on a higher level, especially the epic ones. That's something I'm looking forward to. And as well, just with all of the matches, I mean, the predictions looked already quite intense. Yes, Karami had some curveballs in there for sure, going with not the, I would call it, obvious ones, maybe the fan favorite ones, but will be for sure a really, really fun weekend, Carbon.
Indeed, it's going to be a fantastic weekend, but you know it's time to now jump into the very first match here today, NAVI versus Dizi, and this is a rematch of last month's grand finals. So it's going to be Itsu and myself jumping into this one. We'll see Judo and Bash in the next match to come, so don't worry, they'll be right on back. But Itsu, it's going to be an amazing matchup, and what a way to start this weekend off.
Yeah, and especially the storyline. We have heard that already in the introduction, that Dizi last month went undefeated through the second stage. Well, we have another team who did exactly the same this month, and that is right now on your screen, NAVI, with an incredible performance over this competition so far. Not a single loss with their lineup of Gaku, Klaus, Yara, Kazuma, and Stars. And I think we should jump into a quick call from them, because they have some words for us.
私たちのチームは日本人5人で、プレイしていて、2022年には世界大会で優勝しています。私たちのチームの雰囲気は基本的にはリラックスしていて、普段フレンドリーにプレイしています。そうですね、基本的にはベースのテストとかはみんなでしていて、ベースを立てる人は僕と、あとは外部のスミスとエンドで、僕はベースを作ったり、あとはリーダーとしてこういったインタビューなども対応しています。私たちのチームの状況はステージ1とステージ2から1回も負けていないので、このまま無敗で優勝したいと思ってます。
And NAVI is gonna be ready. Like you mentioned, 34 for 34. Do they lose? I mean, I did pick Dizi, and I'm going to get a little nervous here with this streak that Navi's been on a roll. But I mean, from last month, NAVI was sent down to the lower bracket right away. They fought through that lower bracket, made it to that grand finals, but still, this is going to be an incredible lineup, and you do not want to take them on. But their opponents already have that golden tickets, and they're fighting for prize money, and this includes Cynthia, Hawk, Mask, Fluxy, and Darkstar, as they are more playing kind of, I would say, chill and relaxed here, but they still want to knock teams out to kind of, you know, make it a little easier running the World Finals. We'll have to take a look, as let's go ahead and hear from Mask, part of Dizi now.
Hello, I'm Mask and I'm from Dizi. My team is made out of 3 Italians, me, Darkstar, and Mammoth. Then there's Fluxy, who's from the United Kingdom, and Cynthia, who's French. General mood is pretty good since we got a golden ticket in the past month. Hopefully we can do as good this month. Well, regarding the attacks, I usually attack as fourth, so I try to have the others first with the spotting and planning. And we don't have a real pure captain, but everyone has his own say in the team, and yeah, maybe I'm one of those that speaks the most. The past month we were the best team, this month probably not. I just think NAVI is the best team in the world right now because they're the most talented players in the world. They usually don't work too hard, but this month they're doing it, and therefore I think they're the best.
I think it is for sure quite telling to hear from him that he thinks that Navi right now is the best team. They're putting up the stats, they're showing it, and as well, they are putting in the time needed, because for everyone wondering, well, it takes quite some time to get up and come up with really solid bases, making sure that your defense is there and is carrying you. And I think the community vote shows it, but you have to say as well, Navi is always winning those votes. They're just the fan favorites. They're coming up with the unique attacks as well on a regular basis. So this is always a pleasure to watch. And we have an opposing team with Dizi, who was able to push them as well to the limits with the last month finals. But the question is, who is going to come on top this match? Because now is when it matters, and we have Fluxy starting things off for Dizi, which is quite unusual, I want to say, because Fluxy typically is always the finisher for Dizi. This time around, he's starting first.
Yeah, Fluxy's in with the very first attack here of the May monthly finals, as Fluxy, normally a closer in the war. We're going to see him leading it off with that Royal Champion, and it's going to be the recall into Classic Route Riders, as this RC is going to continue her way, going invisible, looking to grab some initial value and then pull her back.
Yes, trying to get the value in the beginning, and so far this looks quite solid. He tries to clear out the pathing for the Route Riders, because remember, those troops are only targeting defenses, so even though the storage is up there, he should ignore it if he would enter with the Route Riders. But instead he's coming in here with the little twist, which means he's bringing in the lock launcher to snipe some second or even third layer defenses like this poison tower without even any other troop coming close. But it was deployed a bit too close to the multi-arch tower, but the multi-arch tower in the core should go down, Carbon.
Yeah, it is still there. We have the Clan Castle getting lured out, but he's comparing a poison to still not dropping it just yet. Finally now deploys it onto the furnace there in the core, as the healers are going to get raged up, pushing right on through the bottom side, moving these Route Riders and pathing his way into the town hall. It does trigger that tornado trap off to the right. The Queen's ability has gone up, as we can see the giant there, as the town hall should be going down from the Royal Champion, and he does now pair in the overgrowth to the left.
Yeah, we have the Royal Champion keep moving forward, and she has the Rocket Spear, so we have to keep a close eye on her, because as soon as she's about to enter too much damage, he has to use her in advance, because if she's in close range to all of the major defenses, she's not going to survive, so he has to make sure that he's getting the timing right and not messing up that to, well, lose her early, because you want to have the Rocket Spear with that hero, and this just gives you so much power. And so far it looks somewhat good, with the monolith on the core being a big problem for him.
Yeah, that monolith took the Queen down, as she did path her way straight into the middle. But the Royal Champion is using her Rocket Spear right on through, trying to get some value, moving into the multi, and then has to path into that the monolith, but the Teslas are up to the top side, as the King still has his ability.
Yeah, the King has the ability. The Snake Bracelet is a really favorite from those pros because it's spawning those snakes, which is so crucial in hard mode. At the back end, there's still quite some defenses which are standing. The Giant is trying his best, but it's already across 90% 2-star mark, which is still quite solid. But I feel like just the last compartment might be a bit too much, depending on where the Giant goes. The Warden going down. And this means the last Mustache Tower seems to be the final boss with the Merge Cannon together. And this is the first defense for NAVI. It's a high percentage though, so it's not the end of the world for sure.
We haven't seen a perfect yet throughout any of the qualifiers, the monthly finals. So just failing once is perfectly okay because you don't expect your opponent to get a perfect war. Granted, it could happen, but the scores of putting up 13 is where they want to be hitting. Granted, one small mistake in hard mode really will compound and it can lower your percentage quite a bit. But there it is, 94%, a great attack, a great first one, which is not typical that we see from Fluxy, as he usually is one of the last attackers that comes in for Dizi. And I'm curious, Itsu, do you think that now that they've already won a golden ticket, that they're taking more of a relaxed approach of just trying to have fun and don't have to worry as much?
I mean, it could be. Maybe he was just the first one to come up with the plan first, because remember, we have already heard from Ash that they are knowing and expecting as well NAVI to put all the time in, because everyone is expecting from NAVI to get to the World Finals. And, well, when this team is putting in the time, this is becoming scary. So I'm wondering who is attacking from NAVI, but we will find out in just a second, as I don't think that we have Friendly Fire in here, and that will be a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, that's not correct.
Cynthia seems to be the defender at least.
Well, I guess we'll find out, yeah, because Fluxy did just indeed attack, so it is Navi's turn. So Navi will be attacking next, and that means Navi will also be attacking last in this match, since you're attacking second, which can give you the advantage. But here it is. It is Klaus actually starting and taking on Cynthi's base, as Klaus has the dragons with 12 invisibility spells.
That's a lot of invisibility spells, and such a strong attack strategy if you can control those invisibility spells to redirect the Royal Champion into the direction you want her to go. There we go with the Earthquake. One of the main reasons why pros are using this spell is because Earthquakes are taking 29% damage off those buildings, and for one housing or one spell capacity, this is better value than bringing like another invis spell, and this is why pros like to bring this. But right now, he's trying to get the timings right. The Fox already gone, which means at this stage he has to invest a lot of those invisibility spells, and he's trying to get the Town Hall, which he's able to redirect the Royal Champion towards right now.
Very nice redirection of the Royal Champion into the core to secure that Town Hall. We saw a Tesla that was down south try to help bring that Royal Champion away from the core, but with so many invis spells, Klaus was able to get the RC to path exactly where he wanted. Now she is going to die off and not invest that final invis, as that spitter is just staying up as he pairs in that poison onto the furnace in the core, and the dragons are now down.
I'm a little bit surprised. I would have expected him to invest one more invis to get that fire spitter, because that's exactly the defense which is on this back end, and it's even getting covered by the sweeper. So I would have expected him to invest that one more spell, but maybe there is another plan for the defense on the back end. But for now, at least, that is going to be a threat for sure, which he has to consider. But Siege Barracks is now deployed as well to support the King. He just wanted to make sure that the King is not, the Siege Barracks not taking additional damage, which would be unnecessary. But now you can see the fire spitter start firing, and this can be a big problem for him.
It can be. Like you mentioned, if he was able to invest that invis for the Royal Champion, secure it, these dragons would not be taking as much damage into the core, as the King's Spiky Ball skips across through the top side, trying to keep these dragons alive in the middle. Only as the one invis spell left, as the monolith does just go down, as super minions have come out of that siege barracks. They are going to secure that fire spitter, but these defenses are slowly picking them off. Let's see if he can stay alive through this.
Yeah, the combination of the sweeper with the fire spitter, which makes it hard for the troops to get towards, was really painful, but maybe it's still enough.
Yeah.
There is an Expo trying his best to defend the storage, keeping the dragons away for now. The black mine popping up, and this is the invis. He's okay, redirecting the archers. I am surprised to say the least.
Oh, the Inferno Dragon. The Inferno Dragon. The Inferno Dragon!
Oh!
Oh my! Wait. Is it time? Time? Inferno Dragon's got a clutch right through the storage. He's got 10 seconds. Klaus's Inferno Dragon saves the day. Oh my! It is a 3-star. Barely getting that one done and giving them the advantage. Whew.
I mean, he made this really close with those invis calls. I mean, the Royal Champion, if he would have turned her invisible one more time, I think without the Fire Spitter, it would have been a way more overwhelming 3-star. And as well, the last invis on the storage to redirect the archers. I think the Dragons went for the Expo anyways, but triple is a triple. That's always what I like to say. If you're 3-star, you did the job, and that's exactly what Klaus did. And this means they're leading the charge after one attack each and getting the first 3-star in. So obviously they're putting a lot of pressure on the other side with the Dizi now attacking next.
I saw at the very start of the attack to the left, he dropped the Inferno Dragon over there. I wasn't going to call it out. I was like, okay, you know, it's the normal, just dropping the troops off to the left, but it stayed alive the whole time, made its way through, and helped finish the base off. If he didn't have it, it would have fallen short, but Cynthia is now in with dragons of his own and also going in with that RC charge. And it really comes down to if you find too many traps, you lose the Spirit Fox too early, you need to get the value with her, as we are finding quite a bit of giant bombs, small bombs, giga bomb right through here, which means no more Spirit Fox for this Royal Champion.
Yeah, and as well, the Royal Champion herself is quite low on hit points, using the ability now, which means he recovers a little bit. And this is supposed to be a long Royal Champion charge. The Invis did not cover her. Okay, he's investing right now a lot of spells. He has 2 more to go, which means he should get that Fire Spitter and the Inferno Tower, but nothing more. That's pretty much it here for him. But is that going to be enough? I mean, he invested the Archer Queen. He invested that Royal Champion. And the question is now really, was this enough value for him? As he has the Blimp selected to get towards the tunnel, and he's starting from the top left side into 2 out of the last 3 air defenses.
Yeah, the Town Hall does get some shots off, but it won't do anything through the Seawarded Internal Tunnel. Blimp lands, Yetis come out, raging up, and the Town Hall goes down. The defensive poison spell's getting launched, but these troops are moving around to the left. He does have 1 Inferno Dragon, just like Klaus did, but he's got an additional Inferno Dragon to use, as well as the Minion Prince is coming through over on the far right, pops the ability, which does clip that Monolith.
Yeah, that was super crucial. Getting the clip onto the Monolith is such a big difference maker. Take a look at how slow that defense is firing, and especially as like a defense which is already shooting quite slow, but being heavy hitting is a big difference. But the defense has to go down now. The Black Man hurting a lot, but the Monolith is going down, and that is super crucial. This might be the second 3-star of this match, and it should be the second 3-star of this match, as he's still having 2 heroes alive, quite some dragons alive, and 2 of those Inferno Dragons, which just saved Klaus' attack earlier.
The Inferno Dragon's coming in clutch here today, pulling a Seeking Air Mine, getting that value off to the left, but has a handful of dragons with plenty of time. 43 seconds left. Pulling a few traps, but Cynthia answers the call, gets a 3-star, and they will need to hopefully get a defense against NAVI, because we're expecting at least probably 1 defense per side. But if NAVI were to continue to bring the 3-stars, well, it would secure it, because Fluxy did fall short in his first attack.
Yeah, and maybe to give some more context, the last time when those 2 teams faced off against each other, that was actually last weekend during the second stage of this competition. And the match finished 13-13, so it was tied on stars. Exactly the same as last month in the finals. It was 11-11. This month it was 13-13. So this is something which we might expect here. A lot of 3-stars. Those 2 teams are incredibly talented. And we have now the team captain of NAVI in here with Gaku. He's back to ground with this army composition, but still going with the Royal Champion charge. This time around, though, from the far right side, the Fox is barely making it into the invis, and he lost already a lot of hit points on that pet.
He needs to keep this Royal Champion alive with the Invis, Tornado, Giga Bomb, or not the Giga Bomb, there's just the Giant Bomb there, but he doesn't have a crazy amount of Invises because he plans to pull this Royal Champion back. Probably wants to grab this Town Hall, but he only has 2 more Invises, and she does indeed go right to it and burns the ability, and then we'll pull her back with that recall spell.
Yeah, my base brain is braining right now because... Oh, wait a second! Wait a second! He missed the recall on the Royal Champion, and something I wanted to say is that this base, I saw this base already last weekend in the qualifier there. I'm pretty sure that I think Nibrax tried to attack it with the King on the far right side, and he went into the Tornado Trap, and the King got 0 value. This is what I remember with the Tornado Traps. Even the traps were the same. I'm wondering if it's... As we said earlier, Dizi, they can be relaxed, so they are most likely not running like super fresh bases. So this might be another factor of running known bases, which just defend really well in general. And Gaku still is going into that bait there, losing the Royal Champion, but that was mostly because of the recall spell.
Yeah, having a Royal Champion with the boots is very helpful moving into a core of a base. But we do have balloons coming through into the middle, overgrowth being placed, and the roots are trying to path their way right through the core. As we have the snakes from that King off to the left, jumping the walls, but his King is gone. Does have the Super Barbs and the Queen with her ability still.
Yeah, a lot of power still there, but the Giga Bomb hurting quite a bit. Healers are trying their best to keep up the troops, but the air defense is firing. And the healer staying alive with 1 hit point, but the overgrowth is waking up, and this means all of the defense are now firing at those troops, and this might be now the end for those troops. He still has a couple of spells left, and with that I mean 1 spell which he uses right now. But with this last compartment, I don't think that he has enough power.
Yeah, he's trying to pass through, but that ricochet cannon will be nasty. The poison spell's coming back, and not enough troops remain. And this is gonna fall short for 2, but as long as he's getting above the 94%, which I don't know if he will, he needs a 94 to tie Fluxy. Anything below that will be the advantage for Dizi. 92, the Giant will get a 93, but then it will get stuck on a wall. Oh my goodness. No. Is he gonna fall that short? 1 building short from Fluxy. 93% there for Gaku. It's tied 5-5 in this match now, but Dizi's gonna have the lead.
But Karin, considering how this attack started, he lost the Fox really early on. He was not able to recall the Royal Champion and still getting 93% 2-star. That is just a mind-blowing save. That was such a well-played attack from Gaku, really pushing it that far to such a high percentage, and really showcases why those 2 teams are at this stage of the competition. And now it's back to Darkstar and Dizi to maybe get their next attack in. We're seeing the Warden charge with the Rocket Loons. This is something which I personally expected from Cynthia. He has posted a picture of him doing this strategy on Legends on social media with swagging not just the King, not just the Queen, but as well the Royal Champion in one of those attacks with this strategy. So it's incredibly strong. The only important thing is you have to keep the Warden alive.
You have to get that fireball too, the fireball value, and he connects and gets it right into the core. And Darkstar, one of the top players, if not, many are considering right now probably one of the #1 player in the world. This man has been hitting at an absolutely insane hit rate as this Warden Fireball connects with that value while the Flame Player continues through the bottom side. And a few Rocket Loons are going to come in as well, and then he can path his Warden maybe solo to the left, or wait, no, Rocket Loon off to the right. I'm trying to see, does he try to pull this Warden over there? Doesn't look like it. If the Warden continues through the Town Hall, the Clan Castle is going to await him as he pushes right on in.
Yeah, but there's not too much damage. Like, all of the Expos are at the top side, so this Warden is pretty safe with like 1 or 2 spells support versus the Town Hall, and that is exactly the position he wants to be in, especially now with the Super Minions supporting him. The Clan Castle is there as well. He's able to cover them with the poisons, and now he has the Minion Prince on the far left side. I think the Minion Prince with this strategy is such an amazing hero because you have so much power on the back end. It is crazy. I like to bring the Angry Jelly as well with it, but he's deciding to go with the Electro Owl because he has perfectly funneled this Minion Prince already in there. And now, with the Dark Orb ability, he should cover the entire core and get crazy value while he can keep charge forward. But the Queen is having less coverage because there is no king in this army.
With no king, you won't get any spiky ball or snakes to provide distractions. But we are now seeing the Royal Champion coming in with the Warden's assistance. Going to use that Rocket Spear and the Warden's Rage Gem together to get some fantastic value. But he's only got 45 seconds left. 7 Rocket Loons still to deploy around this base with a few minions for cleanup.
Yeah, but the Royal Champions keep charging forward. There is the freeze now to protect her. The healers are still on the Warden, trying their best. 30 seconds, 5 minions left to deploy, and there's 4 defenses with the Barbarian King in there as well. We have the Boogers trying their best to keep and support that Warden alive, but now with the King on defense and no support of a Headhunter, this is going to be rough. But still, 10 seconds. If the Warden is going down, actually he would get Sneezy, which would be not that bad, but I think it's just going to be a time fail in the end.
It is. Time fail here, unfortunately, for Darkstar. It's at 97. If you're going to fail, you want to be failing at a high percent. 97 there. We saw a 94 from Bluxy, but we did see a 3-star that came in from Cynthia. So at least they do have the triple. So now, Navi, they get a 3-star. They will be taking the lead. But then if they don't, then it starts to become a percentage game, and every single building will matter.
Yeah, and every percentage matters, as you say. But Navi, up next, they have now everything in their own hands. They have so far 1 3-star, 1 2-star, and we have so many good players on their roster left to attack. And it seems like the next one is going to be Yara coming in next for Navi, and they will attack Darkstar back. And I mean, we have seen already now the Dragons, we have seen the Root Riders, now we have seen the Warden charge. We're now back to the Root Riders with the Royal Champion charge. Let's just hope that, well, the recall spell this time is going to hit its target.
Yeah, you do not want to miss that RC. And with the recall, you never know. Sometimes you got to mind our own and just quickly dodges whenever you deploy that spell. As an invis off to the far right to prevent the Royal Champion from going over there. I felt like she was going to go into the air defense anyway, so we could have saved that invis. But, you know, they're the pros. They know better. As we have another invis coming for the Royal Champ. Moving right on through here to get the value. But the nice thing, he did pull up this Clan Castle, so he could pair in that poison right onto the Furnace now.
Yeah, he could do that for sure. The Furnace is such an annoying defense to approach, and especially if it's like somehow taking your healers, those healers are gone. The reason is, I think as far as I know, the damage is actually a bit higher than displayed in the information screen. So you actually one-shot healers with 1 Fire Spirit. So if you get them on there, they're done. And you can see already the healers, take a look at the hit points of the healers. They have to stay alive. He has to use the one ability or all of the healers are gone and they're just going down. He's not reacting. And this is now way too late. I think he has 1 healer left. He did not see the hit points of his troops. And I mean, without healers in hard mode, this is just rough.
Yeah, he does pull a handful of these red air bombs with the balloon, and he's trying to continue his way through, but only 1 healer is somehow still staying alive behind these balloons that are pulling a few extra traps. The Royal Champion does have her ability. The Overgrowth is there, stalling things up, but the King will make his way all the way around to the bottom, but he is locking onto the Town Hall, taking that down for at least that 2nd star. But you know he's looking for that 3-star. He wants to be able to give Navi the advantage in this match here, as the Royal Champion does bypass some of the defenses because of the Overgrowth timing, but this final section here is picking his troops off, but he still has to try to pass through that monolith, and there's no more Root Riders.
Yeah, there's not many more Root Riders indeed. And again, I'm trying to remember, but I think this time, I think this base is from Tribe. Like, I'm really trying to like go into the base memory right now, but this base as well, I saw this already last weekend, and this seems to be the strategy of Dizi. Like, we have talked about that earlier. They have their golden ticket, which means they are not going to commit the same time investment as some of the other teams. For them, it is practice and all about the prize money itself. And this means they will most likely run bases, which we have seen from other teams, which were really successful defending for them. And I really believe that was one of the bases from Tribe, especially for them. Most of the entries went into the monolith of the Royal Champion charge and was not tripled once in the matches I saw. So it seems to defend as well versus Yada, and this is a really huge defense for Dizi in this one.
A big defense there, 90%, meaning that Dizi is going to be taking the lead right back. It's going back and forth here, and it could literally come down to whoever gets that final triple. Maybe one more is all you need, because getting 3 stars in hard mode is not an easy task. But here we go. We have Mask that's going to be up next here for Dizi. He was the one that was speaking in the interview. He was talking how NAVI is probably the #1 team in the world with how they've been doing. And again, NAVI has been on a 34 win streak. And could they be taking them and sending them straight to the lower bracket after the very first match? Well, let's see here, as the Root Riders are the call. Does have that Royal Champion, and he's going with 2 Overgrowths.
That's a lot of overgrowth, which means he does not have any rages whatsoever. And, well, that is not as common, I want to say. Wait, he invested? Wait, that is not common whatsoever. Mask, what are you doing? That's supposed to be a Royal Champion charge, not a Queen and Warden charge. That's not the meta, buddy. Okay, he's still doing it anyways, going in with the Rage Gem on the Warden and doing now an invisible Queen and Warden charge. That's kind of cool, not gonna lie. There's the recall, recalling everything, and you say create the funnel. The question now is, was this better or the same as Royal Champion charge, based on your opinion?
Well, I'm curious because, look, he has 3 more invises, so you could send that RC a little bit later in the attack. I would say I like it. You know, I always like something that's different. Something that you don't always see too often is maybe some pros will pick up on those small little minute differences that someone brings. As we're seeing, the main push with these Root Riders trying to pass through does have that Warden Internal Tome, and now deploying the Royal Champion to join in right on into the cores. A few delayed balloons are coming through to try to pose. Oh, there's the Red Mouse. Oh my goodness, that Warden ability just protects them.
But that's exactly the difference here between what we have just seen from NAVI before and between Mask. He was able to react, but even then we see as well clearly why a lot of pros prefer the healing tome to heal those healers back up. Without the healers, without that healing, it's a rough time. It is not easy, even if Root Riders are considered being really strong. If they don't have any health recovery, you are going to struggle, and this is why healing tome is just so crucial. He's using those hero abilities to try to push even further, but the troops and the heroes are going down quite quickly. But the Rocket Spear is still there to help.
Yeah, the Rocket Spear getting great value for that Royal Champion to the edge, but the Queen and the rest of these troops are all gone as the Royal Champ's trying to make her way through this final section. Does have a Super Barb for a percentage, but again, it's going to be a 2-star, meaning the door is open for Navi to get a triple and take that lead.
Yeah, and especially this attack is not on the highest percentage, which means 84 right now. He's trying to pick up some more beatings on the outside. He's getting closer to the 90%, but he's not going to cross it, which means he is not going to increase the average destruction for his team. Instead, it is going to be another defense for NAVI. I think they're quite happy about this one, as they were falling behind on the percentage game, but they now have everything in their own hands. They can now triple and would take back the lead, or even a high percentage 2-star attack would do the job for now.
Well, we still have Gaku and Stars to... Well, wait, no. Did one of them attack? I believe...
Gaku did already.
Gaku did. Okay, Kazuma. That's who I'm thinking. Kazuma and Stars, because I know Klaus did as well. So, still, amazing attackers still to come in for Navi. And Mask, unfortunately, fall short with that 87% 2-star. So, 3 stars, you could be taking the lead. But that's not an easy thing to do here in hard mode. And it's, remember, for some viewers that are just tuning in for the very first time, what is hard mode?
Well, let's quickly summarize that before Kazuma is getting ready for his attack, because hard mode means that the defenses are dealing 20% more damage, and especially with a rage tower like this is multiplying with each other, so those defenses are dealing a ton of damage. On top of that, defending heroes are 20% stronger in their hit points and in their damage, while the attacking heroes are weaker with 10% reduced in their base stats like hit points and as well the attacking damage. And on top of that, to make things even more challenging, we have the restrictions of the equipments, which means common equipments are capped on level 15, while the epic ones are capped on level 21. So, like many restrictions to make the game as challenging as possible for the pros, and they still 3-star with those attacks. We have another attack this time around with the Rage Gem. Let's see and let's hope that we're going to see healers which are staying alive. He's going to overgrowth the Town Hall, which is quite interesting, because I guess he just wants to avoid the splash, like those little lava dots of the Town Hall, to make sure that those healers are taking no damage whatsoever.
Yeah, as he does have one more overgrowth to use. Does he use it on the Town Hall yet again, or does he try to take that Town Hall down after the overgrowth wears off? As that King is off to the far left, and we do have the troop launcher launching some of these troops, and the overgrowth has worn off, but what is going to go for this Town Hall? Possibly could have... Well, no, I was going to say he could have super minions. No, we can't have it in the troop launcher, because if he did, it would get launched into the core of the base. I'm thinking of like a siege barracks, but we're having super barbs now coming delayed to go secure that Town Hall.
Yeah, and he's using the healing spell, which he brought in the mix to protect those healers versus the Town Hall. Interesting choice. The reason why he did this, he tried to keep his troops further on the outside of the base to make sure that they're not in range of the core defenses. Vulnerability now is getting used, the Eternal Tome, to keep everything safe. And as he's approaching the last Rage Tower and all of the defense around it, with the Rocket Sphere activated as well.
Yeah, with that Raw Champion getting the Valley, still has a King and Queen ability to use as a Spiky Ball flies through the top side. Queen will have that action figure in the Giant to try to get out in front. But look at this, not too many defenses are left. The heroes are working together. Is that Super Valk that I see running up to the top side as well? Because remember, when a Super Valk dies, it'll drop that rage spell as we have the Queen ability going off, and Kazuma answers the call for NAVI, giving them the lead by a star. So if Dizi do not get a triple, then all stars would have to get is a 2-star for a victory. But Dizi getting a 3-star will put pressure onto stars for the very last attack.
Yeah, I think the plan overall was just super smart, because for that you have to understand the basics of base building, which means most of the entries are going straight into the Town Hall. Especially a lot of times the Fire Spitters are pointing away from the Town Hall to deny the openings from the other side of the Town Hall, which means people are just putting their troops into the Town Hall. To counter that, we have a lot of times the red might form behind the Town Hall. If you have the Healing Tome, that is no issue. You can use the Eternal Tome early, and the Healing Tome is going to get you the hit point to push through that red mine trap. But without that, with the Rage Gem instead, you're struggling. So instead, he used the Overgrowth to redirect his troops around that trap and got a great, nice 3-star. So really good understanding of how the current meta of the base building is and really countering that. Now the question is, if Dizi and Hawk can execute on the same level, they're jumping right away into a lot of traps, but so far at least, the Fox is still live.
With that Royal Champion charging away through the top side into the Tesla, trying to grab that and then into the multi. But if we take a look at the right side, look at the percent. 76.6 for Navi, 75.6 for Dizi. So if Dizi here, if Hawk gets that triple, then stars would have to get a 96% in 2-star, at least to tie. 97 would have to win. Basically, that 3-star here forces stars to have to almost get a 3-star in his final attack. So pressure is on the line with this hit as the Royal Champion continues her way into the core, even all the way towards the Monolith.
Ooh, getting that defense would be huge, and indeed he's getting that out of the way. Really great Royal Champion charge, getting out of the value, and even getting the poison.
Okay. But the Monolith does remain in the core. That can be a problem. when it comes to the dragons, but he does have 3 Inferno dragons in the mix as well. With a furnace straight to the bottom side at 6. We have the balloons with the Grand Warden coming in with the dragons to the left side. And look at the pathing that he's set up with that Royal Champion. He can move his way right around the left side with these dragons, while his king is moving his way to the top side. But notice, no queen in the attack.
No queen indeed. I feel like a lot of times those pros prefer the king over the queen, but this is well based on preference of each team. We have seen Tri, for example, do those mass dragon attacks with the overall same approach of the Royal Champion charge, but then they're sending the queen with the siege barracks around the other side. Why do you split now the king with the siege barracks with the dragons? The reason is just time purpose, because otherwise you might struggle with time. You want to have the dragons on one side, you want to have the remaining troops on the other, and it seems as well that Hawk is really trying to utilize those furnaces as well from the siege barracks, because we can see all of those fire mites joining from the top there, and there's not much space left. The question though, is it going to be enough power with the Phoenix of that minion prince?
I don't know. The monolith remains. The Phoenix comes through with that minion prince. The air expo is going down to the furnace, but the multi-archer tower is going to remain with the defending multi, and it is a defense for stars. And Hawk's gonna fall short. So that means that all stars will have to get is a 2-star, 50%. Just a straight up 2, and they will be at 12 because Dizi is finishing at 11. So a lot less pressure is now on stars.
Yeah, he just has to be the finisher for his team, getting the job done. But we all know that there are sometimes crazy outcomes and really big surprises. So let's hope that that is not going to happen to stars as he is approaching the final attack of this match to secure for NAVI that victory. But I mean, this first match already, we have seen quite a few different strategies as well with the Warden charge in the beginning. So I would assume, what do you guess? I guess Star Wars is going as well with the dragons, or do you think he's going to go with ground?
Nah, you got to go with the safest approach. And is that dragons with a blimp for the town hall? That's a pretty safe approach to be able to take that down, because if you go with root riders, scratch that. No, not even close to what I was predicting. It is a super witch with a fireball on that Grand Warden.
I love it. I love it. We have actually seen a lot of different strategies in this match, considering how popular the Royal Champion charges are within the current meta. So I'm really enjoying this, seeing those different approaches. And this has to be the fireball with the Warden charge in the beginning to set up the pathing for the super witches. Getting the fireball onto that scatter, great value. There we go. And now he has to find the first layer air defense, and as well the merge cannon has to go down, and then he's going to start with those super witches.
Getting this bottom compartment clear, like you mentioned, that ricochet cannon needs to go down as well. So we do have this Nizi, which will be able to spawn the boogers there to pull red air bombs, as super witches will then eventually move their way in towards the core. But is he going to make his way to the left side? We're going to have to see, because we do have a spitter that's over there. No, he's going to go to the right side in towards the bottom, and then he's going to have to set a funnel to the far right in order to get these super witches to start moving in towards the middle of the space.
Yeah, and with the jump spell, he can just super easily direct his troops into the core. That should be no issue for the second star. And we all know those pros like to go for the 3 stars as well. And I feel like that is a quite safe approach overall, while still having a solid chance for 3 stars. The booger is even going to trigger that poison tower, which is perfect for him. He just needs to be careful now with those furnace with the fire mites, because remember, if one of them is going to connect to the healers, the attack is pretty much over right away.
Well, we'll see as the queen is being placed to the far right to help with funneling. Siege Barracks now comes down, but still hanging on to his Barbarian King. Remember, he has to at least get that 2-star to secure a victory easily. But all he really needs is a percentage 1-star, and that is also enough, since they're only down by a star at the moment, as we have the P.E.K.K.A. moving up to the top from that Siege Barracks. The King popped the ability, moving his way into the core of the town hall, as a Royal Champion is now deployed to the top side to move in with her Electro Boots.
Yeah, I like the boots. from the top side. Might be a little bit early because she's pushing quite quick into those defenses. The Super Witches have to tank on the back end if possible. He's using and investing now on Ice Golem to distract those back end defenses, which I think is a super smart choice. But Carbon, take a look at the time. 30 seconds left and 30% of the base as well.
Well, he can take out 1% a second, right? That's what he'll do. With the World Champion ability, intact can pop it. Ice Golem distracting to the bottom does have a freeze. They're all converging together to take it down. And my friends, it is a 3-star and swagging the freeze. Why not? Does not need to use it. A 3-star for stars and puts Navi to 13 stars in the end. And that is going to be a victory over Dizi, who finished with 11. Remember, this is a double elimination tournament over today and tomorrow, where if you lose, you get sent to the lower bracket and you still have another opportunity. But if you lose again, then that is when you'll be eliminated.
And as someone who is enjoying the Super Witch strategy quite a bit, I have to fanboy a little bit because, oh my gosh, that attack was executed in such a clean way, really making sure that the pathing was set up. He did not panic whatsoever when the Clan Castle troops encountered. He just turned his troops invisible, let the boogers tank. I mean, that last attack was just masterclass. It looked so simple and easy, but if you're trying it yourself, getting the invis spells right, getting the fireball right, getting everything in the location you want them to go, and going to the small opening, getting the timing right of the funneling, there's so many little steps which really made this last attack a complete masterclass. Really impressive job from Stars there, and I mean, a super deserved win with 13-11, as you said.
Well, last month, Navi was sent to the lower bracket, and they had to fight their way all the way through. Now it's a little different. They can go from the upper bracket, because remember, if you're coming from the lower bracket, you have to play in way more matches. Plus, you have to force a bracket reset to have a chance at getting that golden ticket. Dizi, the first team going to the lower bracket, but remember, they already have a golden ticket, so they're able to kind of take it easy a bit. They don't have to worry all too much, but let's go ahead and update you on this bracket now, Itsu.
That's right, and we have still so many matches to come. Remember, we have a total of 8 matches today. The first one was just decided between Navi and Dizi, and the next one is going to be between Dizi Group and Tribe Gaming to find out who is going to face Navi in this next upper bracket match. And there's just so many good teams on this list. It's going to be a really enjoyable weekend with so much clash action to play.
Yeah, it's going to be an insane weekend. So many amazing matchups that we love to see here. But we're going to be getting ready for the match number 2 here today. So we're going to take a quick short break and be right back.
And we are already back. That was a super short break because we want to get into the action. And this time around, I have Bash with me for this next banger of a match.
Oh man, that one was really exciting. Navi keeping that win streak alive. But we're gonna hop into our next matchup. Dizi Group versus Tribe Gaming. We saw both of these two squads playing last month, and unfortunately for them, it didn't quite go their way, but they're looking to rebound. It's a whole new month. It's a whole new bracket. And let's take a look at this Dizi Group lineup. We got Ryuta, Dindin, Chien, Kai, and Zekin. We've seen them around a ton, Itsu, and we know that they can put up high scores. And against Tribe Gaming, you definitely got to be on your A game.
Yeah, that's for sure. They're going to have to bring a top match in this one. But I feel like all of those teams in this bracket can bring their A game. But I think we should hear from them as well what they think about this match.
We're getting on it. We're getting there, guys. Maybe not. Okay, well, that's interesting. Yeah, Dizi group is they're ready to go, I guess. Here, Itsu.
Yeah.
我是千，然后来自 Dizi Group。我们的成员有台湾人，然后日本人跟马来西亚人，然后我们是一起玩很多年的朋友，对，然后一起打比赛，然后都有参加过世界锦标赛的经验。气氛很好，我们平常都会一起聊天，然后一起研究打法呀，去练习这样子。我主要负责跟大家一起协调啊，然后有时候会管理一些比赛相关的东西，要去计划，然后去提前去准备。但我们其实大家都很积极，所以也没有需要太操心。
And we have heard from the team themselves. I mean, overall, it is going to be a really tough time to beat this team. They've performed incredible over the second stage, over both stages, to make it to this final third stage of this monthly qualifier. But they have to beat a tough team with Tribe Gaming ahead of them, because this team is around for quite some time within the esports scene, and their lineup is looking really scary as well. But we have as well a quick note here waiting on the win for the team. We have incredible defensive base builders on this team, with Kai being on the top 10 of the defense list from the qualifiers. And as well, we have some top attackers on the team as well, with Ryu tripling 23 out of 37 of his attacks in the qualifiers. That is just a super impressive stat right there.
Yeah, especially in this hard mode. I mean, we've talked about this hard mode time and time again, but it is really, like, it's not easy at all. It is so tough to get those triples, but we've seen that time and time again where sometimes 11, 12 stars are going to win you those wars. So being able to just get that 1 or 2 triples even early in the war can really swing the momentum. It was really nice seeing Navi kind of make that comeback, but definitely whenever you can put a little pressure on your opponent early in the game, get those 3 stars in there. And I mean, we saw the defensive stats there, top 10 on defense. Those are pretty impressive numbers here for Dizi Group.
That's for sure, but let's take a look now at Tribe Gaming, their opponents, with Nibrax, Picastro, Rikiris, Kronos, and Temper on the opposite side. And they are as well quite experienced within the esports scene. They are, like all of them, are playing in this scene for quite some time and have a lot of experience, which can help quite a bit in those high pressure moments where you exactly can, like, where you know what to do and you have the nerfs for that, because nerfs are a big role in this stage of the competition.
Yeah, and then adding in a player like Pete Castro, a former world champion in 2023 with Clash Champs. He has been an absolute uniform. The tank, he defended all but 1 attack thus far on his base, and he even got a 0 star, which I'm not gonna lie, the first time I ever tried hard mode Itsu, I may have 0 starred. So seeing the pro 0 star, that is very impressive. But that's what you get when you bring a former world champion MVP, and Pete Castro, and add him to this Tribe lineup.
Yeah, that's for sure. And he's as well just, this is the important thing, a base builder himself. So this is making this stat overall with his defense even more impressive, because just to explain a little bit, we have as well those players on stage, on screen in the matches, but as well we have a big team in the background with the base builders, and this is always like something different. But I think it's just so impressive when we have players like Picastro, or earlier we have heard from Gaku that he's building and as well being in the main lineup pretty much with the attacking. So that's just so impressive to have both of those skills, and Picastro is one of those incredible players.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's take a look at our audience prediction. Let's see what you guys are thinking there at home for this matchup. Should be popping up on the screen. But also remember, you can predict at event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans. And it looks like Tribe Gaming, I thought this would be a bigger favorite for Tribe Gaming. They're always huge fan favorites, but 61% to 39%. It's to be expected that Tribe would be the favorites here, but Dizi Group showing that they represent strong.
Yeah, maybe it's as well with the name of like Dizi Group and Dizi winning the last golden ticket, so maybe that's as well connected to that. But we're about to get ready to get into the first attack of this match, and Castro is typically the first attacker for Tribe Gaming. He is starting things off, and he is going to attack Ryuda from the Dizi Group. Castro, I think he attacked with quite a big variety of attacks when it comes down to the strategies. Most of the time it is Royal Champion charged with the Dragons or the Root Riders. I mean, those are the two main army compositions we have right now in the game. And this time around, it seems to be the Root Riders he's going in with. But there's always some twists to it. This time around, it seems like it will be the Fireball because there's 3 Earthquakes. Or is it going to be something different? No, wait, what?
It's gotta be Fireball in there, right? Well, he's got the Royal Champion charge going here early. If she goes in too close, she may pull the Clan Castle troops out, which I was looking here. He doesn't have a poison spell, so I think he's going to try to keep her away from that. If she can kind of go down this line to the left of defenses, she should be able to stay out of range of that Clan Castle. And then maybe we see an early Warden. Okay, so she gets recalled in there. This is definitely an interesting concept. There goes the giant arrow. Here comes the Fireball combination, I'm going to assume, to take out the Town Hall, maybe? All right, let's see. Oh, wait, no log launchers in there. This attack has to be all thrown off here.
Yeah, so he's using the Earthquakes to get into behind the Town Hall, which pretty much means he wants to get the Queen all the way towards the Monolith. That is her main priority. But then having the Root Riders on the flank going into this Giga Bomb compartment. The big challenge here now is to get the Queen into that compartment, because so far she might just follow along the outside. But he might be able as well to just get the Yetis in there for them then to get the Town Hall. While the Yetis as well are stealing the healers from the Archer Queen.
Yeah, there they go. The Yetis are into the compartment. Here goes the Clan Castle troops. A couple Ice Golems and the Furnace. Definitely a unique entry here for Castro, but that's what you get with Castro is he sees these types of openings, sees these advantages that he can take on a base. Now we got all those Root Riders on the right side of the base. The King does go to Phoenix pretty early on this attack, so no King for the back side of this, but he does still have a ton of spell support, including that Overgrowth, which could shut down that powerful section on the backside, whether it be the Ricochet Cannon Expo or even the Scattershot Expo, as he decides on that. But the Queen was taking a lot of damage from the Monolith, had to go ahead and invest the freeze, and there goes the Overgrowth actually onto the Monolith there.
Yeah, to protect the Queen and make sure that the one healer and as well the Unicorn can heal her back up again. The Rage Jam is something which we're seeing from quite some teams to have more power over the entire attack, but this is at the cost of maybe losing those healers earlier. But the Royal Champion with the Rocket Spear staying out of danger for now, but with the troops reactivating, or the defense more likely, we have a lot of damage on her.
Yeah, a lot of damage for sure. It's starting to fade out a little bit here. Root Riders are still in there, but that Ricochet Cannon and the Inferno take them down. And it's looking like it's going to be low 80%. He's got a few troops up here, maybe able to push it up to the mid 80s, but this one definitely faded out. It was a big, like just a really ambitious entry here with all those Earthquakes and the Log Launcher and the Queen. The Queen didn't necessarily cooperate, it seemed like, with the way that Castro was looking here, but he will go ahead and get one more building here to push this up. Maybe get one more building, push this up to 84% for Tribe Gaming. So not the worst start, not the best start, kind of just average when you're looking here. Ideally, you want to be more into the 90s, but an 84% is definitely not the end of the world in this situation.
Yeah, but at the same time, this will be the lowest percentage from the last match, so it is not an optimal start for Tribe Gaming for sure. And for me, there were quite some question marks with the Earthquake, for example, behind the Town Hall. Yes, I guess it did go to plan to some degree with the Log Launcher, but at the same time, it did not. It wasn't all over the place, and especially having the Royal Champion taking so much damage in the beginning of the one invisibility spell missing was a rough time. But it's always about, if you're not having a great attack, the other team has to take advantage of that, which means Dizi Group has to now take advantage of that. If they can't, this lower percentage does not matter whatsoever.
Yeah, you definitely want to jump on top of that. as I like to say, walk through the opening when it's available. And Kai is going to be our first attacker going up against Nebrax's base. We know Kai can put up some really, really strong attacks. And let's see what he comes in with. Here we go, Root Riders. It looks like a pretty standard entry here with the Royal Champion Spirit Charge. A good handful, I think 4 invisibilities here to start. Does have the recall, so you're gonna look to pull her out of there. So setting the table up pretty nicely here. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and redirect that Royal Champion with the Invis onto the multi-mortar and the regular mortar just to get that Fire Spitter out. So definitely want to get those high damage defenses out. Now if we can get that scatter, that's a pretty nice little entry.
Yeah, and with taking down the gold storage, this might be an even better funneling for him. Recalling her now, this entire compartment is gone, and he's going to approach the base as well with that lock launcher and as well with the giant arrow. That is such a common approach right now, to have the damage already versus the defenses, and as well have the lock launcher to finish them off then, to create this pathing for the Root Riders then later on. And we have the Root Riders entering right next to the Queen, so the Queen can move into the main push and be the main damage source behind them, because remember, Root Riders themselves, they do not do the most damage, and this is really something where you need that support group behind them to really support them and get the damage done.
The Yeti's going to look to take down that merge multi-defense. They get that down pretty nicely. Furnace is out, a couple ice globes there. Got a strong push, and here comes that Warden ability. The Valkyries are starting to go a little bit to the left, though, so won't have that damage from the Valks into the middle. King's on the outside there nicely with the Snake Bracelet, and everything's making its way towards that Town Hall. Still a lot of base to go, but this looks like a really good entry here from Kai. A great start so far. Doesn't even have that Skeleton spell on the top side of the base to distract the Monolith and some of those defenses, so I think this is what he's looking for. It's just, can he close and get through the back end? Still has that Royal Champion's ability as well, so still a lot of force on this one, Itsu, but the question remains, can he get through the left side of the base?
Yeah, the left side with a lot of defenses lined up on the outside with the Monolith, with the Expo, and as well the multi-archer tower. We have now the freeze happening to get the Queen moving into the last compartment. The Royal Champion with the Rocket Spear being a huge game changer right now on the top right, even though a couple of spears are going towards those skeleton traps, but you can now join up with the Baron King tanking. There's not many defenses behind. The healers are keeping that Queen alive, which is super crucial right now. It's only one Expo since the front tower went down, and this should be the first 3-star for Dizi Group.
I love the Rocket Spear there. Timed it up perfectly. We were kind of talking about this a lot last month, where players were bringing in that Rocket Spear, but not using it, not getting that full value, letting the Royal Champion get taken out. But Kai uses the Rocket Spear while the Royal Champion is safe, and it proved to be a big factor in this attack as he gets the 3-star, and Dizi Group jump out into a commanding spot after the big miss for P. Castro. They're now up by a star. They're up by 16%. That is a huge takeaway on the first attacks.
Yep, they are here to play. We have talked about that earlier. Both of those teams are really, really good. And as well, if we see Dizi Group take advantage of the low percentage 2-star of the Castro early on, that would be for sure a winning condition for them, because remember, stars is one thing, but as well the percentage is giving you pretty much another bonus star if it's going to come to a tie on stars in the end. Tribe is up next, and they really need now a 3-star to really fall not behind too far. And we have Nebrax coming in now with another dragon attack, mass invisibility spells, and an earthquake as well.
All right, we got the dragons. We know Tribe Gaming love their dragon attacks here. Let's see what Nebrax can do here with the 11 invises, though. It's going to be a really big Royal Champion charge into this base as we get ready to start it in. She's going to go right into the merge multi-defense down there on the bottom side of the base. And with 11 invises, she should be able to get tons and tons of value here. But the big thing is, how long can he keep that Fox up, and how much value can he get by keeping that Fox alive?
Yeah, keeping the Fox alive is always such an important thing for the back end. But like for the next... Oh no! He tried to get the Royal Champion into the Town Hall, and he invested now so many spells to get her there. This is not looking good. Lost the Fox as well in the process, and now trying to do make the best out of it. No hit point recovery, which means this Royal Champion is really low on hit points there, and now moving to the outside, which means she's not going to take any of those inside defenses out of the way. Bash, this is going to be a rough recovery.
Yeah, definitely not the way Nebrax was hoping it would go there. She did her best, but man, the misdirect there, the miss on the misdirect there That's always tough, but here come all the dragons. He can still recover this really fine. He's gonna go right into this fire spitter, but you'd like to think that he was trying to get that fire spitter out by pushing that royal champion into the middle. Now with that firing right onto the dragons, it's gonna be a much tougher task. He will have the warden ability to protect. He does still have the king in there as well on the outside tanking, but the king, he's on the complete opposite side of the base, so he's really not gonna provide too much support for all of these dragons. But here comes the main push through the middle now.
Yeah, main push to the middle. The multi-inferno towers, though, with the furnace being a big issue for him, trying to overpower this core now with the Minion Prince Dark Orb ability. We have the super minions joining to have even more damage output. So far, the electric dragon is not giving any chance to attack. There we have the first chain happening, and now he's going down. There's not many defense on the back end, but at the same time, there's not many troops left either.
Yeah, and only a couple of more troops to be deployed, a couple balloons and Valkyrie. This one is definitely looking like it's fading out here. Minion Prince is doing his best, but that fire spitter that he went into is definitely a big factor as it eats a lot of those troops, eats that Minion Prince alive here. And now that multi-archer tower is just pegging away at those dragons. They're going down one by one. Remember, that multi-archer tower can target up to 3 different attacking units, and that dragon is going to go down. That is a huge factor, and this is going to be a fail for Tribe Gaming, but it is going to be up into the 90s. They're going to find themselves even further behind after this third attack.
Yeah, they just keep trying to somehow get closer to Dizi Group with their first attack, but even with 2 attacks in, they're not really getting the results in. And Tribe Gaming, we have seen it earlier, they are the favorites for the community, but they're so far just not able to show it. 95% 2-star is at least a higher percentage attack, but at the same time, Dizi Group with the 3-star, they're now ahead in so many ways. But we have now the next attack from Dizi Group coming up, which means, depending on that, we have a really big lead or still the chance of a comeback for Tribe.
95%, much better than the first attack, and they're going to need to get a defense here for the next attack for Dizi Group, which is definitely possible. We've seen it time and time again in hard mode. It's very hard to get those perfect wars. I don't think we see very many. I mean, we've seen them occasionally, just not very often, but 95% for Nebrax. You definitely got to like that, but Tribe Gaming needs some defenses now.
They need a good defense for sure, and they were able to get quite some defenses with their bases over the second stage of this competition. But again, we are now in the top 8, the best of the best at the game in this month. And it's not easy to defend those players, even in hard mode, with all of those special restrictions. Maybe a quick reminder again, what exactly hard mode is. We have the defenses dealing 20% more damage for the pros. We have the defending heroes dealing 20% more damage and having 20% more hit points, while your attacking heroes, your main force of the army, being reduced in 10% hit points and 10% damage. And on top of that, the equipments are capped. We can see it right now. Common equipments, level 15, while the epic ones are on level 21. And Kronos trying his best now to get the Tribe team back on track with his. And we have a Royal Champion charge with the Root Riders as a follow-up.
All right, Tribe Gaming need a big attack here as we are back into the live attack, seeing Kronos coming in with the roots. He got a pretty nice charge there from that Royal Champion, pulled her out. Earthquake spell, we're seeing that Earthquake spell come in a lot lately, just weakening up those defenses. I mean, when you get 29% damage right off the top to all those surrounding defenses, it's really huge. And there's also none of those battle builders there to be repairing. I guess there's one over there on that multi-inferno, but none kind of where he's going into. So a really nice play to go ahead and get that in. Here comes that log launcher looking to open and send everything through the middle of the space.
Yeah, I feel like the Root Riders are more to get to the outside, where the log launcher is taking care of the inside. And we have as well the damage happening there. The Root Riders are going to the outside as planned, while the Royal Champion is supporting them now with the Queen further on the inside. But the Fire Spirits are start shooting. The log launcher is going to open, but it did open all of the important compartments as well. So things are looking great for Kronos right now. But Bash, the Town Hall is so far on the back end, and we know how quickly those troops can disappear. Now he even makes the Town Hall invisible, but it's still a long way.
Yeah, there's a lot still remaining. I'm worried about this Town Hall. The overgrowth on the Town Hall is always a risky play. He still has a ton of support. He has that Royal Champion's ability. He's going to pop it right there. Still has King ability and still has some of those Super Barbarians as well. but the Town Hall has to wake up really soon. It should be. There it is. Town Hall is now awake, and now the World Champion or the Roots or something's got to go over there and grab that Town Hall.
Well, the champion is going, and we have the second star then secured, but it's all about the 3 stars. This is what Tribe needs. We have the healers dropping low, and having healing on the back end would be super crucial. We have the King trying his best. We have still quite a bit of time left, and only the multi-arch tower is a big threat to him. This could be and should be the first 3-star for Tribe. We see Kronos' reaction. The healers are keeping everything alive, and it is going to be indeed the first 3-star for Tribe Gaming. And with that, they're back in this, at least on stars. Percentage-wise, we can see it right above Kronos. The percentage lead for Dizi Group so far is massive.
Yeah, Dizi Group are up really, really big, but it's all about the baby steps. Get that first triple up, then maybe you can compound with another triple and get another defense, and then you're right back in this matchup. It's all about getting that first step, and Kronos did that right here with that first 3-star. Really well executed attack here. You can see him fist pumping and getting excited, and that's why I love when we're getting to the stage of the tournament. It's when we can get the player cams, see that excitement, or even see the disappointment, but just seeing that live emotion, I think it adds a lot of depth to these tournaments. But there we see the final stats, 2 minutes, 51 seconds, and a 3-star against Kai's Base, just what Tribe Gaming needed at this point.
Yeah, but as well, you see the reaction in so many ways, which means you see, okay, he's like quite excited getting the 3-star. He's happy about that. But right after, he's back calm again, trying to get towards his next teammate, helping him with the plan, maybe getting ready for the spotting. Those guys are all professionals getting their heads back into the game, because if you're getting too excited, that's not going your way. You need to stay calm and you need to stay concentrated. And that's exactly what Ryuta is going to try with his next attack, as we have another Royal Champion charge with a Root Rider attack. No Earthquake, but a Lock Launcher selected. And typically we always see the Lock Launcher with that Earthquake together. So the question now is that going to happen still with the Lock Launcher, or does he just have a different siege selected right now?
We'll see that coming after this Royal Champion charge. Does have that recall, so going to look to get the value, then pull her out of there. That seems to be the common thing right now, is to recall that Royal Champion, then put her with that main force, and then you can support her with the Warden ability or support her with all those other troops. Ooh, a couple giant bombs going off there. That's going to start to damage that Spirit Fox. And remember, there's usually just a little bit of overlap, a quarter, half second of overlap. So that Spirit Fox just takes a little bit of damage here and there. So all of those bombs add up. Spirit Fox still has quite a bit of health, but with the Poison Tower getting activated, keep an eye on it. Okay, recall in. So looks like Ryuta got all the value there from the Spirit Charge, but now it's a long way across this base.
It is a long way indeed, but at the same time, that Royal Champion charge was executed so clean, getting those invis timings perfect, really saving that Fox. And that is now a really crucial thing on the back end, because that Fox within the healing tome, and as well some healers maybe switching onto it, or with their splash healing, can recover all of that. And that is such a massive thing moving forward, because having that invis, having that protection for the Royal Champion for such an important hero is a big game changer. Warden ability now, which means the Fox stayed alive and is now getting healed back to full hit points, while the core is getting taken care of with the Siege Machine now.
All right, this is a big push towards the Town Hall, but if Ryuta can get a triple, this will put Dizi Group up even further. But a big defense here, and Tribe Gaming are right back in this matchup. This is a pivotal attack here on the 3 spot. There was one attack that we actually didn't see. We were a little bit behind. I'm sure you guys noticed the replays. Den actually missed with a 94% for Dizi Group on their second attack. So just kind of updating you guys of what's happening so far in the wars. We are back into the live attacks. Ryuta, strong push through the Town Hall. That Royal Champion does so much work in there, and still a lot of hero abilities. This is looking really strong, but also at the same time, there's still a ton of base.
There's still a ton of base indeed, and the Giga Bomb is going to hurt quite a bit. It's going to take down a lot of those snakes, and on top of that, going to damage all of his troops around. But with still 2 hero abilities left, this is looking good to be the next 3-star for Dizi Group, depending on how good he's going to encounter versus that Scatter. But, I mean, having a giant, having as well the Mirror Queens, I think this is going to be guaranteed another 3-star if the time is going to be enough. But with the 25 seconds bash, I think this is looking perfect.
Not to mention Spiky Ball is going to come in. There goes the Spiky Ball through there, and it's going to be a 3-star for Ryuta, and Dizi Group push their lead even further. They get the response they needed off of Kronos' triple, and now Tribe Gaming have their backs up against the wall. Look at the sigh of relief there for Ryuta, smiling, all well-deserved after that attack. But man, that one, after Kronos gets that triple, that one definitely has to feel good.
Yeah, and there's such a momentum shift now for Tribe as well. They need to stay somehow in this, and with that they have to win, most likely on stars, because their first attack was so low on percentage with the 84%, I believe it was, from Picastro. But we have Rikirus up next. He is going in with those dragon attacks a lot. He likes those mass invisibility Royal Champion charges, and he's really, really good with it. And he likes to sometimes bring in the small twists into things as well with his attack. So let's see what he's going to do here. He has the Earthquake, 12 invis spells, everything else looks quite usual. He likes to bring the Rocket Loons in there, not just to snipe things like air defenses, but as well to redirect the Royal Champion to save a couple of those invis spells to then have those for the core early invis, which means he's going to take a lot of damage early on.
Oh yeah, that Royal Champion took a ton of damage, but she's gonna be able to work in here, get that merge multi-defense down. The Fox is pretty healthy in there from what I saw. It's just the Royal Champion took a little damage. And remember, with those Electro Boots, there is a little bit of passive healing. Oh, the Spirit Fox stays out of the invis. Spirit Fox is gonna go down, so that's gonna definitely take away from the remaining 7 invisibilities. Oh, she's off the rails here, trying to keep her back on track after that haste. That's the one thing with the haste there. Sometimes it's hard to keep her going where you want her to.
Yeah, but he's doing a great job of skipping some of those defenses, and this is now exactly what I meant. He likes to bring on those Rocket Loons to redirect the Royal Champion, because we have seen earlier that people like to use then the invisibility spells to redirect the Royal Champion, which just costs too many spells. That's just how it works. And this is where he brings those invis spells instead, taking down with the aura all of those defenses. Is he going to get the fire spell? That would be massive, but no! It is going to survive.
Barely stayed up. It's barely hanging on, but now it's going to get healed up there. Like he did, that was a masterclass. Even after he lost the Spirit Fox there, that Royal Champion skipping past those defenses, because the passive damage of those Electro Boots is enough to take them down. So it's definitely, if you're watching at home, and I see a lot of questions in chat about Spirit Charges and the timing and all that kind of stuff. One thing, if you're able to skip the defenses like Rikira's did there and time it up just like that, man, you can get so much value. Here comes that Lava Hound in to provide a little bit of support here for the Dragons. Does have those Inferno Dragons, and we're seeing those be more and more of a factor. And we've seen those actually come in clutch in the last war. So we'll see if these Inferno Dragons can add that extra firepower, as he's starting to lose a little bit of Dragons to Seeking Air Mines, and now that Monolith firing away. A lot of damage, but Rikira still has a lot of force. But man, that back into that base is looking tough at too.
Yeah, but we see again the furnace inside, or the multiple furnaces inside the siege barracks here. You have the core waking up again from the dark orb ability, but he has the Phoenix on there, so he's going to take the core out either way. The Giga Bomb on the back end can still play a role, and Dragons, there's not many of them alive. The furnaces and the fire mites are trying their best to somehow overpower the core, but I just don't think that's going to be enough. It's going to be another high percentage, but not a triple.
Yeah, I was trying to look for some reaction there from Rikira's, and there's a little bit of disappointment as you see those fire mites from the furnace. And I think you're right there. It's just going to be in the low 90s here as those fire spirits will just get that Expo out and then maybe get over to the air sweeper. So maybe 94% by the time it's all done at most here. But Tribe Gaming had to get a triple there. Now Dizi Group are really in a commanding spot where if they put a triple here, this war is basically over. It is going to be 94% as we wait on those fire spirits to dissipate. But yeah, look at that disappointment there on Rikira's face. A very ambitious plan, but ultimately the middle of that base was too strong for him.
Yeah, an interesting choice to go into 2 fire spitters, which I'm quite surprised about. I mean, I know the fire spitters might seem not as dangerous, especially if they're not inside a rage tower. But still, going against 2 of them when they're that far back inside the core of the base is always dangerous. So yeah, I'm a little bit surprised there. But in the end, high percentage, still another 3-star, and now it's back to Dizi Group because they have, again, everything in their own hands, as we have seen earlier already in our first match. 3-star means that they have a pretty much safe shot at winning the match. But again, if they don't 3-star, everything is still open because Temper has still 1 attack to do.
Yeah, still a lot of war to be played here. And we always see these 3rd and 4th spots really kind of decide a lot of these wars, whether it's a comeback or just pushing the advantage. Zekin coming in with some dragons of his own. We do have 10 invisibilities here, so it's going to be another epic, huge spirit charge here for this world champion. And it looks like he's going to try to push her in and take down the town hall. We see this starting to be kind of more of a meta play where you get that town hall down and you don't have to worry about it, because remember, that extra 20% damage from the town hall, it hurts when you leave that up. So getting it down early is definitely a huge play.
Yeah, but great start for Zekin. Royal Champion doing exactly what he wanted her to go, and he did not lose that many hit points on his hero, and as well, not losing the Fox that early. Having 1 or 2 rotations from the Fox further inside the base is such a big game changer, because remember, every single rotation saves you 1 invisibility spell. And even if you have 12 of them, that might sound like a lot. But remember, having 13, 14, 15 of those spells is even better. I mean, that's quite simple, right?
Yeah, that's the whole point of it, right? That's why we see these spirit charges, because it is so strong. And that's why we see this as an opener for what probably 90% of our attacks here in the World Championships and esports in general right now. The Electro Boots and the Spirit Charge is just one way to kind of counter some of the extra damage you see from the hard mode. Even in regular mode, I mean, the Electro Boots are just such a powerful opener, because you can also set the funnel and set the pathing for an attack. It's like Clash of Clans basics. Like the 101 of Clash of Clans is funneling, and using the Electro Boots and that Spirit Charge allows you to set a huge funnel, and then you can bring, whether it's the dragons or the roots or whatever other attack you're using, you can bring them right along with the entry that you did with those Electro Boots. And that's what we're seeing exactly here from Zekin, as the dragons are working through the middle, queens on the outside. It's a good, strong start.
Then you see as an Ice Golem for the back end, same as a Yeti, which he can still deploy. Wondering where exactly he's going to deploy that. Maybe he forgot about that for the Archer Queen, and this is maybe why he's not that happy right now. I'm not really sure, but we still have that for the back end. The rocket rooms are there, and he's celebrating. Ooh. He knows that he's looking good. The Ice Golem tanking the Wizard Tower, trying his best to help.
Yeah, he feels good about it, and you can see why these defenses are falling one by one. As Minion Prince is in there working on the defending Minion Prince, and he's going to go over to that merge multi-defense next, and it's going to be another 3-star for Dizi group, and they have come out strong. 3 for 4 on their triples here so far. The one miss was the one we didn't see from Den, which was still a 94%. This Dizi group squad is looking powerful so far.
They are looking really, really strong with their attacks, and that last attack was not even close. I mean, he had plenty of troops left in the end. He even was able to pretty much, to some degree, was able to swag the Yeti and as well the Ice Golem. So a really great plan, great execution, getting the value early on with the Royal Champion charge. And then I think the perfect spot to start with his dragons to create the pathing in the back of the sweeper, the same as well the Fire Spitter. Now we need a miracle for a tribe to win, because they just not need a 3-star, but as well a 1-star defense at least. And for that, Temper first has a 3-star to somehow make this miracle possible. So let's see if Temper can do it.
Yeah, it's definitely a tall task, that is for sure. He's going to come in with the Root Riders, with the Spirit Charge as well. One thing to keep in mind, even if Tribe Gaming do end up losing this, which it kind of looks like that's the way it's heading, they're not eliminated. This is just the first of the double elimination, so they'll head down to the lower bracket. But that also means that they're going to have to play a little bit later today in an elimination matchup if that's the way it does go. So it's always tough when you see you're back up against the wall and you have to play those early elimination matchups. But Itsu, last month, we saw NAVI make the full lower bracket run to the grand finals. They ultimately lost to Dizi, the main Dizi squad, but they did make a full lower bracket run. So even though you might go down there early, it's not impossible to make it to the grand finals.
No, that's for sure. We have seen plenty of comebacks of good teams of making it to the finals, even though if they were dropping to the lower bracket early on, and nothing is impossible. But I feel like we should concentrate on this attack a bit further, because the opening looks flawless from Temper here, getting the Royal Champion charge without taking too much damage on his Royal Champion, being able to redirect her, and now having the Lock Launcher to snipe the Multi-Inferno Tower and as well the Poison Tower in behind the first couple of layers of walls, and then having the Royal Champion with the Root Riders entering from the far right side, as this looks like.
I think this is like one of the most underappreciated skills. Being able to use that log launcher and get the value and line it up perfectly there. I wish I was able to do that. I've tried to do it and it just never works out for me. But when these pros do it, it looks so easy. It looks so coordinated, so planned. And Temper is one of the best at it, as you saw him get that multi-inferno down, excuse me. But now those roots are taking a lot of damage. He's gonna have to use that warden ability soon. Keep an eye on those roots' health. He's losing roots. Oh, barely gets the warden ability. But man, I think he lost 1 or 2 roots there. They will get the healing from the healing tome, but that was a really close call.
And the Warden is ignoring all of the Root Riders and instead going to the core with the triple Yetis from that lock launcher, and is even now still sticking with the Yeti. Okay, never mind. It's an old man. He doesn't really know what he's going for. Now he's back with the Root Riders after keeping and helping those Yetis alive in the core. But it's now back on track. The healers are trying their best to keep the troops alive, even though they're stuck on the healers. The Royal Champion with the Rocket Spear are trying to fire away on those defense from a safe range. But there's still so much space left in this one. There's still 2 hero abilities.
Yeah, there's still a lot to go, but I don't know. That Giant is always a big factor in here. We've seen the Giant kind of clutch up some attacks, and the Queen's still at full health, so he can hold on to that for quite a while still. Royal Champion has an Invis. There goes that Invis right there. If he can get over to that merge multi-defense with the Royal Champion, maybe even just get some damage on it, that'll be really nice. Look at it. The Royal Champion's got, oh my goodness, almost got that down. Itsu, I think he might have this.
Might have this. I mean, time is ticking as well. The Booger is not going to make that much. The Sneezy is going down right away. The first clone is going down. This Merc Multi-Tower is doing so much damage. It is crazy. And this means it is going to be a defense indeed.
Oh man, that is so important. Oh, the Bash Jinx is back. My bad, Temper, my bad. I'm so bad about Jinx. I thought for sure either the Sneezy or the Booger would get that merge multi-defense down, and ultimately it comes in and it destroys everything. It's gonna be 97% there, and Tribe Gaming just up against it here.
And I saw the next attack is already live, so I hope we can jump right into that, because I think we don't want to miss that one, because it is going to be the final attack of Dizi Group. So let's hope that we can jump into that attack as quickly as possible to get the live action going. And exactly, thank you production for getting this quickly up, because we have a Royal Champion charge from Chien from Dizi with another Root Rider follow-up. He's trying to take down this top compartment to create that pathing needed for his Root Riders to approach that base. And this time around, Bash, no lock launcher.
No log launcher at all, but this Royal Champion. Dizi Group have been so good about keeping that Spirit Fox up. He even keeps the Spirit Fox up through the recall here, so he'll have the Spirit Fox a little bit later in the attack. And I think that's been a big factor here. You talked about it on the previous attack. Getting those extra couple rotations out of the Spirit Fox is so massive. And now that Spirit Fox is still up for Chien as he makes his entry into the middle of the space. Going to go right through the Town Hall, secure that 2-star early, and move forward in this tournament.
Yeah, and the pathing so far looks flawless. There's the overgrowth to redirect the Root Riders into the Town Hall and then around this bottom compartment further into the Builder Hut. But right now there's so much damage. We have the damage from the Fire Mites, we have the damage from the Town Hall. Both of them are stacking, which means there's a lot of splash going on versus those troops. And how many Root Riders do we have alive? I think quite a few of them. Black Mines though versus the healers. Bash, do we have only one healer alive at this stage?
Yeah, 1 or 2 right there. I think it's just 1. But the Royal Champion's still in there doing some damage. I mean, he's getting to the 2nd star. At this point, they got the war locked up. So getting the 2nd star will be good. There's that 2nd star at 50%. And Chien is still obviously going to look to try to get that 3-star. The main thing here was locking up that 1st and 2nd star to get that victory and push his team forward in the upper brackets. Dizi Group have come out strong against Tribe Gaming, and they will move forward in the upper bracket. We'll see them playing a little bit later on here today against that Navi squad that made the comeback against their sister clan, Dizi.
Yep, that is right. This one, I mean, he has 2 hero abilities, right? Like, we were calling this attack off. I mean, we know how strong heroes can be, depending on how the spikes are going and jumping. Maybe this has a chance, maybe 30 seconds. King trying his best to tank. But no, I think the multi-inferno tower is just out of reach. Not being really able to reach that with this Queen. This means it is going to be indeed a 2-star, but that's exactly what he needed with this attack. Great win for Dizi Group, completely dominating in this match with a 13-11 win. And this seems to be the name of the game. I mean, the first match ended 13-11. The second match now finishes as well with the same score. and overall really convincing wins from those, convincing scores from those winning teams. Really, really strong. And I think right now we should quickly check the attack from Denon as well. Maybe because that was one of the attacks we were missing earlier. But let's see if we're going to repeat that and watch the replay.
Yeah, we fell a little bit behind early in this war. As you guys saw, the first couple of attacks were replays there. But ultimately, we got to the live action, and honestly, we got to the lives at the perfect time. We saw those back-to-back-to-back 3-stars there. So definitely a great time to get caught up here. Sometimes those things happen in tournaments. Those timed hits can be a little bit tricky with a live production. But yeah, here we go. This is the attack from Denden that we didn't get to see. Looks like it was a dragon attack with that huge spirit charge, 11 of the invisibilities along with the earthquake there. They're gonna put that royal champion in towards the town hall. We got live Denden player cam, not Denden attacking cam. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, let's hope that he's all right. But we have the town hall takedown, and again, there's the earthquake to really take down 29% of the hit points of those buildings. If you go into the town hall or in general into areas with a lot of hit points on those defenses, that is always a smart thing to do, of keeping the royal champion moving quicker through those defenses. And he got a lot of value, so this attack looks quite convincing. But I think at the same time, we have seen now so many dragon attacks where the royal champion charge is for the oh no, the fox not being in range there. But we have seen so many dragon attacks now being having the royal champion charge on the town hall that I assume most of the black mines are always on the opposite side, which makes those dragon attacks way tougher.
Yeah, it's definitely a tall task there, but using the earthquake on the town hall is such a good play. You get like almost 3,000 hit points of the town hall taken down. Also with the monolith there, you get like another 1,500 hit points. So it's just a really nice play. Instead of having that royal champion use up another invis and try to get the spears through there, you just get that hit points right off the top. Here come the dragons in from the bottom of the deck. Now, we do know that this one does not get across the finish line, but I want to see where it kind of fizzles out here because it was really close at the 94% mark. But it looks like one factor we've seen on a couple of these attacks going into that fire spitter, not only the fire spitter, but that sweeper as well. All that damage is really hard to negate and just can really eat these dragons alive.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if it might be worth it to switch out the king, because we have the king with the siege barracks, right? So maybe it would be worth it to have the queen with the siege barracks, maybe with the giant arrow to snipe that sweeper, because you typically don't have any spells left on the back end to take or like approach one of those sweepers. And well, having not this issue might be a big deal. And this one was quite close. I feel like this one air defense really being the difference maker.
Yeah, this one definitely right there, almost across the finish line, but just fell a little bit short here. So Dizi Group, man, Dizi Group were pretty impressive in this war. All of their attacks were really, really close. I mean, we saw this one from Denden. The last attack from Qian just kind of seemed like a safer play just to secure the victory, but this one just barely misses as Qian's going to actually get that air defense down from those fire spirits. But the air defense was ultimately what held these dragons back. So that was the attack that we missed. Just catching you guys all up on all of the action as we did fall a little bit behind in this war. Those things happen sometimes, but luckily we got to see most of the action live, and it was a really, really impressive war there, Etsu.
That's right. But now let's take a look at the bracket and how things are unfolding after the second match of today. We have NAVI winning 13-11. We have Dizi Group now getting the same result. And this means we have NAVI versus Dizi Group in the upper bracket. And don't worry, we're going to have 8 matches in total, which means we're going to still have this match happening later today. But as well in the lower bracket, we're going to have Tribe Gaming versus Dizi later today. And we're going to see 2 teams going home already today. But the next 2 matches are still in the upper bracket. It's going to be Vatic, Esports versus Elevate, and then as well another match right after. So a ton of action still left to play, Ash.
Yeah, still a lot to come. A lot of upper brackets still to go. A lot of lower brackets still to go. But we're going to quickly take a quick break, set the table for the next matchup. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with Vatic versus Elevate in our next matchup. And we are back at it here, and welcome back, the one and only Judo Slav. Judo, what a matchup we had there. Dizi group looking pretty impressive. What do you think of that last matchup?
I think there goes my predictions, Bash. Definitely not what I expected, but some phenomenal attacks, and I am sure we will have that in the next matchup as well. It is Vatic Esports versus Elevate. Vatic Esports, third in last month's qualifiers, and they did beat Elevate, moving to this qualifier as well. We have Kingsman, Tryhard, Simon, Nachoa, and Imran. A very impressive team, and I'm excited to see what they bring into this qualifier, Bash.
Yeah, they are all ready to go, but we actually have a quick interview from Vatic. Let's see what they have to say.
Hello, my name is Imran. I play for Vatic Esports. My team consists of 5 players, the captain Kingsman. There's Tryhard, myself, Simon, and Nachoa. We are quite a diverse team. 3 of our players are from France. One's from South Africa, which is me, and one is from Sweden, which is Simon. The general mood in the team is very good. We just came back from a trip from Paris. We all went for a boot camp with the Vatic org. We went for about 10 days. And yeah, I think the mood's perfect. Everyone is comfortable with each other. We're all quite good friends, apart from Clash. So yeah, mood's very nice. I hit last. I'm the 5th hitter, the closer of the team. So that would require me to be quite, I'd say, alert. Especially hitting last, you need to be quite confident in your plans. I would say you either go for like a triple or save 2-star. It just depends whatever the war requires. And yeah, my role, apart from a team member, I would say, I think everyone has a specific role in the team. Mine is just to test bases, I would say. Yeah, I think I would say we are the best. That's a bit of a cliche thing to say, but yeah, I wouldn't really name another team that I would think is better. So yeah, I'd say we're the best.
You gotta love the confidence there from Imran. I think it is cliche to say you're the best, but you also need that confidence when you're playing in these high stakes tournaments. I think that's a good thing. You know, some people may see need to be humble, but I think that's the right attitude.
Hey, if you're not going to back yourself, then who else will, right? You, like you said, you need that confidence in yourself and just drive forward, give it what you've got. But let's move across to Elevate. We can have a look at their lineup and discuss their team, because equally as impressive, Bash, we have Selinho, Bernal, Leo, Pato, and Max on their roster as well. So it's a stacked lineup for this one.
Yeah, former world champions here, 4 out of the 5. And now having Max into the lineup is a great addition, but we also have an interview for them. So let's hear what Elevate have to say.
Hello, I'm Max. I'm on Team Elevate. We're a very experienced team. All of us have been on the World Championship stage. 3 of us are world champions. I just recently joined this month, and yeah, we're hoping to do good in our first qualifier. We're all pretty motivated. We're working really hard trying to win this golden ticket. Yeah, so we're excited for the upcoming tournament. I mean, we don't really have specific roles for each player. We all kind of work together as a team. You know, it's a little bit unusual because I don't speak Portuguese and the rest of the team doesn't speak too much English, but we still all understand the game, so we work together. We train together, we prepare bases. Selinho does a lot of base building. The rest of our team doesn't do as much with that. We have other base builders as well, Ghost. And then we also have Velami, our manager and coach. I think we're the strongest team right now. We have really good offense and defense. We've been working really hard, and I think you'll see our preparations pay off this weekend.
Max, a great addition to the squad. As you see here, look at this on defense. Max 33 for 34 attacks were fails, never gotten tripled in stage 2. Great average hit rate, but on the opposite of that, look at Pato's hit rate there, Judo.
Yeah, just showing the offensive capability they have as a team and the defensive as well. Pato, 28 out of 35 hits at a 3-star. That is super impressive. And his triple streak as well, 15. Let's see if he can continue that today. Oh my goodness me. Nearly 2 perfect legend days in hard mode as well. Pretty impressive if you ask me.
Yeah, how do you go 15 triples in a row in hard mode? Like you mentioned, that's nearly 2 perfect days in Legends. I can barely get 1 perfect day in Legends. That's super, super impressive. So Elevate are definitely playing at the top of their game here as we're getting ready for match number 3. We still got a little time here to set the table, but this one should be a really good matchup. We saw Vatic Esports last month. Man, they had such an impressive first day. Their day 1, they looked unstoppable, but day 2, they came in and they just fell a little bit flat, if I'm being honest. But Elevate, former world champions on this team, they know what it takes to get it done. I love the additions of Max to this team. You talked about it a little bit. They don't necessarily all speak the same language, as 4 out of the 5 guys speak Portuguese and he speaks English, but it's all Clash of Clans. We all understand and love Clash of Clans, and you gotta love that. Gotta love the teamwork as they prepare here for this matchup.
Exactly. I mean, if you can all triple, then you can all triple, right? And then that's all that is required. But we can take a little bit of a look at the audience prediction, because I know that both you and I have the same picks throughout of the day. We both went with Vatic here, and it looks like the audience is on our side as well. Maybe because they came 3rd last month, but 33% for Elevate as well. Certainly not, too far away in terms of what the audience thinks here.
Yeah, honestly, for me, this one is more like closer to 50-50 for me personally. I like what Vatic has been doing. They did the boot camp last month, and I really love their day 1 here. But ultimately, it is a double elimination tournament, so we'll have to see how these matchups kind of play out. But for me personally, I think this one's a lot closer than maybe the polls are indicating there. And we'll see it when it comes down to battle. But our first 2 matches have been, 13-11. We'll have to see if that trend continues or if we can break it here with something different.
Yeah, well, interestingly, when these teams faced each other just, moving into the qualifiers, it was 13-10 that Vatic was able to pull out that victory, which seems, quite convincing. But like you said, things are a little bit different once you get into the qualifying stage with World Championship winners on your side. Just having that little bit extra experience through the team. I mean, Vatic certainly has a lot of experienced players as well, but they've never crossed that line to take first. And maybe that'll be the difference maker here, Bash.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely a factor to keep in mind throughout this whole season. And it looks like we're going to have the new guy, Max, be our first attacker for Elevate. He's going to go up against Simon's base. Funny enough, you mentioned Vatic not able to cross the finish line. Simon coming over from Synchronic, the defending world champion. So maybe he brings that little bit of pedigree and that experience that the Vatic team need to help cross that finish line. That's something we can kind of keep our eyes on as well, with the addition of players swapping around. That's what I kind of love about the esports, is we see those players swap around throughout the seasons here. But Max is going to come in with Root Riders to get us going.
Yeah, just starting out with the Royal Champion there over to the left-hand side of the base, making sure he can get the rotations right. You guys have talked about it quite a lot in the first couple of matches, obviously, but trying to make sure you can protect the Spirit Fox at the same time allows you to get that little bit further into the base, and obviously massive when it comes to recalling the Royal Champion as well.
Yeah, it's one of those tough things to do. Oh, actually, Royal Champion gets caught up on the Queen a little bit here, but that's not a bad thing because he got a lot of damage on the Queen, and now the passive damage will actually take that Queen down. So not having a defending hero, which remember, those defending heroes are going to have 20% more health and 20% more damage. So not having that to deal with later in the attack could actually be a really, really good thing. He's going to go ahead and set the table up top with the Queen there. Now here come all those roots. He's going to surge right in towards the Town Hall, but the Town Hall is actually going to be shut down with the Overgrowth, but it'll also shut down those Fire Spitters. A great play with the Overgrowth.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Diving right into both Fire Spitters makes sense to just lock them down and then try and come at them a little bit once you've got further round and maybe out of range of one of them as well as they path towards the Giga Bomb, and that does combine with other traps as well, but looking good so far, just holding on to the abilities as much as possible. Second Overgrowth again locks one of those Fire Spitters down so you can eliminate a bit of damage in the middle there.
I love when you can use the second Overgrowth to shut down some of that defense, but also create the pathing that's going to push those Root Riders forward into the base, allow them to get to some of those heavy defenses on the back, and then they'll be able to loop in towards that Monolith on the back end there. Those Ice Golems are stalling things a little bit up here. Ice Golems out of the Clan Castle, and now the Overgrowth wears out. Here goes the Queen ability. The Giant now coming onto the board. Remember, that Giant is so beefy, so many hit points here, but now can he get through these final few defenses, as it looks like the roots have faded out? Still has the Yetis, has all three of the queens, kings on the outside, and the royal champion still has ability. This is looking good, Judo.
Yeah, only just used it there, Bash, with 2 invis spells left over as well. I mean, he's celebrating already. What a way to start this wall for Elevate. Max coming out swinging with a 3-star, and that was very convincing as well. Super impressive start.
Interesting enough, putting his glasses back there. I was wondering, because he was attacking without his glasses, but I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen Max without his glasses on. But there he goes, puts his glasses back on, and it's a very impressive 3-star, 2 minutes 11 seconds. And that's why you go out and you add a player like Max to your team. He's new this month, but you can see why they were interested in him. He's a great player. He's well known throughout the community, a fan favorite. And just, I mean, look at that attack. A 3-star in 2 minutes 11 seconds. Who doesn't want that on their squad?
Exactly. I mean, he's very young as well and able to just literally grow with experience, right? Coming out as the first attacker with pressure on you as well. 3 stars, beautiful job. And as I'd mentioned, Elevate, they only put up 10 stars versus Vatic when they faced each other last week, and they've already got that first 3-star. But we mentioned Simon as well, being one of the winners last year with Synchronic, so maybe he can get a return straight away and just level things out.
Simon gonna come in with Root Riders of his own. He usually has some kind of little twist with it, or he has a unique play on his attacks, but it looks like a pretty straightforward approach here with the invisibilities. Gonna go ahead and shut down that multi-arch tower so that the royal champion will go over to the ricochet cannon. He does have the recall spell in there, has a couple rocket balloons that he can use a little bit later on the attack, but nothing too crazy. And Simon maybe just getting back to basics here, using what's known to work. That way he can try to get his team right back on the board. They definitely could use a 3-star response after that early 3-star from Max. There's the recall, the funnel set, great pathing so far.
Yeah, I really like that as well. Notice the last invis, he just used it early, not trying to get greedy and get a Spirit Fox rotation in, just in case you lose her. Being able to keep the Spirit Fox for that attack means that you can shift your focus a little bit and know that the Royal Champion is better protected through the base, because he's moving into a lot of damage here initially, overgrowthing the Town Hall as he's starting to get inside that range, and just slowly working around the defenses here. Still got the King to deploy up the top, which he's doing just now.
All right, let's see if he can push everything through the middle. That's what that King's in there for, to start pushing those roots in towards the middle of the base. The overgrowth will be wearing off shortly. He does have rocket loons out of the clan castle. Looks like they're going down to an archer that's down there at the bottom. You see the barrels from that troop thrower going into the middle of the base. But now that town hall is awake and there's nothing near it. You need to deal with that town hall, because that's a lot of damage. That's an extra 20% damage on top of all of the damage that it already puts out. So you got to get through that. But not only that, you have to get that for the 2nd star on the attack.
Exactly. You see Valkyries and the Yetis now just running around to redirect there. He does have a couple of Super Barbarians held as well, just in case he needs to send those to the Town Hall, because the Royal Champion is all of the way off to the left of the map. Ability is used, but he's still got the Queen ability, like you said, with the Giant, that can add that little bit extra on the back end of the base if you need it.
Yeah, but that Town Hall just ate up so many resources there. The healers, they're fine for now, but if they hit a couple red air bombs, they could get taken out. There goes the giant that you just mentioned there, Judo. 3 queens will be on the board as well with the magic mirror. Still got the royal champion. Oh, she goes down there. Royal champion still working through there with the king. He's got a little bit of force, but there's also some defenses, and that royal champion on defense, it's going to be a tough factor to get through. Now she goes away from the queen.
Yeah, I think it's just going to fall short here, I would think, due to that defending Royal Champion, because the cloned queens will go down. We'll see. Giant does get back out in front here, actually, but with 17 seconds, all of the walls, even though it's the big favorite target of the queen, she's just not going to get through them all to get the 3 stars. A high percentage, but with Elevate coming out with a 3-star, that means that Vatic are behind after the first attack.
He is so close there, man. That was so close. A 98% time fails. He definitely had the firepower there to get through, but ultimately those last 2 buildings, big disappointment there for Simon, as that one could have gone either way, but the queen just could not get through the walls. Like, that was the kind of the factor of the queen having to go deal with that town hall. She was kind of distracted. She was off to the side. She had to break through some walls, and that ultimately was why this attack failed. Now, it would have been a little bit tougher. It's hard to say because she would have been with that main force taking a little bit more damage. Maybe the giant gets forced a little bit earlier. It's always hard to say, but her getting held up there definitely played a factor there in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you've got to say that the average has been around about 13 stars, you could say. So they've got a high percentage 2-star attack as well that they can fall back on. But ultimately, you want to get the 3 stars on the board. So Elevate looking to capitalize on that. Again, we have the Royal Champion diving in, setting up for the Root Riders. Pato this time starting off from the right-hand side.
Right, Royal Champion going in here. Great use of the Invis. We've said this a couple times already today. Trying to protect that Spirit Fox so you can get those extra rotations because there is just a little bit of overlap there between the Spirit Fox, her invisibility and the invisibility spells. The duration, remember that was nerfed on the invisibility spells. So you got to time it just right. And that Spirit Fox taking a little bit of damage from the Town Hall. One more shot and the Spirit Fox will go down, but that is the last Invis. So Patso looks like he got most of the value he was looking for there. Maybe try to pick up the multi, but it seemed like the funnel was set pretty nicely there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it would be nice to get the multi, but like you said, getting that funnel set is the main thing. Interestingly, going with the Rage Vial on this one. We've seen that in the last war when you commentated it with Itsu. So that's why we have the healing spell as well, just to make sure we can be protecting the healers after the Town Hall. Queen trying to quickly take out those defenses to make sure the Root Riders continue moving into the middle. And now we see the Barbarian King looking to extend the funnel to keep the Root Riders in the base itself.
And this is something we're starting to see a little bit more of as players bringing that heal spell into hard mode. We see the healing tome being used on the Warden oftentimes, but having that extra heal spell, especially like, look at the heal. The heal right now is in, and it's on all of those troops, not to mention you got the healers in there. So keeping all of those troops healthy and going through the back end of the base is such a big factor. Now the King's gonna go ahead and cut this funnel off so those roots will make the turn to push in towards that monolith. A great play from Pacho here as he still has the King ability and the Queen ability, so a lot of force even to be deployed on the base. But he has a lot of heavy hitters remaining. He's still Ricochet cannons, Expos, the monolith now factoring in. This one can still go either way.
It certainly can. It's difficult to call. He had a beautiful Warden ability as everything was splitting, but once that wore off, it meant that everything's just taking a lot of damage. With those 2 hero abilities, it is hard to call. Maybe he can use the King ability to keep the Queen moving through the middle, but with the walls and no Root Riders left, it's going to be tricky to get towards those final few defenses here, Bash. Let's see when he decides to use these abilities.
It's one of those tough things on bases like this. Like, do you take the big risk and go into all these heavy defenses, or do you go right at the Town Hall and then finish, and then your forces are kind of depleted here? And we see that playing a factor, but here comes the Queen with her ability. The Giant is out from that action figure equipment. Queen's still factoring in there. She's hitting away. But man, that last compartment over there, Judo, looking at that multi-Archer Tower, I don't think he's going to have enough time to get it over there. He may have had enough force, but only 8 seconds remain.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Very, very close. I mean, look at the percentage, though, like what we said with the attack from Simon. So 97% this time from Elevate. So Vatic very much still in this. If they get a 3-star on the next attack, then it's pretty much as close as you can get. Just one building.
I like his mouse pad there. I'm just going to go ahead and say that. But 97%, 2 time fails back to back. Very, very unfortunate. Man, that is such a tough one there. As you saw Patso, the disappointment. Same thing with Simon. He was disappointed there. I think anytime you're going to get the time fail there, another factor there, Judo, the streak is broken. Patso, he had 15 in a row.
Yeah.
This is what the time failed. So unfortunate.
Yeah, well, it's going to be broken at some point, isn't it? Let's see whether he can actually defend versus Kingsman this time. Man, I mean, I've got to say, I love the charisma that Kingsman brings to the streams as well. So let's see what he's got for us on this one. Super Yetis wanting to go a little bit different, and the Angry Jelly on the Warden as well here, Bash.
He's been pairing his Fireball with these smash attacks. It's a little bit of an interesting play, but it's actually been working really well for him. I remember last month he had one of the more impressive entries with the Warden with that Fireball. He's gonna go ahead and use that Warden, rage him up, and get the Town Hall down. I actually didn't see if the Warden has Fireball, if he's just gonna use the Angry Jelly to snipe the Town Hall here, which, I mean, that would be crazy good value. Yeah, look at that. The Town Hall is going to go down. I'm not sure if we can check out the Warden equipment there, if it is Fireball or not, but I'm going to say not because he doesn't have the Invises here. So I think he's just setting up to take that Town Hall down with the Angry Jelly.
I guess we'll find out. There you go then. It is indeed the Eternal Tome and a beautiful Cocoa Angry Jelly there as well to take down one of those Seeking Air Mines. Now just going to let the Warden set a little bit more of a funnel because unlike what we've been seeing every attack with the Root Riders who are defense targeting, you've got to be careful on regular buildings. The storage is in the base as well when it comes to the Super Yetis, Bash.
Yeah, they can be definitely tough. And one thing with them also is getting through the walls. They're not like Root Riders. They're not going to just eat through the walls. They have to pound through the walls. But having the Electro Titans in there along with the King, a jump spell, that's all going to factor in here. He did go with the Siege Barracks on the outside. And one thing you definitely want to do is make sure you keep that outside as clean as possible, because if those Yetis find their ways to the outside, and you leave the middle of the base up, that can definitely be tall task to overcome, but he's got everything in the middle. King is gonna go to ability and open the base up here, and great value so far.
Yeah, like where did the middle of the base go there, Bash? You've seen the Electro Chains from the Super Yetis in combination with the King's ability vaporize the center. We've really got to hope the Royal Champion can really get this left-hand side cleared out. The Queen is going to get stuck on the wall there, but he's got a couple of spells to support the Royal Champion as well. Queen helping to thin out these defenses and actually keeps her alive as the Spirit Fox helps with the Royal Champion, and he's still got that Royal Champion ability. Looking good here, but there's 50 seconds. Can he clean up in time is the question.
His Queen ability was amazing. He popped that Queen ability at a perfect time to get the 3 Queens on the board with the Magic Mirror and then the action figure, using that to get the Giant out in front to tank. It's all going to really come down to the Royal Champion, but she still has ability here. He does have a couple swag wall breakers, so let's see what he brings in with this Royal Champion. Can she finish it off? Queen's stuck on a wall. She'll be able to come in and clean up. Here comes the Hog Puppet now with the Electro Boots. He's feeling good. There goes the Fist Pump, and it feels like Kingsman. Yeah, he's going to get the triple on the board, and Vatic get the response. Judo, we're at a 1% difference. The advantage actually in Vatic Esports' favor now.
Yep, that's exactly what I said, right? With Simon putting up that high 98% 2-star, sometimes you have to have confidence in your teammates as well. Kingsman coming out swinging to make sure that they can take that slight lead. No team can rest easy yet, though. That is for sure. 2 attacks in, neck and neck. Both of these teams clearly wanting to stay in the upper bracket for as long as possible.
Oh man, what a war we have here. A 1% difference. We're talking the difference between a 98% and a 97%, which both of those attacks could have been 3-stars. They were both ultimately time fails. Leo is going to be up next for Elevate, and this matchup has been so exciting. Let's see what Leo brings to the table. Is now Kingsman, who just 3-starred, will now be on defense.
Well, let's take a look at it then. We have 2 overgrowth spells here for the Root Rider attack. I'm going to make sure to keep careful notice of the equipment this time around, Bash, so we know exactly what is on that Warden. Starting the RC to the right-hand side, trying to just make sure to turn the Wizard Tower invisible, redirect her to the Ricochet Cannon. I always want to say Giant Cannon for that building for some reason, but just to make sure the Aura can take out the Wizard Tower en route.
Yeah, it does kind of look like the Ricochet Cannon from, or the Giant Cannon, excuse me, from Builder Base, but Royal Champion gonna go ahead, start working in here, gets to the Fire Spitter. I love the art on the Fire Spitters, and while we're talking about the buildings here, but this Royal Champion, she got a lot of damage on that Queen. Look, that Queen is barely hanging on, and I think that's something that's really a nice little thing. If you can get some damage on those defending heroes, because they're boosted up now in the hard mode, if you can get that extra damage on them and kind of take them out of the equation, I think that's a big factor. Recall comes in, he did get that poison tower down. Now he's going to go right at the town hall here. He will have to deal with that defending Queen, but remember, she's already weakened and she's already down, Judo.
Yeah, interesting play here. No healing spell for this one, as we've seen in a couple of attacks, but he does have the troop launcher, which presumably will be flinging in some of those Coco Loons to protect the healers. He's got Sneezy on the Queen, interestingly, so let's see whether the Boogers can get some of those as well. Tornado Trap gets popped by something in the middle, but that's going to be ideal because his troops don't really get caught in there, and they can just strip out some of these defenses before the Town Hall becomes active again.
There it is. Town Hall's active now. He's got the poison spell there on the defending furnace, so that's going to go down as well. That furnace, if you don't see it and you don't get that poison on it, it can be such a hassle. There goes the warding ability to protect all those troops. So we still got the barrels launching in there from the troop launcher. Town Hall finally goes down from the Yetis and now the Royal Champion. And he also popped off that Royal Champion's ability so he could throw out those rocket spears. I love getting that out early.
Yeah, he's had to do that because unfortunately he did lose his healers at the top. You can see the troops on the left-hand side fading fast because of that. Still has some hero abilities for this back end, but he's also got a couple of very hard-hitting defenses which are going to come active again. So let's see how much firepower he can have moving through here. He's got a couple of Root Riders clinging on. Is it enough to open the wall? It's not going to be. So let's see what the King and the Spiky Ball can do to help out here.
Yeah, but luckily the Royal Champion just jumps right over that wall. Queen's still a factor in here as well. That Queen powers on through. Royal Champion does finally fall. Now that Ricochet Cannon is going to deal so much damage to this Queen. She needs to get as much hits on it as possible, but the Ricochet Cannon is too strong. Taking down the Giant now as well. You mentioned the King does have that spiky ball. If he times it just right here, it could be a big factor, but there's only 15 seconds, Judo. All those buildings are weak in the middle. Here comes the spiky ball, and it's gonna land.
Finish!
Bam! It's a 3-star for Leo.
He just wanted to celebrate with it. Oh my goodness. Trying to wait until those archers had picked off those non-defensive buildings on the outside just to smash through with the spiky ball, get that 3-star, and keep this war entertaining for us. Back-to-back stuff. Now it's back towards Vatic to get another 3-star as Elevate creep back in the lead.
Stone cold spiky ball there, holding it to the last second. But then big factor there was the Queen was able to get just enough damage on some of those buildings along with that giant so that the spiky ball gets the one shot. Wow, what a play from Leo. Now it's going to be over to Tryhard. And Tryhard, there is not much wiggle room here, not much room for error, as we have a 1% war. And if Tryhard can get the triple on the board, Vatic Esports will still have the slightest of advantages.
Yes, they will. So let's take a close look here. Just 4 invis spells for this one. So just going to try and set up that funnel, try and get Monolith, maybe 1 or 2 other things over there, maybe even set the Giga Bomb off in that location before he recalls, but he's got to be very careful here as well. The Monolith is one of those fast targeting defenses, so if you are visible for a split second, it'll get a strike off, and that's why he overuses the invisibility spells, doesn't try and get that Spirit Fox rotation, and then whips the Royal Champion out of there to keep her safe.
Good call on that, Judo, as he's going to go ahead and send in that log launcher. The log launcher right into the Expo and the Ricochet Cannon were distracted by the Skeleton spell. Now the Ricochet Cannon goes over to the log launcher, but has enough damage been done? The Expo goes down, and it looks like the Yetis should be able to get that Ricochet Cannon down. They do just that. So a great opener here from Tryhard. They still get a long ways to go on this base with 2 minutes left. He could shut down a portion with the Overgrowth. We'll see if it goes on the Town Hall. It does go right there on the Town Hall in that Fire Spitter that was pointing towards all of his troops. So just negating a lot of damage early on.
Yeah, just trying to keep an eye here as to what is going to happen when that Town Hall comes back alive. He does not have another Overgrowth to shut it down. It's going to be firing at all of these troops. What is he going to use to secure that, I wonder, because everything's going to just move around. Royal Champion not in an ideal spot in order to snipe that off either, so interesting play here.
Actually, the Ice Golem is holding things up here. Might be good for him. The King's able to clear some of those buildings on the outside. He does use the Royal Champion's ability, so those Rocket Spears can go in and get the Town Hall. Is it enough to get it? It does. Now he's got to get through those Fire Spitters. Queen's all alone there, but she will have ability. She'll be able to spawn that Giant still. But man, I'm a little bit concerned about this one, Judo. There's not much left, and look at all these heavy-hitting defenses.
He's got to go back towards that multi-gear tower as well in the high DPS mode as well. So he's got a lot of damage. I mean, I guess the good thing is he can sneak behind both of the Fire Spitters. As I say that, the Queen tries to attack one of them in range of the other. But to be honest, I just don't think he's going to get that far anyway. But the Royal Champion sneaks in. Can she take that down and then maybe help? Because he still does have the King ability.
Yeah, the Spiky Ball could be a factor. This one could still be fine, but that Merge multi-defense does so much damage. Wow. Even when it's not raged up, it is one of the hardest hitting defenses in the game. it just can melt these troops as we see it right there, just melting right on through. King Spiky Ball does come in, and it is going to be in the 90s. But ultimately, I think that merge multi-tower is going to be the key factor on this one. Not to mention, there's still a Giga Bomb in that compartment he would have had to deal with, but it's going to be 93% as time is going to fade out here. And now Team Elevate have the advantage, and the door is open for them to close this one out in their final couple of attacks.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that really demonstrates how good these players are. The lowest result in this war is a 93% in hard mode, which is wild. Super impressive either way. Just that little bit short on that one. And I guess it's just as he's moving around the town hall, there's a lot of damage once that overgrowth had worn off. But let's just see what happens on the next one. Can Elevate push things even further? Really tricky war to call here, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't think we can call a winner either way. I think a big factor in that last attack was what you mentioned there, Judo. When that town hall woke up, he really didn't have anything in position to deal with it. But let's go ahead and move forward as Bernal is coming in with our dragons. I believe this is our first dragon attack of the wars. It's been all roots and then the one super Yeti attack, actually our first super Yeti attack of the day. But we've seen these dragons be used time and time again and used with success. The queen now with the angry jelly, he's taking a lot of damage. That could, oh yeah, the queen's already down here, Judo.
Yeah, I gotta say, I like this approach though. I mean, interesting to go with the invisibility vial with the Archer Queen, but time can be an issue on these long Spirit Walk into Dragon attacks. So just trying to strip down some of the base initially with the Queen also gets rid of a couple of defenses to help path the Royal Champion into the middle. But yeah, I mean, she didn't get that much value in this one. Also has the Flame Flinger across to the right-hand side. So if he has enough power, time should not be a factor here. But the Royal Champion taking a lot of damage here as well, Bash.
Yeah, but maybe the queen did just enough there that the Royal Champion is able to kind of clean up the crumbs here. That Royal Champion is eating all these defenses alive. She got through the town hall and then she just surged forward in. Now the troops come out of that flame flinger he had in there. Let's see if he can get that scatter shot down. He doesn't, but that Royal Champion, you can see her line of destruction right through the middle of the base. So yeah, the queen didn't get maybe as much as we would hope for, but it kind of set the tone there for the Royal Champion. But now here come all the dragons and they're a little bit distracted with these outside buildings. Still a long way to go in this one. It's hard to go either way on this still.
Yeah, I mean, the dragons still do have a lot of firepower, but look at the Yeti at the top going to be able to snipe the air defense. Beautiful, which means although they do have the defending queen on the back end, alongside the scatter shot adding damage, at least they don't have to deal with that air defense. Still has a rage and the minion prince ability, but as they start to fall down, he's only got 1 minute. Just a couple of seeking air mines taking down those dragons. I'm not sure if he's even going to have enough time here.
Yeah, those seeking air mines are such a big factor. Giga Bomb's going off. There's another seeking air mine there. Baby Dragon's working on the outside to push everything in, but still with that defending queen, a couple Teslas, the multi-archer tower there, it's going to be tough for him to get through. And Vatic may have gotten the big defense that they needed. Remember, Tryhard's attack was a 93%, so Bernal needs to push up as close to that as possible. Honestly, a 94 would be most optimal, because then if Vatic triple, we would be all squared away. So I think his goal should be 94 on this one.
Yeah, just to make it entertaining for us. And you know what, Bash, he might not be too far away from that. Might not even be too far away from the triple, to be honest with you, because the Minion Prince deals a lot of damage. And with having the Queen setting things up initially, that's where I was saying time wasn't going to be that big of a factor, but that multi-archer tower dealing a lot of damage does creep over the 94% anyways, Bash. So, you know, it is going to mean that they are in the lead on percentage.
Judo, it's another time fail. It's a 99% time fail. I thought that one was going to be done at the low 90s. That's why I said that the 94 would be optimal. But Bernal actually had enough firepower in there, proving me to be a fool. It's another time fail in this war. Is that our third time fail in this one?
I think so. I mean, to be honest, it's just he set things up so good for the time that I guess the main factor was, like, even though he did have enough strength to get through the back end, it was really that he lost too much firepower through the middle that it then caused issue with it being, you know, time. And I guess it's just difficult as well with looking at things. Maybe he could have used the queen slightly differently. I'm really interested on the invisibility vial pick there as well. Not sure if you have any ideas on that one, but I feel like he could have probably got better value with even just the magic mirror.
It seemed like almost, I don't know, because that was definitely an unconventional dragon attack. It seemed like he just was targeting certain defenses there with the queen and the royal champion, just kind of setting the table for the dragons. I don't know. I mean, it got really close. It was 99% there. Ultimately, just a couple of seconds, and he would have had a 3-star. But let's move forward as Nichoa is in, and Vatic Esports need a 3-star. But even with a 3-star, they will be down on defense. So they have to get a triple here in one of these last 2 attacks. But also, they need to hold Elevate on defense on their final attack.
Yeah, he lost the Spirit Fox early there, and then as he was turning the scatter shot invisible, I was like, he's not going to have enough aura damage to take it down, but he had the Earthquake in the back pocket. I love the use of the log launcher here as well. Well protected, nothing's going to target the log launcher. He could just snipe the multi and the fire spitter in the center, whilst he's then focusing on the Root Riders, sideswiping along next to it.
That's why these guys are pros, Judo. I would never think to make that play. That's an insane play as the fire spitter goes down. Now that multi-inferno is going to go down, and he's going to have those Yetis pulling out the clan castle, and the Yeti mites bouncing through there, damaging up more of those defenses. A beautiful play from Nichoa, but now he's got to make the turn through the town hall. He does have that overgrowth. Maybe it comes in onto that fire spitter that's shooting here. But first, the warden ability will protect everything. World Champion's going to go ahead and deal with some of those clan castle troops, and there goes that overgrowth. Right onto the fire spitter, the multi, and the expo there, just shutting down some of those defenses.
Yeah, I love that overgrowth because the fire spitter and the multi-inferno were going to be really tricky to path to. So it just means he can sneak around those, get the other defenses, and then he's behind the fire spitter as well. So he does not have to worry about it. Only 1 minute left here, Bash, and we've got a lot to the far side of the base as well. So that is probably my main concern right now. Hopefully we're not going to see another time fail.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a tough one. I mean, he still does have that queen ability, so we'll still see a giant coming on board. Still have the spiky ball for the king, which can shut down a few buildings. But man, that fire spitter, the overgrowth right there, and the ricochet cannon are just eating everything alive. Almost all the roots are down now. The king took a lot of damage. He's forced a spiky ball. I don't know if he has enough force to even get through these last couple compartments.
No, especially not with the walls as well. When the Root Riders aren't able to open that up for your king and queen to move into that next compartment, just not able to finish that off. And moving towards the final attacks of this war, it's definitely not what we needed to see from Vatic. So they are going to be trailing a fair bit here moving into the last attack. Elevate definitely in the driving seat, but as we've seen in these wars, especially in hard mode, anything can happen, Bash.
Yeah, that's going to push the lead to, I believe, 17% in Elevate's favor after the 88% fail there and the 99% time fail for Bernal. So Vatic Esports setting the table here are going to need a triple on their final attack. But before that even happens, they need to get a big defense. And I'm talking a sub 85% defense. I want to say the number is going to be an 83% defense is what they're going to need to have this shot in this war.
Yeah, I haven't calculated it, but I think that's a good guess there, my friend. It certainly looks like it would be around about that margin, which again is very impressive in terms of pushing up the percentage, but also been impressed with the amount of 3-stars that we've seen in this war. Let's see whether Elevate can hold it together and make sure that Imran, we heard in the interview, right? He's going to be finishing up for Vatic. He's going to be defending here with Celino, who is their primary base builder, trying to attack.
Celino, known for his clutch attacks here in the 5 spot. There's a reason they keep him in the number 5 position, because time and time again, when they need him, he comes through in the biggest way. A 3-star here will secure the victory no matter what for Elevate, pushing them further into the upper bracket. But if you're Vatic Esports, you got your fingers crossed and you're hoping for a defense as he's coming in with that deep spirit charge here with tons of invises. He does have that one earthquake in there, but also we see this approach again, Judo, with that early queen with the angry jelly. Yeah, another early queen deployment. This is a really interesting approach.
Yeah, like I said, I like it because the dragons, they can take a long time to get through the base, especially with these extensive queen chargers, royal champion chargers, sorry. I'd love to see some queen chargers back in the meta, but just deploying that queen early can help. Royal champion does get the town hall down though, going to get one of those fire spitters. 2 invis spells left after this one. He's actually going to use one of them to redirect into the core in order to try and get one of those sweepers, which he does get down.
But he didn't get that last invis down, so the Slinos world champion does go down here, but it's kind of looking like the setup here for Bernal's, except for Bernal's look a little bit more disjointed. Here comes that flame flinger down there from the bottom, but the furnace from the clan castle is actually going to go ahead and open that up, and now we have all those dragons being deployed. He's got a safe entry right into the middle of the base. Here comes that tornado trap, but it's really early on. He still has the warden ability, which will protect and heal dragons up, so he's still fine on that factor. This is looking really strong. 1.5 minutes remaining, still plenty of time at the 50% mark. I love this approach so far.
Yeah, looking really good. We've got a couple of hero abilities. Even though the Flame Flinger got taken out at the bottom, it still carved that path to keep the dragons moving through the defenses themselves. Uses that Warden ability in combination with the Rage spell. Try and get to that monolith, get it down ASAP. And look at all of the Seeking Air Mines as well, or the Red Air Bombs, sorry, with the Warden ability. Make sure that none of those dragons go down. Now we pop the Minion Prince ability as well. Tough one to call moving to the back end of the base here because everything is going to be taking damage pretty much right now. There is the Minion Prince ability wearing off.
Oh, that merge multi-defense is so nasty. He does finally get it down as the Minion Prince goes to Phoenix, but there's no more dragons. And look at the percent on this one. Judo, this is close to where Vatic needed.
What you said.
He needs to hold on here. I think it was it 83 or 84 here? It's going to be a really close. Vatic, he does have a baby dragon. He needs to pick up like 1 or 2 more buildings here as the Phoenix and the Booger are stuck on the King.
No.
82%. He's got the baby on the left. Baby dragon's in. Baby dragon gets taken down. It's 83%. I think that's exactly what Vatic need. If Imran can get a triple, they may be able to win this war.
You couldn't write it, could you? Oh my goodness. The exact percentage as well. I guess we'll wait and find out exactly what it is. Well,
if they 3-star, it'll be tied.
Oh my goodness, you did say 84 beforehand, so that's where I was wondering whether you'd exactly calculated or not. But
I did it because...
I mean, a 3-star is a big feat, right, at the final part of the war, but like we heard in the interview, which I said prior to that attack, Imran did say he likes to go last. He'll be going for the 3 stars, even if some wars he has to go for the safe 2-star. I mean, you just have your 3-star plan and you can adapt it slightly in order to then get the 2-star. Let's see what he has got. When he was attacking last week, he got 3 out of 4 attacks triples, and his 2-star was 89%. So pretty close either way. 75% hit rate last weekend. Let's see if he can roll with those odds in this one.
I found my mistake, Judo. I wrote down a 6% difference because of the 98-97. It was okay. So yeah, I think we're all squared away. If Imran 3 stars, I think it's going to go to time. I mean, we'll see when the leaderboard comes up, but I'm pretty sure it's going to go to time if Imran can get the triple. But let's see what the time's looking at here. The time's actually pretty close also. He's got to go fast, but we'll have to see. It's E-Drags, so I'm assuming he feels he has to go really fast if he's going with E-Drags.
Yeah, because, I mean, looking at the times, that's across multiple attacks as well, right? So he probably has to 3-star in like less than 2 minutes.
Ooh.
And you think Max's attack at the very start of this war, which was so powerful, so convincing, very quick, even that was like 2 minutes and 20 seconds, I think. So 3-starring is hard enough. 3-starring fast is not easy in hard mode, but he's got to do it. He's giving it what he's got. Electro Dragons flying into the base here. Let's see if he can do the unthinkable bash.
And real quick as he's getting here, one thing to note, if you're watching at home, you're not familiar with esports, the percentage, it's 5 attacks, so each attack is worth 20% essentially. So if he 3-stars, that'll put them up to 95.8% as well. Well, we've kind of seen this last year meta. When we needed a speed attack, it would go to E-Drags. Let's see if Imran can get it done. The E-Drags are moving through. The chains are, this is actually a really good base for the E-Drags. There's plenty of chain value in there. It's just, can he get them in there in time?
He must be wanting to scream at all of those archers and the ice golems inside the clan castle. I'm not sure whether it was the queen that lured that or what, but obviously slowing him down a lot. He's 1 minute into the attack, still doing pretty good, but a lot of those Electro Dragons fading out, Bash, and we've got the Monolith under Rage, so many heavy defenses. I mean, he had to go out swinging, right? And that meant that he's going to fall short by quite some margin here. But hey, he could have went with a standard approach and, you know, even got the 3 stars, but it wouldn't have been fast enough. So what's the point? You might as well roll the dice, see whether you can get it. You got to take your hat off to him. It's not going to be enough. It does mean that Elevate get the victory here. I'm sure this is not the last we've seen of Vatic. They will regroup, ready for the lower bracket.
I mean, it was a tough task. I mean, if we take the difference there, the 13 seconds, multiply that by 5, we're talking a difference of 65 seconds. So he would have needed to be like a minute 54. And that's why we saw him kind of throwing everything in. And it might have looked like a sloppy attack, but that was just because of what he had to do. He knew he had to go really, really quick. It had to be sub 2 minutes. And that's what happens, is sometimes you got to just throw it all in and hope for the best. Unfortunately, for Vatic Esports, it's not going to be enough, but man, what a war we had on our hands there. And Elevate do get the victory, and all smiles all around, but they know the job's not done. They still have a lot of wars to be played.
They certainly do, but hey, it is one war at a time, right? It is Elevate coming out victorious on that one, and the wars can be as close as they want to be. As long as you get the victory, that is all that matters. At least that's what I tell myself when I'm doing my legend attacks as well. A 3-star is a 3-star. I don't care how much health I have left on that troop. They did what they needed to do. 12-11, a good victory for them on this one.
Yeah, this one really could have gone either way. I know that's a cliche thing, but if you look at the scoreboard, Simon's was a time fail, Bernal's was a time fail, Pato's was a time fail. So this could have went way more in a commanding position for Elevate, or with a little bit more luck, this could have been a victory for Vatic Esports. So this one was definitely a back and forth affair. Definitely a great matchup here for our 3rd match here in our World Championship qualifiers. You love seeing this type of competition this early into the season. And it's just oh man, it just gets me so excited for everything that's to come still in this season. Not to mention, we announced our Worlds location, Judo. We're going to Atlanta for DreamHack for Worlds this year, which is kind of insane. It's so different.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I do want to pick up on with the stats there is, you know, you can look at the differences and they tend not to lie. However, there is a lot of nuance with that as well, right? So like Imran with that 72%, with that 74% 2-star, you'd think, you know, that lowers his average stats, but you have to think about where you are, and the last person always has their stats a little bit impacted because of that. So I always think that's important to highlight for when people are looking at those match results. But I mean, if you were to pick an MVP in this match, Bash, who do you think you would go with?
Oh man, looking back through this, honestly, I think Leo's attack, man. Leo's was so dominant, and that kind of like just put Vatic's back up against the wall. I think it could have gone either way. There's so many attacks in that war that could have really been the deciding factor. But for me, when Leo attacked, it kind of made it so Vatic really had to go and give it all their best. But it sounds like we got the MVP. Let's see who it is. It's actually going to be Max, the
That's
opener.
what I was going to say.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, that's valid too. I mean, he set the tone early. It was quick. You like Max's attack? I think that's a valid opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually just more surprised that it's so much of a landslide. I was going to say Max, but like he's so far ahead as well. Like you said, Leo's was a little bit of a tipping point in the war as well, right? So it definitely could have gone either way. But I mean, well done to Max on that one, making sure that they started off strong, they held it together, and you know, best of luck to them moving forward as well. And then sure, we can take a look at the bracket after this, see where we're at, because we're only 3 matches into today, Bash. We've still got a lot of action ahead.
Yeah, so much good stuff to go. Oh man, looking at our updated bracket here, we got Navi going against Dizi Group in our upper bracket. Elevate awaiting the winners of Dizi Supersonic versus Cuba Esports, and then the lower bracket elimination matchups will have Tribe Gaming going against Dizi, and then Vatic will await the winner, or the loser, excuse me, of our next matchup. Still a lot of clash action to be had. Judo, we're still going to eliminate 2 teams here. That's I can't believe we're going to eliminate 2 teams here this early.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I'm just looking at the lower bracket. We got Tribe, Dizi, Vatic. Like, look at the caliber of teams in this tournament. that have already been knocked down as well. It really just shows how good the teams are and the caliber that we have at this top level. So exciting matches, but we do need to find out who will be playing Elevate, and that will be our next matchup. But I guess we can round up things for this matchup and we can show you some replays as we have a short break. What an incredible matchup we just had there. Welcome back to the desk, Carbon. What did you think of that last one?
Oh, the last one was a fantastic match. Just like Bash said, it could go on either way in there. Just a 3-star from a time fail, or even just getting that final percentage. And that's what this weekend is going to be. All coming down to the smallest of details. And this detail here of Dizi. Judo, is this the third Dizi team that we're now having this weekend, which is absolutely insane? Dizi, Supersonic versus Cuba Esports. This is going to be a fantastic match. The last one in the upper bracket out of the first 4 to start.
Exactly. And yes, in answer to your question, this is the third Dizi team. This one, we have Juan, Milanello, Byron Love, Beppas, and Vincenzo, who had a perfect triple rate in the matches last weekend. But we do have an interview from their team as well, so let's have a little listen from them.
Hi, I'm Juan, the captain of the Dizi Supersonic. I'm from Spain. My team is Dizi Supersonic, Bepis, Italian player, Milanello, Italian player also, Vincenzo, Italian player, and Paul, also Italian. We are 4 Italians and me, but I'm from Spain. The mood in the team is very good. We are very excited and motivated for what is coming. I have a lot of trust in our team. I believe we can do very well. I will not be surprised if we get the golden ticket, because I think we can do. We already won versus every team that played this weekend. So yeah, I think we can do it like our other family team did last month. I think my team is the best thing when we talk about bases. So, and we are also doing very good lately in attack. So yeah, I think NAVI is the best in attack. We are the best in defense, and we are definitely in attack. So let's see what happens.
Well, we can take a look at some of the fresh faces onto the Dizi Supersonic team as well. We have Byron Love, who has featured quite heavily in your Creative Masters Series, Carbon, and Vincenzo as well, who, like I said, had a perfect triple rate last weekend.
Yeah, keeping up the 3-star rate, and they're looking to do that here to start off the monthly finals, as this is the 4th match. We still have 4 more to go, and we'll be sending 2 teams home today, which neither one of these want to be sent home, as if you lose, you're still having another opportunity. But just like Juan said, Dizi has multiple clans here, many family clans, and they are trying to prove why the Dizi family clans are doing fantastic. As the first Dizi team, well, they got, yes, sent to the lower bracket, but they do have that golden ticket. But their opponents is gonna be Cuba Esports here, Judo.
Yes, well, let's take a look at their roster as well and introduce them. So we have Schneider, Isma, Danny, Mawari, and ITP Black. They had a very impressive performance last weekend. Even though they did lose to Dizi Supersonic 11-10, they bounced back after that to get here this weekend. So let's see what they have to say in their interview.
أنا اسمي محمد بلعب بتيم كوبا إي سبورت. نحن 5 عرب، صحبة من وقت طويل، وكنا كل واحد يلعب بتيم، وهالسنة قررنا إنه نلعب سوا، نجمع حالنا تيم عربي كامل، وفي كاريزما بيناتنا، صحبة حتى برا اللعبة يعني، وقررنا هالسنة نلعب سوا. مثل ما قلت نحن صحبة داخل وخارج اللعبة، بنمزح كتير سوا، مكالمات يوميا، بنقضي وقت كتير سوا يوميا، سواء داخل أو خارج اللعبة، وهذا الشيء أكيد بيساعد بالمنافسة. أنا الكابتن بالفريق، ومهاجم بهجم الهجمة الأولى دائما، ومصمم. اللاعبين اللي عندي بالتيم بلاك، داني، شنايدر، وجبنا اللاعب الجديد من شهر اسمه اسما، بيقدم أداء حلو معنا، والبلدر تبعنا اسمه يزن. بهاي الميتا صعبة تحكم مين أقوى فريق، كل حرب إلى مجراها يعني، ما فيك تحكم، كل حرب تمشي شكل. بس نحن مستوانا ممتاز أنا شايف، وفي أمل منيح إن نجيب التذكرة.
Well, let's take a closer look at Mirari there, as he is one of the builders for their team, obviously putting so much work in behind the scenes to build the bases for today's matchups. And I don't think people at home maybe realize how many hours are put into customizing those layouts to try and bait your opponent, to make sure that, especially whenever you have those Royal Champion dives, it is difficult to bait, but there's certainly little elements that these teams will be putting hours of work into trying to do.
Yeah, just trying to test for those meta strategies and the smallest details with where you place those seeking air mines, and of course, those red air bomb fields. For dragon attacks, you just never know where your opponent is going to be attacking your base. But with the current meta, you can kind of get a best guess, where you can really try to practice against those kind of attacks in those certain directions of those bases. But Judo, I think we now have predictions from the audience to take a look at.
We certainly do. Let's see what they think. I went with Dizi Supersonic because of the win last week. And yeah, it looks like the audience is pretty similar on this one, 72%. What do you make of that, Carbon?
Well, we have the audience going 72. I'm curious because I'm going the other side. I'm going with the 28%. I'm picking Cuba Esports in this match, but I don't have a good track history of really good selections, so I don't know what that's going to entail, but I do know that this is going to be a fantastic match you do not want to miss here, as we are just moments away from getting into this one. And remember, it's double elimination. You lose, you still have that opportunity to play in the lower bracket, but we've seen many times that when you get sent down to that lower bracket right away, it is such a difficult task to fight your way through to even have a chance of getting back to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, especially because you have to do another matchup today, right? At least any of the teams losing in the second round of the lower matchup, they have tonight in order to regroup before tomorrow's matches. But if you lose that first one, we've already got Dizi, Tribe, and Vatic down in the lower bracket. One of those teams is going home today, and they have to be able to spin themselves around and pull themselves together in a short space of time. But it will be Cuba Esports attacking first in this one, Carbon. So let's see what they've got for us.
Yeah, the Cuba Esports are going to be kicking this one off with the very first attack, meaning that Dizi Supersonic will have the last attack in the war, and that can give you a little bit of an advantage when you know you either need that 2-star, you have to go all out, and we saw, like in that last match where it came down to Emerald's attack, he had to completely change it up and go for time with the E-Dragons. So that is one benefit you'll have when attacking last, but here we go. Mirari's in, and it is indeed the Root Riders. Gonna send in that Royal Champion to start to the left side, going invisible, and then once they get an initial value to be able to recall her.
Yeah, just trying to take a look at the equipment here so I know exactly what's going on. Love the use of that one little archer. Ooh, just to clean up, but the RC did not path into the multi-gear tower, so she is low in hit points here. He's going to have to be careful. He's got 2 invisibility spells left. He can use them both, but might just about get the multi-arch. Actually, I don't think he's going to get that cannon with the builder hut, you know?
Ooh, he's trying, and oh my goodness, he does pull. Okay, well, he did get forced to the RC ability, so when he redeploys her, the rocket spear shots are going to be coming one at a time, so keep that in mind as the healers are now placed onto the Royal Champion. Or no, not the Royal Champion, onto the Root Riders, as the Troop Launcher also gets placed down as he's pushing this charge, and there is that Royal Champion right away with the rocket spear shots.
Yeah, I was going to say he could quickly put the RC to the left of the Root Riders to snipe that multi-gear tower. Fortunately, she did actually go for that. But you see, there is a bit of a split in the troops here. Now they will re-merge together, using that rage to try and hold the Warden ability for a little bit longer here.
As he's continuing towards this Town Hall, World Champion locks onto it and decides to go with the overgrowth to the backside, which does clip one of the spitters, so it won't be hitting him on this approach, making his way through and pops that Warden Eternal Tome, making his way around with Super Barbs also placed to the right side. Queen's following through over there as he frees to the top side, continues through and still has the King ability and Queen ability to use.
Yeah, we got the healers stuck on the Grand Warden here. We've got one on a Giant on the right-hand side. Now it's going to move across to the Queen. We didn't have a lot of healing power in the middle of the base there, with the Monolith now locking onto some of those troops. He's going to get a little bit stuck with the Queen, who's still got the King ability. He's going to have to just try and drive up as much percentage as possible.
Yeah, continuing through with only one Super Barb left. The Warden's trying to continue to help. The King has died off, but the Monolith unfortunately locked onto the Queen. The absolute worst thing to lock onto as the Queen goes down. Now it's up to that Warden to try to stay alive with the one healer, or maybe 2 of them in there. I can't really tell. I think it's just the one. Either way, Warden won't be able to survive. Sneezy pulls some traps. Gonna go down as well, as it is gonna be a 2-star to start here, and Juan's base is gonna be holding.
Yeah, can he sneak up to 85%? The barracks constantly getting healed up by the battle builder, but the archers get it. Oh, he actually gets up to 88. Didn't even see the boogers over to the right-hand side of the base there. So just creeping the percentage up. They're even going to get that expo, are they? 89% here. Not too far away from what we've been seeing in terms of the average. In fact, that's probably around about there. So given how things fell south in the middle of the attack, I don't think he can be too disappointed with that one, to be honest.
89%, it is a good attack there, but you want to be approaching into the 90s. You want to get as close to the high 90s as possible, because if you don't get that 3-star, you're going to be trying to fight for 12, 13 stars, which we've been seeing these wars being finishing right around that mark. So a 2-star there in the high 80s is a good attack, but still every single building will matter in the end. So let's see if Dizi Supersonic can start off with a 3-star, and who other than Juan to bring their first attack.
Yeah, let's see what he's got in order to answer to that one. 89% starting. I mean, we've seen in the last war as well with Elevate that the 3-star for a team starting out ended up being victorious. Juan had a couple of shaky attacks last week. He did get a 99%, unfortunately. Did get a 1-star, but a couple of 3-stars as well. So let's see whether he can get that consistency together this weekend and put his team off to a good start.
With that Royal Champion continuing to charge towards this Town Hall, going to slowly take that valley down, and then he'll come in with 12 dragons. There is that one Inferno Dragon to use, as well as the RC ability goes off. Let's see this RC continue. There's an Invis to the top side to push this RC straight in the middle, but he does make the Sweeper invisible, which makes her go off to the edge and not directly into the middle.
Yeah, I was wondering when he turned the Sweeper invisible, especially with using the Invis to redirect them as well. I guess it hasn't turned out too bad here for him.
What? He got so lucky with the Clan Castle there. The RC coming back to get at least that one spitter. And if the Headhunter from the defensive CC wasn't standing there, the RC would have kept going to the top side, and the spitter would have remained in the middle of this base.
Did he think there was a furnace in the CC to drop the poison there, or?
Maybe.
I'm not too sure, but Either way, he is going to have to deal with the ice golems at the top. Couple of dragons to trying to set the funnel here for his main pack at the bottom. Now they will be deployed at the bottom of the base alongside the Minion Prince and the Grand Warden. Still has the Lava Hound as well. Going to try and save that for inside the Warden ability, maybe?
Yeah, as he continues pathing, and there indeed is the Warden. Look at this. The Lava Hound is going to fly across this base, pulling traps, and he pulls the Tornado Trap as well.
Yeah, interesting play because, as we have heard, there will be Warden Eternal Tome changes in the next update, and that would not be possible. I guess the Lava Hound would still get that value, but it would be vulnerable afterwards. Juan doesn't look happy at that point. He is, taking a lot of damage, and I guess he expected to get a little bit more there.
With a multi still up hitting these dragons, the Queen is down. We have, well, at least the giant from that Queen is down as he tries to push through. The Mini Prince does come back to life with that Phoenix, try to clutch up a little bit more, but the scatter shot to the top side remains. The multi-archer tower over there remains as well, but he is at least going to get above the 89%, which Morari did get for Cuba Esports, meaning Dizi Supersonic will have the lead after the first attack, getting just about a 93%, almost got that 94 there.
Yeah, very close, but it does give them that little bit of a lead, especially because it was a fairly shaky start, let's be honest about it, with the Royal Champion darting and diving around everywhere, but managed to recover quite well there, made sure to push the percentage that little bit higher, but certainly when it is that close, any 3-star could be the difference maker.
Yep, just that one triple can win you the war, even getting 11 stars, because your opponent could get that 10-star and keep them from advancing in the upper bracket. Man, remember, this is an upper bracket match, because if you lose, you go to the lower bracket there. But Juan, nice try there. Did get just into the 90s, but now it's Cuba Esports to answer. Can they get above that 93% that we saw from Juan? Or can they get into that 3-star? Can they get that first triple of this match here? And we're going to see it from Schneider. He's going to be able to probably be bringing, if I had to guess, either obviously Rude Riders or Dragons. That's what we're seeing here today. And it is indeed
How did you guess,
the Dragon. You know what? I had to feel it.
No, you're pretty good with those predictions. One thing I was going to say is Cuba Esports, they had some fairly consistent wars last weekend. 13 stars 3 times over. It was really only versus Dizi Supersonic that they struggled and got the 10 stars. So if they can get a 3-star or so to get the momentum going here, they've shown that they can get multiple 3 stars in wars. So far, this one looking very good. Just diving the Royal Champion down that left side. Still has the Spirit Fox with good health and making sure to protect her and the Royal Champion. Being careful with the Town Hall. That's another fast-acting defense which can lock onto the Spirit Fox alongside this dive very easily.
Ooh, I do like that Earthquake there to help take that Town Hall down even quicker as the RC's pathing on towards the Monolith and then towards the bottom side with one more Invis. Does not invest it for this RC. Just going to let her die off. And then going to use it for later in the attack, potentially with the dragons. But did set up a very nice funnel. And look at this. The pathing for these dragons are going to make their way down south. But hopefully the Ice Golem... Oh, wait a second. Okay, the Ice Golem might just pull one dragon, as the rest of them are going to stay moving through the bottom.
Yeah, not too detrimental there. In fact, that could end up being a good thing to help support the Barbarian King, who does still have that ability. He's got a couple of rocket loons. There's some of them onto the Wizard Tower, just trying to get in towards that air defense to help protect the dragons. Going to use an invisibility spell here, try and protect the main pack of them from the scatter shot. And I love the use of the Inferno dragons here and there alongside the dragons, just to try and, use that ramping damage to snipe off some of those buildings pretty quick.
Very nice rocket loons now to try to snipe that air defense to the far corner. That goes down so that these dragons, as they make their approach, will not get hit by it. Continues his way through the core, but the Minion Prince ability did not go exactly to the best location here, but it might be okay as he tries to continue through the spitters there. The multi-arch tower on the top side is one of the biggest threats with the defensive Minion Prince. Also, these dragons are going down one by one, unfortunately.
Yeah, just towards the back end of the base there. They're just getting picked off, aren't they? It is still above the 90%, but unfortunately, that is still below that of what we just seen with one, and I'm not sure that he's going to get anything else. Does get the... Oh, there's actually the auto hut, so he will get the 93%. Oh, it goes for the multi-inferno. He does get the 93%. Okay.
He does.
I'll let you speak.
Yeah.
93%,
I mean,
equaling that of one.
Equaling Juan's attack there, which did also get the 93. So we got a 93% right there. We had an 89% from Morari's first attack for Cuba Esports. So it is just 4 stars for them. But no one has yet gotten that 3-star here in that match, which, if we're not seeing, all it takes is 1 to win the war. So nice attack there, unfortunately, in hard mode. The back end of an attack is where the heroes and those troops just disappear so quickly. Hard mode just makes that such a difficult task to finish off bases, because if you're attacking in the regular mode, it's just the heroes are a lot stronger and they're able to power through. But in this case, for the pro players, it just won't happen.
Yeah, exactly. Not only do the defenses have an increase to their DPS in hard mode, your attacking heroes are also reduced as well. We're back across to Dizi Supersonic. And like you said, it's the percentage game at the moment. But as we mentioned before, a win is a win. It doesn't matter whether you're winning on 3 stars. It doesn't matter whether you grind out the win on percentage. Win is a win. So they just need to do what they need to do.
You know, even if you win 10 to 10 and you win on percent, you'll take it. You'll take. Ooh, okay. You know, Fireball is definitely one of my favorite equipments here. So let's see how he's going to utilize that with a Warden. Looks to be towards the bottom side of this base. Going to be able to hit the ground expo potentially. A Tesla does pop here with 5 invises, but does have the Angry Jelly on this Warden. So he's going to be moving through. Ground skeletons pop. Rages him up. Or wait a second. No, he probably doesn't want to hit this ground expo. If he hits a little bit deeper, he could get a rage spell tower, a multi in that value. But this Warden is under a lot of fire right now.
Yeah, like we just said, in hard mode, the defenses hit harder, and you've got to be very careful to make sure that Warden ability does not go off early. Did a very nice job sneaking that Headhunter in to make sure that the King cannot get too much damage. Recuperated there now so that he can breathe a little bit easier. Let's see how far he is going to get. The unfortunate thing is the skeletons, right? That's just holding up his Grand Warden all the more time. You never know when time could be the difference maker.
Yeah, time will play a factor potentially if it all comes down to an exact percentage tie war. In this case, since we don't have the exact same like perfect, it's harder to happen. Oh, wait, whoa, okay, he does get the fireball deeper into the core. Earthquakes. Monolith does indeed go down. Okay, that was a heavy investment to get that value, but I think it was worth it.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you can get the fireball into, especially those rage compartments, right? You're stacking defenses around the rage tower, so you know there's a lot of high value defenses there. You can get the fireball into that location, you're getting good value. Doesn't have to worry about the fire spitter that was covering the town hall now, as he's diving into this section. Barrels getting flung into the base ahead of those root riders, but they are taking damage as the healers are stuck in the middle here.
Yeah, these healers, though, hopefully don't find a red air bomb field. The Rocket Loon is trying to get to the town hall. Didn't pull any traps, which means that the healers might be on approach to a red air bombs. Hold on as he continues his way through, popping that Royal Champion ability to get the Rocket Spear value into the core of this base, as the King also is running to the top side around the edges. He's hoping that these roots open walls, but I don't really see any left. I think they're all gone, and they've disappeared. He just has a few giants from that troop launcher. The Yeti's the Royal Champ. And there's only 40 seconds left here, Judo.
Yeah, he's probably going to have to use these abilities fairly soon just to increase that damage moving into these compartments. I did like the use of the Rocket Spear to try and keep everything together here and eliminate the splash of the Scatter Shot. But we've got a tricky compartment at the end here as well. A lot of high HP storages, which would take a lot of time to get through, but you got 20 seconds. Come on, let's start cleaning up some of those non-defensive buildings. There goes the Super Barbarians to try and take them down, passing that 80% mark. And with the King ability as well, he's going to be able to get above 90, and that will keep Dizi Supersonic in the lead here.
He does get a 95% like that, and Dizi Supersonic are in the lead. Just barely here, about a percent lead at the moment. And it's a tie war, 4-4 here in this match, and so close, almost was able to get it. The one thing with that Warden Fireball, time's ticking. If you use that main army to go into the direction where the Warden's going, sometimes we see the attacks where the Warden Fireball goes off, but then you leave the Warden solo to a certain side of the base, while your heroes, your troops, go to the other side of the base, and for that reason, it's because of time. And we've seen in years past where time has come down to like Super Witch attacks, where it's been very slow. But this one, it was really about setting up that Warden charge. And you never know. It could have really been from the very beginning of when those skeleton traps popped up that slowed that Warden down. But we are going back to the ground here, Judo, with the Root Riders. And we're going to have a handful of Invis spells for that Royal Champion.
Yes, indeed. So let's see where he is going to go. I always like when people sneak in a couple of other troops alongside the Royal Champion. So we have the Yeti there, which helps to clear some of the defenses. Didn't quite get the Tesla, but a couple of the defenses means the Royal Champion can hopefully move into the area he wants. I was going to say without having to use invisibility spells to redirect her, but obviously has to anyway to move her across towards that scatter shot.
Moving his way into the core. Can he even get... No, I was going to say, can he get to the Town Hall? Doesn't have the invises to be able to do that. That would be absolutely insane if you were able to get the Town Hall from there and still recall the Royal Champion back with all the spells left that he has. But he got the initial value. Fantastic. Out comes the Clan Castle. No Furnace. So he can then poison up these ice combs to the edge of the base.
Yeah, I wonder whether he could have recalled the RC out of there a little bit quicker just to preserve a little bit more health, but I always like being able to draw the troops to the side there. I think one of the ice golems is not inside the poison actually, which is unfortunate. Trying to just snipe those off, but they are going to slowly move across towards his Root Riders here, and he could end up getting into a tricky position here in terms of when he takes them down.
Yeah, these ice golems are going to cause him to get slowed up. They're going to freeze his troops on approach, popping that Warden ability, which clips Velks, clips the Root Riders. The King and Queen are going to be soloing toward the bottom side as he needs to keep these healers alive through the middle of this base.
Yeah, the Royal Champion had such little health, you know, deploying her in. I think maybe that's one of the reasons he pressed the Royal Champion ability so early to try and protect her, utilize that Rocket Spear. As you can see, she now is going to move towards the Town Hall. He does have a lot of troops moving into this area, but this is where he has most of the damage, so things will start to fizzle fast.
Continuing this push, the Overgrowth has been used. The King's Spiky Ball does connect with that Monolith on the backside of the base, while the Skeleton spell is trying to provide that distraction as his troops are making their approach. And we have quite a bit of Giants that came from that troop launcher, Judo.
Certainly did. Maybe we can sneak that Super Barbarian in at the top to get a couple of buildings. Just waiting a little bit longer, but I guess that's going to be the right play because it's difficult to call. Maybe he can get through this back end. He does have the Giant now moving into this section, Carbon. It's not looking too bad. 28 seconds. Is this the opening 3-star? And what Cuba Esports need to secure this wall? Let's see. Can he get back down to that Wizard Tower?
Oh no. Oh no. Time's the ticking. Queen, the real. Oh wait, we got a clone Queen Desperia. The Warden helps, and down it goes for the 3-star for Isma, the first one of this match, and getting it with 6 seconds to spare. And now going to be putting pressure onto Dizi, Supersonic, a fantastic attack, and got it done in the end.
Absolutely. They were gradually falling behind on percentage. Once they get that 3-star, that puts them well in the lead now because percentage can be whatever it is. Getting those 3 stars on the board is what you need, and that's exactly what I said just before this attack is they were pretty consistent last weekend. It was only versus Dizi Supersonic that they struggled and got the 10 stars. So now getting that 3-star on the board, maybe that's the momentum shifter they needed just to make sure to close this one out.
Just gotta be focusing on the triples. Can they continue? But it's now Byron Love's turn. Here for Dizi Supersonic. He's up for an attempt to answer in a 3-star. Mirari, he did not get a 3-star when he attacked. He only got the 89% too. So if this is a triple here, then we will see a complete shift where Dizi Supersonic will then take the lead because they also have the percentage lead at the moment as well. While this World Champion is charging her way, we do have 2 witches that we're seeing here. We don't see witches used that often.
Yeah, you've been starting to see a few players using those alongside the Barbarian King on the outside of the base. I did see this. I mean, it's often hard to know exactly who came up with the strategy first, but I did see this from Crispy last month in Legends League, just using them to support the Barbarian King alongside the outside of the base with the Snake Bracelet. And obviously that's going to be what we see here. A lot of damage on the Royal Champion, so just decides to recall her. Would have been nice to get that Giga Bomb, but as long as he kept her alive, that's the main thing.
One thing, though, he didn't keep alive was the Spear Fox, as you see right there, left alone, so that Royal Champion will no longer go invisible once he redeploys her, as the Queen is going to take out these Ice Golems one by one, as he's going to make his approach to the left side. And whenever you drop those Root Riders, then you drop the healers onto them, because you want those Root Riders to get healed up, as he's going to move his way in. Valkyries, we got the Troop Launcher, Warden, Balloons, and there's the healers to keep them going, but they are pushing directly in towards that Giga Bomb.
Yeah, straight in towards it. So, I mean, it's nice to get some of that damage out of the way when your troops are at full health and it's not going to trip you up, but we are going to use that Warden ability fairly early as well. Then the Rage spell, powering the Root Riders to the Town Hall, but then the healers inside that Rage as well to make sure that the Root Riders are boosted back up to full health. There's quite a big gap behind the Town Hall, so maybe they're going to move out of the Rage spell and not quite get its full capacity, but I think obviously you can't have those Root Riders taking too much early damage, otherwise the percentage could be very low if they go down too quick.
Oh, but we have the Royal Champion alive in the core of this base. She's going to get locked down by that Marla pretty soon, but I don't think it will matter either way because she'll get taken out probably by that Scatter Shot as the Root Riders are continuing their push. There's 2 left, which can help open the wall for the Queen as she's making her approach through. Does wall break into the Ricochet Cannon to help the King with abilities both from the King and the Queen as he needs to continue through this backside, which we have a Monolith, defensive Mini Prince, 2 Ground Expos, multi, the defensive King as well.
Yeah, quickly presses that Queen ability to spawn the Giant, try and increase the DPS, get those defenses down. It would have been nice if he could have saved 1 Root Rider to break into this final compartment because time is ticking and I'm not sure whether his troops are going to have enough walking around to each direction. He's got the King ability like you said though, Carbon.
Spiky Ball! Oh, wait a second, look at him! What? Super Barb, get it! Super Barbarian! Super Barb! He got it! What? Whoa! And you can hear him say Vamonos! Oh my! Let's go!
We could hear him through the microphone. The emotion just really showed there, putting Dizi Supersonic back in the lead because they were gradually grinding out that percentage. Then Cuba Esports threw in a curveball with their 3-star, but Byron Love really just answering back straight away. So what a matchup this is turning into, Carbon. Really
Indeed.
difficult to know which way this one's going to go.
Wow, what an attack right there. Now, they take the lead right back. And that's the one thing when you're watching with webcams, because they're a little bit ahead of us, right? So you get to kind of see from their reaction. So we always need like a delay to the webcam to match up with the attack so that we can see him react at the same time that we react there. But still a fantastic attack, getting it with 1 second to spare. And it is a 3-star for Dizi Supersonic, all tied up again. Now it's 7-7. And now the pressure goes back to Cuba Esports. Can they get 2 triples in a row? And with a classic strategy of the Root Rider starting off with that Royal Champion Invis.
Yeah, interestingly enough here, when the pressure is mounting up, Slayer Black, I mentioned prior to Juan's attack that unfortunately one of his attacks last weekend was a 1-star. But Slayer Black also got a 1-star last weekend as well. So let's see what consistency he can bring here. He did get three stars last weekend as well, by the way, using the invisibility spells quite wisely here to redirect the Royal Champion. Spirit Fox is already down, but he is managing to rip apart the defenses that he wants. Once this poison tower is popped and out of the way, he'll quickly recall her, so she's full health as well to redeploy.
Nice. I was able to pull that Royal Champion back as the Root Riders are now deployed with the healers to the right side, going to path their way in towards the Town Hall, while the Queen's helping set up a bit of a funnel, going to be able to grab some of these outside defenses to really allow the charge of the Root Riders in. But the Ice Golems get pulled out. 3 of them, actually. No Furnace, so he's going to get slowed down even more, but the poison has helped slowing him down, as he will have a Warden Eternal Tome to be used, but he definitely wants to use a Warden ability, probably maybe for some balloons if they come out of that troop launcher, so they can then try to pull traps and protect the healers.
Yeah, I mean, other than the Town Hall, he's not under a lot of damage right now, so he can just hold things until after the Town Hall, because then you have a lot more defenses like condensed in the center of the base here. So now that's when he uses the Warden ability as everything moves to that location, using the Overgrowth as well nicely, so that as the Warden ability wears off, he's also mitigated that damage. Then we've got the King's Spiky Ball on top of that, ripping through the center of the base.
Wow.
I like the look of this. Time is ticking though, so we just got to make sure that he can use those Super Barbarians to help out on the outside of the base as his troops move around.
Look at how many troops he still has left. This was a flawless Warden ability, perfectly timed, help protect everything through. And there's the Tornado Trap, which he finds towards the end of this attack, which means that it's perfectly fine. If he found it earlier, then it could affect the timing, it could affect everything and making your way through, but they have tons of health with these healers still alive, moving his way in towards this monolith with a couple super barbs still to be used. The defensive king will be a little annoying, but he should be able to sneak in here. Let's see if he's able to get to that spitter. Oh, wait a sec, the Queen, is she there? No, she got taken out, but the giant gets raised up, and that's gonna help.
Yeah, I think he's got about 4 Root Riders there as well in front of the Barbarian King, so they can continue to open up the walls, trying slowly to get through this monolith. We've also got the Defending King. We've got some high HP buildings here to get through. Oh, the Yeti might help with the Yeti getting sprung off. But with 12 seconds, Root Riders are not going to be fast enough here, Carbon.
Oh no, they're not going to go for the wall. No way. They're going to go for the wall now, and the 99% time fail for Black. Unfortunately, they're not going to get that final building, and they needed that there to be able to take the lead right back. But Dizi Supersonic, you get a 3-star. You'll be up by a star. If you don't, then we will start to have an interesting match. And if you don't even get a high 90%, then you're going to be down.
Yeah, well, I think, I'm just trying to look at my notes here. I think they were 6% in the lead prior to those 2 3-stars, which I guess canceled each other out. That's Dizi Supersonic. Yeah. So with that 99%, it does mean that should Dizi Supersonic get, like a less than a 93% on this attack, then they would be behind on percentage, which moving towards the closing parts of the war, just does start to mount up the pressure.
Yeah, 93 is needed to tie this war exactly. 94, they have the lead by a single building. And that is if they get a 2-star. A 1-star, that's devastating. Cannot afford that. And of course, I said that probably. I regret. I just realized that I should probably have not have said that, because usually things like that happen when you mention. But let's see, as this Raw Champ gonna be charging her way through towards this scatter shot. And oh my gosh, 1, 2, 3, 4. It seems like he's fighting every giant bomb on this approach.
Yeah, it's interesting because that last attack we just watched, Slayer Danny attacked from the top of the base, and it was fairly symmetrical. And then we've seen all of the traps to the 9 o'clock location at the end of the attack. This time around, diving into the top, losing that Spirit Fox early, but did manage to keep the Royal Champion. We've got the Barbarian King and 3 Witches this time. We've got quite a few more buildings at the bottom the King has to get through, so maybe that's just the addition of that additional Witch. Moving into the middle, we do now have the Ice Golems. This is, it's almost identical to the last attack we just watched, right, in terms of what's happening.
Exactly. It almost seems like it's a mimic approach there as the balloons are trying to get on front of these healers to pull some traps. Did already burn that ward in Eternal Tome, so he's making his way right on through, and there's a couple of red air bombs right in the core of the space next to the spitters. The Royal Champion, though, she's securing it, and overgrowth of the Mile, so hopefully the troops continue moving together to the bottom side, but the healers kind of got stuck on the Yetis to the top side.
Yeah, they did. I mean, Root Riders have gone down pretty fast. Still got a fair few troops at the bottom there, but once the Monolith comes back, especially because the Royal Champion is now down as well in the center of the base, although she got good value, not being there to help support versus Skelly Traps or anything like that is going to be tricky. We've still got one Rage spell, but really, I mean, he has to use that alongside the Archer Queen, right?
Yeah, he's trying to continue through the bottom. Baby Dragon does get deployed onto the Wizard Tower. That's going to go down as he continues through with the Warden trying to help. Oh, Rage spell to the bottom. Queen's behind the Wood Giant, which will trigger, oh, the Giga Bomb. That's not going to be helpful. But unfortunately, no wall breaks to this bottom side, meaning he has no way of getting through this until the Queen's going to have to try to beat through the wall herself. But the Defensive King, Monolith there, and that is going to fall short.
Oh, oof. I mean, with the Monolith there as well, I was waiting for him to actually press the ability because got very close, trying to just snipe percentage with the Super Barbarians, but we called it prior to this attack, and it is not the percentage that was needed. 88% this time, which means Cuba Esports sneak into the lead with just one attack remaining for each team, Carbon.
Only one triple as well for each team. So this literally could be an 11-11 match. All you need to have, like you mentioned before, Judo, is the lead when all the attacks are done. Even if it's just a single building, or even if it's not a building and it's just a single second, that's how you could win as well. And some wars, it's come down to that exact moment. So Danny is going to be the very last attacker that's going to be coming in for Cuba Esports. You 3-star, you win. You're already in the lead on percent, so you will hold all the cards right now. Good luck.
Yeah, and who better for their last attack? Because last weekend, out of Cuba Esports' 5 wars, you might know the answer to this, Carbon, but how many 3-stars did he get?
Oh, how many? What's the answer?
He got 4 3-stars and 1 99% 2-star.
Wow.
But what a performance. I mean, that's who you want as your final attacker. Let's see whether Danny can close this one out for Cuba Esports.
So you're telling me that he's got the clutch gene here to try to close it out for their team as the Raw Champion is going to move in towards this ground expo, just avoiding the Giga Bomb at the moment, unless the RC does path their way to the scatter. The Giant Bomb's killing off that Spear Fox, who no longer will be able to get that ability. Pops the ability for the RC and does actually pass that Giga Bomb, will not trigger it as she continues her way into the core.
Yeah, beautiful job there. And I have to say, I love the psychology and like the mental game you have with that Giga Bomb, because it's like, are the other traps in that compartment alongside it? Sometimes we used to see the Giga Bomb and then the traps in the compartment at the 12 o'clock location on a symmetrical base. And it's really just whether people put it there or not. And it's such a psychological game that you run into. It's really interesting to me. But anyway, Root Riders into that top compartment. You see there is plenty of giant bombs up there as well, and that is where we use the Grand Warden ability, nicely catching both the Barbarian King and the Royal Champion there as well.
Now we got the Queen on the Queen to the top side, and it looks like the Queen wins as they continue to move their way through to the Town Hall, and the Root Riders try to pass through these ice golems. No Warden Internal Tomes already been used, but the Queen can continue to follow behind the giant that has spawned, and a whole Tesla farm looks to be near that Town Hall.
Yeah, good that the Barbarian King moves along beside the Root Riders as well, because I'm trying to see what damage he has. Obviously, he's got the Archer Queen on the outside of the base, but not a lot of high DPS troops behind the Root Riders, especially going far side from the Town Hall. He is approaching it now, holding on to that King ability, just in case it comes in clutch at the end. 1 minute left, so time doesn't look like a factor here. He's still got a fair amount of troops. We've just got that heavy DPS location with the RC now moving across to try and help on defense.
I can't help but look at his camera and be like, look at the cam, look at the attack, camera, attack, going back and forth.
Yep.
Is he smiling? Does he like it? Is it looking good? As he continues with 2 more super barbs and a super wall breaker to boot, as he continues moving through to the backside with 37 seconds. Oh, this ricochet cannon's going to be nasty. It's one of the most deadly ground defenses, especially if it locks onto your queen, which it looks like it does, but the scatter, or not the scatter, the ricochet cannon goes down, but the scatter remains on the backside there. Oh my goodness.
I was just about to say, how much HP do these defenses have? Not a lot. Archer Queen takes down the multi-gear tower, gets the scatter shot, and Cuba Esports with the 3 stars will win this war, getting revenge versus Dizi Supersonic from last weekend. What a roller coaster of a ride this one has been, Carbon.
Wow. All I have to say is I got one prediction right. Let's go. I was the only one that went with Cuba. Everyone else was saying Dizi Supersonic was going to win, but you know, I went against the grain. Only 28% of the viewers at home also selected them. And ladies and gentlemen, it looks like our prediction, who was the underdog, has taken it there, but we still have one more attacker to see for Dizi Supersonic. But my goodness, it came down to the just barely getting that done, and that's why it comes down to the buildings. You want to get as much percentage as possible, and that helped Cuba Esports.
Wow. What can you say? We have Milanello now with this final attack. I mean, they are going down to the lower bracket, but the thing is, he surely wants a 3-star to try and boost their confidence moving into that lower bracket matchup. So it's just such an interesting one. And how do you spin yourself around for that matchup later on today as well and get yourself in that right headspace? But that is what they're going to have to do. Redirecting the Royal Champion to that Multi-Inferno. Love that invisibility spell there, just to make sure that he can get the Builder Hut and the Poison Tower, keeping the Spirit Fox alive here as well. So a beautiful start here, Carbon.
And a lot of times, an attack like this, yes, you know you can't win, but it can play a big role in your mental game. Just getting a 3-star can really help you have the trust and confidence going into the next war. Yeah, you'll be in the lower bracket, but you'll be like, hey, I got a triple in the last one. I could do it again, and trying to deliver. As we're going to see these Root Riders continue to path through, gonna have to power through these Ice Golems. Does drop the poison onto the furnace, pops that Warden ability, but the Giga Bomb awaits as he continues that approach, leading towards the backside of this base, as we are going to see the overgrowth into the core onto that monolith and the spitters.
Oh, look at that. I mean, we had a balloon from the troop launcher getting multiple seeking air mines. Then we have the boogers triggered every one of the red air mines in the middle there as well. Interestingly, there was a rocket loon in the troop launcher as well. Ripping out the core of the base, we know the healers are safe now, but everything is stuck on the outside with 1 minute and 20. This is going to be difficult to path everything through the middle and get this base down in time, to be honest.
Yeah, trying to continue through the backside with the Wizard Towers going down. We do have spitters hitting these troops, so we will have to backtrack into the core, but he does have the King ability with a skeleton spell providing the distraction. It's nice that it's out of range of the multi so that he can continue through, but the spiky ball for the King now does come through with only one more super wall breaker left.
There we go. Root Riders should now path towards those walls. They are so low in health. They just needs them to survive to break that open. But the monolith is on the Archer Queen, Carbon, taking that down. You can have all the Root Riders in the world left over, but if you don't have the DPS behind them, then you're going to struggle to get those buildings down. Just a little bit unfortunate there, and it is going to fall short for Milanello, meaning that it will indeed be a star lead that wins Cuba Esports this war.
And Cuba Esports is victorious in this match. They are going to be advancing to take on, well, the team that is Element. They're going to be waiting in the upper bracket, but Dizi Supersonic will go to the lower bracket, and their term in life will be on the line. So we do have 2 Dizi teams in the lower bracket, 1 Dizi group in the upper bracket. So no one's eliminated just yet, but we will be sending 2 teams home today, though.
Indeed, it seems harsh. These teams have worked so hard to get there, but that is how the cookie crumbles, I guess. We have to say goodbye to some of those teams. And as I mentioned earlier, we've already got some high quality teams that you wouldn't expect to be in the lower bracket already down there looking to battle next. But end-to-end stuff that War Carbon, if you had to pick an MVP, who do you think you would go with?
Hold on, I gotta bring up the stats and take a look. Maybe Danny, coming in to clutch it at one of the final attacks to get that 3-star in the end. Obviously, we know the final attack for Dizi Supersonic didn't get that 3-star, which in the end wouldn't have made the difference. I mean, they would have had a 3-star if the opponent didn't get that triple, which was Danny. So if I had to take a guess, I'm picking Danny. What about you?
I would go exactly the same. I mean, he got the triple when it was needed to continue pushing the team ahead, and we'll find out soon who the audience thought the MVP was. But I have to say that, I mean, all of the matches, even the first couple, I was obviously watching, not casting. All of the matches have been fantastic here today. But let's take a look at who the MVP was from the audience predictions on the event Supercell site, because we probably should reiterate that to the viewers as well as to where they go for the MVP players.
Yeah, absolutely. If you head over to event.supercell.com/clash-of-clans, that is where you could be voting for the MVPs, and then you get predictions and you're winning in-game rewards. So let's go ahead and take a look at the MVP of this match here. I'm picking Danny, you're picking Danny, and the answer is Danny!
We guessed it. We got it right. I mean, there wasn't as many 3-stars as we've seen in other wars, but like you said, pulled it out at the right time, got them the one that they needed, and from there we could move to the bracket update, because we've seen all of the 4 matches that we knew were going to happen. Now that we know the results of those 4 matches, let's take a look at what we have next, Carbon.
Yeah. Next up, we are going to be having it. Well, look at that lower bracket. Tribe Gaming, Dizi down there. We have Vatic Esports versus Dizi Supersonic. But the upper bracket, NAVI taking on Dizi Group, and then Cuba Esports versus Elevate. Just like I mentioned, we will be sending 2 teams home today, which are the 4 teams in the lower bracket. So those teams there, 2 of them will be eliminated, and that's the problem. Is if you lose your first match, you're going to have to make a full bracket run in order to have a shot.
Yeah, well, as Bash mentioned earlier as well, NAVI did that last time around, and it's interesting that NAVI got the comeback this time, beating Dizi, but now they're going up against Dizi Group in the second matchup. Can they just continue to knock out the Dizi teams, I guess, in this one? But before we go to the next matchup, let's have a bit of a recap watching the replays from the one we just had.
And welcome back here. We are getting ready now for the next match. And of course, have to welcome the one and only Itsu to the casting desk. Itsu, what was your thoughts of that last match as we wrapped up the first 4 matches in the upper bracket?
I just think it really showcased on how important clutch players are in those last attacking positions. If you have like a really good player in that position to give you that safety net, and that's exactly what happened here. It's a really good performance there. But Carbon, we're getting ready for our next match, and that is going to be a crazy one between Tribe Gaming and Dizi. And I think just reading those names already, I would not expect this to be a lower bracket match.
Yeah, I would never have thought that this matchup right here, if you were just giving me this picture, I would have picked probably an upper bracket. Both of the teams would have won, but no, that's not the case. They are both in the lower bracket, and only one team can advance. This is kind of giving me like grand final type vibes here between these two teams. They have plenty of experience against each other, and only one can advance. And they can only advance through the lower bracket, meaning their road to the grand finals is going to be a long one. They're going to have to keep winning and winning and winning, which means that they're going to have to continue to burn bases, which could come back to hurt them.
Yeah, I mean, going the long run is for sure not the optimal way, but let's just hear from Tribe Gaming what they have to say.
In my opinion,
our goal for this tournament
makes our team different.
I think as a minimum expectation, we definitely want to show ourselves stronger than last month. We want to put what we prepared onto the map and make sure that we reap the rewards from the preparation, from the time that we have put in. But in my opinion, our goal is always winning the tournament, whatever tournament it is, and we will go in with that exact same mentality come next weekend.
They have to keep that mentality strong. They have to keep going in with every attack. And, now at this point, they know elimination is on the line. But their opponents, well, they're kind of breathing easy. Yeah, they're in the lower bracket, but they already have a golden ticket. And that is the one and only Dizi. So let's go bring up the Dizi roster now. They're already golden ticket winners. They're going to be kind of relaxed here as we have Cynthia, Hawk, Mask, Fluxy, and Darkstar Itsu.
While they have already the golden ticket, on the other side though, remember that this year we have the points. Depending on where you finish during this double elimination bracket, you're going to get points even if you might not win the golden ticket directly. So if Dizi could now knock out Tribe early, which I think they would consider a really big other team, that would be massive for them. So they have to play for those things as well, I feel like, being again in this competition. But hey, we can hear as well a short statement from Dizi as well.
Our goals for the tournament is obviously to place as high as possible. We already got a ticket, so the only thing we can do is get some money. So obviously the highest, the better.
And they're trying to place as high as possible. And that's a good point, Itsu, that I didn't think about, that they eliminate Tribe, then they lower the amount of points that they get, which then in turn makes it so that they will finish not as high in the leaderboard. And if they don't get a golden ticket throughout any of the months, then they couldn't potentially play in the last chance qualifier. So by performing as best as they possibly can, they can also eliminate some teams that could be a threat to them in the World Championship later in the year. But it's going to be a really good match here. You do not want to miss it.
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure. Both of those teams are really talented. And I mean, that just shows already with the big names. But let's take a quick look at the predictions on those, how they're looking, because, you are special again. I mean, last match it worked. But is it going to work again with this match? What is your thinking behind your pick?
So my thinking is that Dizi, yes, they have less pressure on them, which means that they can take more risks. And because they can take more risks, it may pay off. And so I'm just going to go with the fact that they have less pressure and they could just throw everything out there and give it their best. While Tribe, I mean, I guess that also applies for Tribe because it's the lower bracket. They both have to take risks. I don't know. I guess I'm going against the grain like all of you guys. So I'm just going to be curious to see what is going to happen. But that's our predictions. Now, what is the viewer's prediction here? And let's see. Let's bring that up. Is it going to be 50-50? Is it going to be, okay, all right, 59% on the side of Dizi, the previous golden ticket winners, 41% going to Tribe there.
That's, I mean, really quite a bit of one-sided there, I would say. 60 to 40% roughly. While it kind of represents our split in the caster team with like 3 people picking Tribe and you going with Dizi. So I think it will be for sure a really intense match. And I think those 2 votings there are for sure displaying how close those teams can be within their power score. So, I mean, it's really the question between Tribe and their strength with dragons, because they're one of the teams who are really, really deep diving into the dragon attacks, while a lot of the other teams really like to bring a lot of Root Riders. Tribe is known for their dragons. So is that something which can backfire, which they can think, I don't know, get baited on, for example? That's for me the big question.
Yeah, dragons, or I mean, obviously the Root Riders, but you mentioned, will they be baiting with those traps for the dragons? But if you saw those predictions and you saw the MVP predictions as well, and you're wondering how you can be getting your voice heard for that or even earning rewards, well, you could be doing it over on the event site at event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans. That's where you can get your predictions in. That's where you can get your voting in for MVPs. And then also you'll be earning in-game rewards. So if you're not there and not getting that in, you are missing out on that opportunity. So make sure to check that out, as we are now getting ready for the very first attack here. Cynthia is going to be leading the charge for Dizi.
Yeah, and I'm still waiting for the Warden Charge Rocket Loons for him. As I said, he's using that as well, currently in Legend as far as I know. And he is just so good with those type of attacks. But he has went with the dragons in the first match, and it seems like he's going again with the dragons in this match. Angry Jolly on the Minion Prince, which means he wants to have him dive isolated in somewhere. But hey, as always, we're starting things off with the Royal Champion charge, and it's all about this Fox and the Fox staying alive, hopefully.
Yeah, keep that Spirit Fox alive. You'll get a lot of value as the RC is charging into this Rage Spell Tower. The Giga Bomb gonna get triggered, damaging quite a bit. We're gonna continue this RC through, finding more Giant Bombs, continuing to make her invisible as the Queen is gonna be dying off to the edge now. As he, oh wait, no, she's barely alive. Okay, now she goes down as he is still charging that RC into the core of the Monolith.
Getting that key defense out of the way is massive for him. But the Royal Champions keep diving forward. Oh no, she's chasing. No, she's chasing one of those fire mites. I mean, he's now on the town hall, but there's no invisibility spells left. That is not optimal. He could have taken down the scatter, the sweeper, and maybe even the air defense on this back end. But instead, the Royal Champion had different plans, and that has really cost him, unfortunately, right there. But now the Dragons have started the blimp towards the town hall. That town hall should go down, but he has to deploy the Minion Prince.
Yep, the Minion Prince to the far left with that Angry Jelly to target the defenses as the Yetis are raised up, securing that town hall, continuing to get the value as these dragons continue to fly through, but the Ice Golems may be a little bit of a distraction. If the Ice Golems go over there, there's actually a very nice Minion Prince ability off to the left, but finds double Seeking Air Mines. He goes down. 2 Inferno Dragons still left to be used with 3 Rocket Loons. But again, the troops are being lured to the Ice Golem all the way to the Arch Tower to the top side.
He is really, really oh my, I feel so bad for him. I mean, first his Royal Champion is chasing a Fire Mite across the base, and then the Dragons are chasing an Ice Golem across the base. Really unfortunate start, and we have seen that earlier, that for Tribe Gaming with their first attack of like an 84%, that pretty much has cost them the match, because since then they would have always had to go the full risk of actually 3-starring, because they would have been always behind on the percentage game. And now it's the same thing exactly happens to Dizi, with this attack being roughly in the same area, around the shortly about 80% mark. So yeah, it is not the best start here.
Not the best start, unfortunately, and it's a lower percent too. There is a few archers around 83, 84, getting every single building he possibly can. 2 tassels lock onto that final Inferno Dragon, and there it is, an 85% 2-star for Cynthia to start this one off. So a great defense for P. Castro and Tribe Gaming. Remember, this is a lower bracket match. You lose, you are eliminated here in the competition. And every single match you do win, you are increasing the prize money that you are taking home at the end of the day.
Yes, that is right, for sure. But I feel like, as well for those teams, it is just so important to get those league points, or those points in general, which you're getting based on your ranking, because the difference between making it from one of those qualifiers into the World's Finals at the end of the year is just such a big difference maker, because as soon as you're making it into the top 8, you're guaranteed already a massive amount of prize money, and that's like the difference maker which out of those teams are going for. Obviously, Dizi has this advantage already, but again, you're trying to deny now this opportunity to the teams which you are thinking that they're a big threat to you. And I feel like that's exactly what Tribe is for Dizi in general. It's a really well-rounded team. And now Picastro has to redeem himself after the first attack. He has went for ground this time again. But we're seeing the same approach pretty much with the Log Launcher and 3 Earthquakes.
Yeah, with that Royal Champion charging in towards this ground expo to the left side. Doesn't have that maxed out recall. Doesn't really matter because he's always pulling back is that Royal Champion. Doesn't need a max there as the RC continues to go invis and then potentially, well, no, actually he probably won't pair in the ability because he will be able to recolor just like that. Does just a little bit of a charge to get that value and an arrow straight from the bottom side. He's liking the arrow log launcher combo to get some value, including the Town Hall.
Yeah, the Town Hall is damaged quite a bit, which is great news for him. And he's trying to get the Log Launcher towards damaging even the Monolith. Now investing a freeze to take down the Town Hall so the Log Launcher taking no damage. And it's working. And because remember, there is no poison or anything left anymore. This means now the logs are going even through the core. And the Clan Castle as a building going down, which means there has been no Clan Castle troops leaving whatsoever. Massive opening for Picastro.
A fantastic push through with that log launcher earthquake arrow combination as he continues through these double giant bound to the bottom, goes invisible to help protect the queen, and here comes the Root Riders with some healers over there to the right. And as he's moving this approach through, the King's earthquake boots open up the core, and this is why with that Clan Castle being gone, the heroes, the King and Queen, are not getting stalled up.
Yeah, that is just really smart play there from him. But is it maybe too much of an investment? Because remember, for that he invested the Siege and 3 Earthquakes and a free spell on top of that. So a really heavy investment for sure. And the Monolith right now is out of reach for his troops. The Queen is locked onto, which means he has to maybe use a freeze or something. And that is the big question mark here. And he's even saving an Ice Golem for the back end. Let's see how big of an impact this is going to be.
Yeah, with this push through, the Overgrowth has just been used, so it should last quite a bit as the Wizard Sewer Warps to the top side. One more freeze, but he sends in that Ice Golem to the bottom side of the base. Continuing through, a couple Super Barbs now coming through. Has that freeze, drops some balloons onto the backside to try to sneak in towards the Spitter. But the enemy Royal Champion is over there, and this is fine. This will get a 3-star here for Picastro as he continues through. As long as he's got the time, the Root Riders are going to open up the walls with 1 freeze left. And all he has to get through is that gold storage, and it's going to be a triple.
And now we're understanding what exactly his concept was with the first attack, why he had such a heavy investment with those 3 Earthquakes, but understanding that he was looking for the Town Hall and as well the Clan Castle lineup to take that out together with the Earthquakes. And that is for sure an entry he has tested, knowing exactly how many Earthquakes he needs with a Log Launcher together to take down a Clan Castle building like this, to be able to avoid those Ice Golems, be able to avoid those annoying furnaces on the defense, and it worked out beautifully. The first 3-star for Tribe, and considering now that we have just seen Dizi falling short quite a bit on their first approach, it's looking great for Tribe. Flaxi now coming into the second attacking position for Dizi, and they need a high percentage 2-star at least, if not even a 3-star.
And something you have to think about when it comes to this hit for these attacks is that if you attack in hard mode with the giant arrow, it's not as strong. So let's see as he sends in that Royal Champion to the top side of this base here.
And that was a smart play of trying to take down the outside building with that Yeti, but with the Tesla popping up, he has to redirect the Royal Champion, and now is running the risk exactly of what is happening right now, that the Royal Champ is getting distracted. He was trying to get that monolith out of the way, which did not work out for him. So he's now going to recall without this big investment. Something you could do is trying to snipe the Tesla, because I think then the merged cannon would be free with like the 1 million he has gotten. It should be out of range of the Royal Champ and out of the multi-amp throwing tower. That would be something really cool. And that would be something which hopefully the spotter is going to call, but I feel like with only one loon left, I don't think that this is going to happen.
With the push through the top side, Ice Golem to the far right to distract that Ricochet Cannon, to help protect his troops, as we have the healers onto the Root Riders moving in, and he pairs in that poison onto the Furnace in the core. And there is that Overgrowth to stop that Spitter from hitting him, as he pops that Ward and Eternal Tome to really protect this push leading towards this Town Hall.
Yeah, but he has to go a long way towards the Town Hall. He's using the Rage Tome to really make sure the push is as strong as possible, but this obviously means that he is running a huge risk of losing those healers. This is why having so many test loons in the mix as well from the Siege and as well from his main army composition. But as the Overgrowth defenses are waking up again, Town Hall is still out of reach.
Yeah, unless these Root Riders open up the wall. The King, though, with maybe an Earthquake boost to be added on there. Let's see, there's a wall break so that the Queen could follow in towards the Town Hall. No, it is not an Earthquake boost there, so the Spiky Ball skips through. But Fluxy, you need that Queen to go for that Town Hall. He does have ability. Queen, go into the Town Hall. She does. So we'll be able to secure at least that second star, but another lower percent here for Dizi.
Using the controller for the Archer Queen to move her inside. Perfect for him that the Queen is moving in there, but he's again not happy with the result, because remember, this is yet again not really getting far above the 80% mark, if he's even getting towards that percentage. And Dizi is really struggling right now with those bases from Tribe. While we have seen from Tribe already such a good start, and Tribe is now up next. They could get a massive lead if they would go 2 out of 2 opening this matchup.
At this current rate, with those 2 lower percents and a triple from Tribe, obviously it's looking to be in Tribe's favor. My predictions, well, I've only gotten one right so far. I am the only one that picked Dizi. So unless Dizi does something to turn this around, it's really looking like Tribe could be walking away with this one, but we still have a lot of attacks to come. All it takes is one attack to fall short, change the outcome of the match. This is a lower bracket match, meaning elimination is the result if you lose here. So we're going to see now Rikira stepping up for Tribe Gaming to take on Cynthi's base. Rikira's, will he bring the dragons, the roots? I know at least one attacker, which is Darkstar for Dizi, always brings the fireball into some sort of attack. So I'm curious to see what Rikira's will do, because I think he's really been sticking with the dragons. He gets a lot of value with that, and he is indeed bringing the dragons with 12 invis.
Yeah, he really likes those dragon attacks. Always brings some twist typically to it, which means sometimes rocket loons to funnel the Royal Champion, or sometimes like he's doing right now with the Archer Queen to push the Royal Champ into the right direction. But he has had some crazy value. I have seen some matches where he took down like pretty much more than 50% of the defensive buildings just with the Royal Champion charge, which is so crazy to see and to watch. And well, he's keep moving forward towards the Town Hall. And if he's going at that rate, he might even get the Town Hall, which I think is the goal right now, because there's still 5 more invis to deploy.
Yeah, hopefully he does. Oh, no, the boots are going to kill the Ice Golem, slow her down. And now she should be, oh my god, where is she going? She's going to the Furnace by finally making it to the Town Hall, but had to invest quite a bit of spells there just to try to avoid the CC.
Yeah, but I think he's completely fine still with the perfect timing of that invisibility spell. He's going to get the town. Take a look at that again. He has taken down so much of the space. Yes, it was with the investment of the Queen, but still crazy value. I think he deployed the Flame Finger a little bit into the range of that Archer Tower. But as long as the air defense is going down, I think he's completely fine with that. He has to be careful though with this Ice Golem. Things so far are looking not too bad.
Yeah, with the Ice Golem getting distracted, killed off by the Valkyrie. as we have the Warden with these dragons still moving their way through the bottom. We'll have the Warden Eternal Tome, which is super low health Warden here, so it's almost like the Warden ability will be forced. Pops it there as he continues through the bottom, and then the Mini Prince can pair in his ability to slow things down.
Yeah, and right now you can tell as well why he used the Flame Flinger, because not just he took down the elephants, but as well he took down the entire right side when it comes down to the buildings. And with that, he's pushing those dragons into the back end, creating this perfect pathing. There goes the Minion Prince ability. But the dragons are slowly disappearing. There we have those Yetis trying to tank, trying to support the dragons. It's not many troops alive, but they're slowly and steady moving through the space. The Minion Prince now again behind those dragons, staying protected, and he even has the Phoenix on the Minion Prince to be able to tank on the back end.
Yeah, with the defensive Minion Prince there. Oh, he's finding a Seeking Air Mine, finding Air Skellies. That's a problem. Archers, minions off to the right. He's only got a few troops left, but these defenses are unfortunately picking him off. But even if it fails, which it looks like it's going to fall short, he's not liking it, not going to get a 3. It will still be a higher percentage, though, than what Dizi brought.
Yeah, it's going to crush the 90% 2-star mark, which is, I feel like right now, this crucial kind of like line you want to cross. If you don't get those 3 stars, it's going to be a 94% 2-star. The Royal Champion charge looked really, really promising, but in the end, the Dragons just, yeah, went down too quickly, and especially the stacked back end of 2 multi-archer towers, the defending Minion Prince, and as well this multi-merged defense at the top side was just too much for his dragons and the Minion Prince to handle. So good attempt, it's a high percentage, and especially if you take a look at the percentages overall, it pretty much feels like Tribe is having a 2-star lead, because if Dizi can tie them on stars, the percentage is always going to be in favor of Tribe. So Dizi has to win on stars, which at this point they need 2-star more than what Tribe has, and that's quite a bit. And now we're ready for the next attack, which is Darkstar.
But we have Darkstar, we have Hawk, we have Mask. Each one of them is capable of pulling in a 3-star. And that's a great point, that they will most likely not win the percentage game. So they're going to have to triple 2 out of the next 3. And that's with the assumption that Tribe doesn't 3-star any of their final attacks. So let's see, as Darkstar is coming in with a Root Rider attack, and it doesn't look like it's going to be a Warden Fireball, which I am definitely shocked, because it's one of his favorite attacks, and he's so good with it.
Yeah, and Fireball attacks are just so satisfying to watch as well. But he is going in with the Log Launcher approach, it looks like. You have the poison in the core to make sure that this furnace is not really doing that much damage. And as well, for everyone out there watching, if you're facing one of those clan castle where the defender is having the combination between the furnace and as well ice golems or any other troop, make sure that you're deploying the poison on top of the furnace, which means on top of the clan castle. With that, you're dealing damage towards the building of the furnace. The fire mites will still get spawned, but with taking down that furnace itself, you will deny most of the fire mites getting spawned, and that is the crucial part. This is why the pros are using the poison onto this the clan castle right away, just if you're wondering. So make sure that you're copying that approach if you're encountering a clan castle like this as well. This is your best bet to counter it.
Take the advice from Itsu. I definitely learned a lot. It's definitely going to help you in your attacks, as we're seeing Darkstar continue this push right on through, and the Log Launcher opens up with the Yetis, popping that Warden ability, protecting them, continuing through, as we've got the King off to the right, and the Poison Spell actually perfectly got launched to the right side, so not landing onto these Root Riders and these healers as they are powering through to that Town Hall, but still has a handful of spells still to use here, Itsu.
Yeah, there's quite a few spells left to deploy, but at the same time, the Town Hall is now getting overgrowth, which means it's invisible, but at least it deals no damage. But if you're like passing around the Town Hall and it's waking up again, that is really, really bad news for you. So you have to be careful with that. If nothing is going to the Town Hall and it's going to wake up again, rough times for Darkstar, because a 1-star is always possible. And you can see it right now. He's trying to get something towards the Town Hall. He's using the invisibility spell to redirect his troops, which was a smart choice. The question is it going to be enough power? The King, the Royal Champion is still there, but the time is ticking.
with the RC ability is going to clutch. One more invis, but 27 seconds left. Just like you said, time is the biggest factor here now, pushing through. Oh, a tornado tramp gonna also spin him around. World Champion getting her value with that rocket spear. One super barb has to be used at the perfect time. Uses it to the top side. He can't do anything other than the one invis left. Oh, time.
Time is ticking.
Oh no. Those final buildings to the left are gonna stay up, and it's a 96% 2-star, and it's been all 2 stars so far here for Dizi, meaning that Hawk and Mask will have to triple if Tribe, as long as they don't get any more 3 stars themselves. That's their only hope to be staying in this one.
Yeah, it's just not going Dizi's way today. They are just too close to those 3 stars. With those attacks here, 96% overall. But you said it right, now it's back to Tribe, and they're still on their own. 3 attacks left to do, and if they just 3-star one of them, it's going to be a really rough call for Dizi to come back from that one, because that would need like not just a 3-star on defense, but as well like a 1-star to compensate that then to have a chance. But we have Nibrax as the next attacker. He likes as well to go in with those dragons. Tribe, as we said earlier, really commits to those dragon attacks with Rikiris, with Nibrax. And then we have some of the other players being quite versatile with both type of attacks, the Root Riders or the dragons. But with Nibrax, he really likes this approach. He really likes the Royal Champion charges with the dragon follow-up, and that's exactly what we see here. But this time in the mix, a golem to make the king even stronger. And seeing this base again, I think he was the person as well who attacked it last time when I casted this match, was last weekend. And he sent the king in from the far right side, trying to get value with the gauntlet and the rage gem. And he went into a tornado trap and he got literally 0 value. So the question is now, does he remember this? Or does he go into the same trap again? Because we have seen Mask run this base earlier today, and it did work really great because the tornado trap was quite annoying.
I feel like when it comes to an attack, you tend to remember your fails more than your successes. So I would guess that probably yes. Whenever a pro fails on the big stage and it can cost your team, you're gonna remember it. So let's see if Nibrax is gonna be able to pull through here. As unfortunately, the Royal Champion is getting distracted onto that king. Has to continue the RC through these invises into the other air defense down here. As the mini prince on the defensive side is also down here, but the RC is continuing a charge into the core to go get the geared up cannon and that multi.
Yeah, but I think the main target here is the monolith, and I think that's something he got the last time with this attack. He's able to redirect her, but he's not going to be able to take that monolith out, and that is a huge part because it's just so isolated that the dragons are going to struggle with this approach. He's going to fly with a blimp across everything. And the question still is he going to have the king on the far right side? Maybe he's going to send it from a different angle, because remember, we have the tornado trap right next to the multi-inferno tower on the 3 o'clock, so on the far right side. So if he's going to enter onto the bottom wizard tower, he might just have a better opening. So let's see how that's going to go. The blimp is going to reach the target, which is the town hall. But when and where is that king going to be deployed?
Well, we have the king indeed to the right side, but the golem trying to provide a bit of tanking for him as he does not have the archer queen. Pairs in that mini prince right into the core of this base. Rocket loons to the top side to snipe an archer tower, and trying to have these dragons split across, getting the value. As the king, he does find that tornado drop just like you mentioned, as he's trying to continue these dragons into the core.
Yep, and kind of like last time, the king did not get a lot of value, even considering that there was a golem. But there's not much base left overall. We still have the minion prince going strong. But with the air defense and as with the multi-arch tower, those dragons are struggling. It's just those 2 key defenses which are holding back so good for the base. And it feels like that Nibrax is doing the same mistake again versus the same base. Can the multi-arch tower go down? Yes, it's going down, but the one air defense now is somehow having to be overpowered.
It's always the one air defense, and that can just be taking everything down. He's got no ground. Well, actually, no, he does have a few archers as the ground unit, but the builder hut remains. He's trying to push the phoenix. Wait, the booger, the phoenix, the dragon, they might clutch. Hold on. They're trying. The air defense, he needs to overwhelm it, but oh, that's right, time. I'm not even looking at the time anyways. He won't have time on his side, and it's a 98% too, which means the door is barely open for Dizi. If they were to triple their final 2 attacks and then hold 2 defenses, they still have a shot.
But Carbon, take a look at those percentages. 58.4 versus the 51.2 from Dizi. That is a massive difference in the percentage. I feel like at this point, at this stage, it's pretty much impossible for Dizi to catch Tribe on the percentage level, which means they have to go back-to-back 3 stars now, while keep defending Tribe. I mean, so far with the last 2 attacks, Tribe was falling short. Their attacks were close, but no 3 stars after the first one, which they were able to collect. But Dizi really needs those 3 stars now, and we have Mask to attempt this impossible mission now.
But the mission is possible. They have a shot. It's not impossible. And Mask is going to try to step up for their team and convert for the 3-star. Probably going to bring some sort of Root Rider attacks. We've been seeing it all day. It's one of the strongest, if not the strongest attack in the game. And he just continues to be a reliable 3-star threat for their team. And he needs to deliver here. No triples so far for Dizi, and only 1 3-star in the entire match, which did indeed come from P. Castro, which he paired in a brilliant log launcher, arrow, earthquake combination. And we're going to see Mask now coming in with the Root Riders indeed. So let's see if he can deliver. They need to triple this, and then Hawk needs to triple the final attack for Dizi to have a shot. As the Yeti is down south to the bottom side of this base, gets sprung, taking out the Wizard Tower, and now deploys that Royal Champion.
Yeah, but at least the Wizard Tower cannot lure that Royal Champion to the outside anymore. That is good news for him. He's taking half the hit points already of damage on that Fox, which means the first invisibility spell was not perfectly timed. Another invis is going to be invested, so he really wants to keep that Fox alive. So sometimes when you are having a lot of invisibility spells still left and the Royal Champ charge is going kind of quick, don't wait for the Fox invisibility, just keep using those invisibility spells, because if you can keep the Fox alive, even if that means that you have to invest more invisibility spells, it's always worth it. Keeping that pet alive is such a big game changer. Just as a tip around, if you're doing this strategy as well, make sure that you're investing those special invisibility spells and not try to save them. Oh, wait a second! Right Mind Farm. Healers are safe for now.
He's okay, but he might lose them pretty soon as he continues through. We do have the Yetis actually going straight to the Town Hall. Looking great. Continuing around to the right. Town Hall has been secured, and the King is going off to the right with that Frosty. And there is the redeployed Royal Champion with the Spirit Fox, raging them up, popping that Warden ability to really now protect through the backside.
Yeah, it's all about the back end. The Giga Bomb as well is waiting for him over there. A lot of damage is going to be placed around that multi-inferno tower. Not just the defending multi-arch tower and the merged cannon, but as well the defending minion prince. We have seen many times where this hero can mess things up for the attacker. It's so strong, it's so annoying to approach, but take a look at that. The perfect freeze, the rocket spear to take it out, and this means one problem less.
As he continues through this core, does have that spiky ball for the King, making his way around. Super Barbs to the top, 3 more Super Barbs to use. Remember, it's got to be a 3-star to give Dizi a shot as he continues through the wall to the backside. The Giant's gone. Queen's getting hit. She's going down. King's got the burn ability, but the Warden needs to stay alive here to try to get this value.
Ooh, the King has to keep going, but the time is ticking as well. I feel like at this stage he is missing damage for sure to get the 3-star, especially with this backhand. The multi-inferno tower, the defending Queen. Yes, there's an opening, but the King is going for the wall right now, and this means it is another defense for Tribe Gaming. Yes, the percentage is increased compared to some of the other attacks from his teammates, but it's not really getting close to the 3rd star. We still have that merged cannon, we still have the defending hero and other defenses standing, and Tribe's bases are keep defending versus Dizi. And so far a flawless defense, while Tribe on offense is having 1 3-star with 2 solid high percentage 2-star attacks.
You can see the emotions from Dizi here. They're under The realization now that they won't have a shot because the percentage is nowhere on their side. All they can hope for is if Kronos or Temper get a 1-star, then they could triple with their final attack. But Darkstar with a 96. Then we had Master with a 90. Then Cynthia with an 85. And unfortunately, it was the lowest percent of Fluxy with a 75% 2-star that is really bringing this war down. With Tribe having that 3-star advantage, you mentioned it earlier, it's more like a 2-star lead because if it comes down to a tie, Tribe has the advantage in the tie-breaker scenario. But now the captain, Mr. Kronos, is coming in to deliver and try to put a nail in the coffin. They do have 2 attacks still to come in, but you never know what will happen as Hawk still has his attack. So he's trying to hope to get a defense and get a triple of his own.
Yeah, and I feel like as long as they're just playing it safe, and with that I mean just go for 2 stars. I mean, yes, great 3 stars are amazing and are always nice, but at this stage, I feel like just do whatever is needed to win this match, which is just getting the 2 stars and high percentage. So let's see if their plan is going to go that direction or if it's going to take some risks to some degree. But so far, the plan looks solid. The recall is there. He has gotten the first compartment funneled, and he's going to enter from the bottom side.
And a nice little bonus cherry on top. He triggered the Giga Bomb. And he pulled that Royal Champion back before taking any damage. Flawless there. As now the Root Riders coming right on down to the bottom side. With Ice Golems coming through. Did clear the furnace with the poison. And here goes the Blimp over the top. And unfortunately, the Blimp did get caught by the Ice Golem. So, got caught yet again as he needs to continue to fly towards that Town Hall.
Yep, that's the safest approach for like the 2nd star, which is somehow possible. He's having those Yetis in there, investing the freeze. The Town Hall should go down, right? Right? Yep, there we go. 1st star secure. He's just going to push through now, making sure that at this stage, not just the 1st, but as well the 2nd star is secure to get the percentage higher though as well. Because if this would be like the 60% 2-star, this would be not the win condition. And since the Warden ability is already gone, the healers are about to go down. It's still tricky.
Yeah, he's still pushing through towards this monolith. Yeah, it's under the overgrowth, but the overgrowth has now worn off, making his way through. The king will have that spiky ball skip across as the queen's gonna follow right on through to the top side of his base with a wall break. Gonna open up top. Queen can help follow through up there with a couple super barbs. 1 more super wall breaker as there is quite a bit left, unfortunately, and all the Root Riders have disappeared.
They have disappeared indeed, and he's just at the 60% mark. We have talked about safe 2 stars, but at the same time, it should have been at least like 80 or something percent, because otherwise this is going to be a problem for them if they're going to give away their win condition of the high percentage. But he's climbing higher and higher as the Giant is taking some defenses on the outside. The Super Barbs on the back are taking some defenses out as well, and he's going to get closer to the 90% mark, which he was aiming for. But still, you see it on his face cam that he is not too happy about the result. But hey, I would say overall, job done. They're still leading with plenty percentage, as long as Temper now is getting roughly 80 to 90% 2-star. I think they should be still easily fine.
Well, actually, it's just a 67% 2-star is what Temper would need. Because right now, Dizi, if they were going to triple, they would be at an 89.2% total in the match. And right now, Tribe Gaming sitting at a 76. So a 67% 2-star is all they actually need, no matter what Hawk was to do in his final attack. Granted, that's with the assumption of it being a 3-star. So with it being 67, all the other percentages, which were relatively high enough in the Tribe Gaming's favor, that means that Temper has a real good shot of just getting the percent and winning. Doesn't matter whatever the percentage here of Hawk does come in. Obviously, you want to put as much possible pressure on the Temper as possible, and the only way to do that is to triple with this attack, as we're going to see a super wall breaker Gonna help move through to the right as that's the queen. Okay, so the queen and warden are actually working together, but the scatter shot, unfortunately, locked onto the warden there.
Good, locked onto the warden. The queen is not going to the compartment either. So that was not really the funnel he was hoping for, I assume. The Root Riders are going in. I guess the pathing overall is still created, but this is something which we have seen now a couple of times, or actually a few times only, with instead of having the Royal Champion charge, we have now the Warden Queen charge in the beginning, which is really interesting of a concept, with replacing that Royal Champion there. And now we have just the regular Root Rider push, making sure though that the Root Riders, I'm sorry, going for the multi-infernal tower with the king funneling the outside.
You gotta say Root Riders 10 times fast, you know? We're seeing it so many times here as he continues into the core. The Ice Golem's gonna freeze him up, continuing towards the Town Hall here to the left. The Giga Bomb also waits to the edge next to that Monolith. RC, Warden, King, Queen, every single hero still has their ability paired in, some of them, as the Warden Eternal Tome would be very valuable here.
Yeah, the core is going to wake up pretty soon again. That's exactly the moment. The merged multi-gear tower is doing quite a bit of work as soon as the Warden ability is running out, but the Giant is doing a great job of protecting. The back end is still there, but I think... Or is it going to be enough? I feel like the Root Riders are gone, or how many others still alive? 2 maybe, but no healers.
Yeah, just a few off to the left where the King. The Warden, though, is benefiting with the Rage Gem, and that Warden almost went down early in the attack, and now he's getting the benefit of that Rage Gem, which is clutching, making that Royal Champion deal more damage. Continuing on to the Spitter here as he's out of spells. Can he take that Spitter down? No, he cannot. He's got one Super Barb left, going to rely on the King and a few Root Riders try to open these walls, but with a Spitter left, depends on the angle he goes. Oh, bye-bye Warden there.
Bye-bye Warden, but I feel like at this point the army was already gone anyways. With the multi-infernal tower still on the back end, this was an impossible job to complete. And this means that Dizi overall is going out of this match with overall 0 3 stars. Really not their match. Or on the other side, I think we should just highlight on the positive things then for Tribe. An outstanding performance from their defensive team, really giving Dizi a rough time. And, well, Tribe now, you said it earlier, have a really easy... I don't want to call it easy because we will jinx it somehow.
What's that?
Impossible job to finish things off.
What's that phrase that we've always said? You know, it's as old as time in Clash of Clans. What is it? What wins wars? You know, what possibly wins wars? Do you know, Itsu? What's that phrase?
2-star win wars. That's what I heard. So that's exactly what Temper has to go for.
The phrase is 2 stars wins wars, right? That's all he needs. A 2-star gets him to 11. That's easier said as done, right?
I really don't think. I really hope that we did not just jinx Temper, because he's the last attacker for Tribe, and he should hopefully be able to get those 2 stars. But even if he's getting a 1-star, do you have the numbers? How many percentage would he need to win even with a 1-star?
Let's take a look. So Dizi's at 87.4, Tribe's at a 76. So even if he gets a 1-star, he needs a 58% 1-star for a win. So really, technically, 58% 1-stars wins wars, you know? And let's see, as he sends that Royal Champion potentially towards that Town Hall, moving his way right on through. And let's see if this Royal Champion can get that value.
Trying to go for the value indeed. And trying to just set up the funnel. Trying to set up the pathing into one of those fire spitters, and that's exactly what he was going for. And we just had the conversation, I think, after the last weekend on Discord. I had to talk with him where we were like discussing, okay, what do you think is stronger? The Rage Gem or the Healing Tome on the Warden? We just went like back and forth and talked about, okay, what are the optimal things and what are the worst things and whatever, what can happen. And overall, we came to the conclusion that we don't know. So that was really the problem there, because I feel like the healing spell is more situational, where it means if the timing is right and you can protect the healers, it's great. but the Healing Tome is then just covering more, but at the same time, again, the Rage Gem is just so good because it lasts over the entire attack. So there's so many pros and cons that it really comes down to the play style. But back to the attack, I think he just lost the Royal Champion.
You know what? Why don't we just add the Life Gem in there? You know, just go Rage Gem, Life Gem, and then you're good. It'll stay for the entire duration of the attack, and who knows? But let's see as Temper continues through. There's the second star. There is the confirmed victory for Tribe Gaming, which means that they have officially eliminated Dizi from the May monthly finals. But that's okay for Dizi because they've already got their golden ticket. They're going to take home a little bit of the prize money. They're going to get a little bit bonus of the points as well. Unfortunately, they couldn't eliminate any team from the competition. So I really think it comes down to them taking probably a little bit more of a relaxed approach to this month because they've already secured that golden ticket. With that being said, I mean, they could continue to take a laxed approach because they don't have to worry. They could just try to go for the prize money and then really start to focus when it comes to the World Finals.
Yep, just try to go all the way indeed, and Temper getting the job done here, even though the job was just to get the second star, but he's doing exactly that for his team. Going with that blimp for the Town Hall, going the safest route possible. And this means that Tribe is in the next match in that lower bracket. We have talked about some miracle runs in the past from some of those teams going all the way. I mean, NAVI just did that on the last week, going all the way into the finals. They did not complete the reverse sweep in the finals, but still in an overall a really impressive showing. But this means as well that Dizi is our first team this weekend to drop out of the competition in this top 8 double elimination bracket.
Tribe Gaming getting the victory here in the end. Congratulations to them advancing and keeping their hopes alive. Temper getting exactly what he needs. Didn't have to worry about a 3-star, and they're done for the day. They don't have to worry about anything else. They can take a break, they can relax, and then they will be coming back tomorrow to try to keep their hopes alive. So this is the final score of 11-10, a low-scoring war, and very surprising, no triple. You would assume at least one would be a 3-star coming in from a team like Dizi, but not today. They're going to fall short. It is not their day, not the weekend here, but, you know, they'll still take a little bit of the prize money and they'll be able to kick their feet up and not have to worry. So we'll be getting the update of the bracket here. So let's go take a look at where everything stands, Itsu.
Yep, we have the bracket indeed. In the upper bracket, those matches are still going to be played today, by the way, guys, so make sure that you're sticking around. But we have in the upper bracket NAVI versus Dizi Group and say Cuba Esports versus Elevate. But our next match is going to be Vatic Esports versus Dizi Supersonic in the lower bracket, and that's going to be another elimination match, which means whoever is going to lose this match is dropping out of this weekend's competition as well and is having no chance for the golden ticket. So really important matches are coming up. We have plenty of great teams in this competition who are fighting for their tournament lives, and as well obviously a lot of prize money on the line.
A lot of prize money indeed. 3 more matches to come here today, and 1 more team's getting sent home today, and then the rest will be getting sent home tomorrow, where we'll be crowning the second golden ticket winner. Between Vatic Esports and Dizi Supersonic, it's still going to be a fantastic match there. But I believe, remember, if you guys got all your predictions in for selections for the MVP, and it turned out to be the one individual who got the 3-star. Look at how heavy of a pick that is. 78% for Pete Castro. I mean, he's the only triple, and it was a very clean triple at that with the Earthquake and Log Launcher.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, he was the only triple in that match.
Yeah.
And just the way and how he was able to come up with this approach with the Earthquakes, I'm really happy for him that he was able to show that off in the second attack now after falling short in the first match. So really great job to him with this Earthquake trick with the takedown of the Clan Castle as well, investing the freezes for the Town Hall. So really nicely done by him.
Yeah, it was a fantastic attack there. P. Castro getting it done, keeping their hopes alive. But we got 3 more matches here today, my friends, so you don't want to go anywhere as we get ready for the next lower bracket match to come. So we'll be right back.
And we come back with the next match. And, well, we have the one and only Judo joining me. What did you think of that last match?
I guess I would say surprised. I did expect that Dizi would put up a bit more of a fight in that one, but like you said at the end of the war, you've got to give it to Tribe Gaming. They showed up. They did what they needed to do in that war, and I am too glad that P. Castro was able to show his trick and his tactics for what he was thinking with that method. However, we move to the next lower bracket matchup, Itsu. We have Vatic Esports and Dizi Supersonic. One of these teams going home.
That's right, and we're starting with the team Vatic Esports. An incredible lineup with Kingsman, Tryhard, Simon, Nachoa, and Imran. So it is really surprising to see them in the lower bracket, if you think about it, but at the same time, with how many good teams there are, nothing is impossible really, but I'm expecting them to really show up. But let's hear from the teams itself what they have to say.
I would say our goals for the tournament would be to win it. I'm sure getting a golden ticket nice and early would be very nice, especially having about 6 tickets left. I think securing a ticket early is probably the best option that you can get. Being later on, if you don't have a ticket yet, there's more pressure on you. So getting your ticket nice and early would of course be the best solution for everyone, especially in our team.
Always interesting to hear what the players have to say. And Vatic Esports, like you mentioned, surprising for them to be in the lower bracket, especially finishing 3rd last month. But I guess their opponents, Dizi Supersonic, have been very impressive in their own merit. So let's take a look at their team.
Indeed, let's take a look at their lineup. We have Juan, we have Milanello, we have Byron Love, we have Pepis, and we have Vincenzo. So a really stacked lineup for sure. They were showing off in the last stages, and well, today they have to make sure that they are not going down as the second team in this double elimination bracket. But the same for them. Let's hear from them what they are thinking about this current stage of the competition.
Our goal for this tournament, of course, win the golden tickets and play at the World Championship final with our other DC family team.
Very short and sweet there, let's put it that way. But yes, we will find out exactly which team are going home and which team will be progressing into tomorrow's matches. I feel like whenever you get to the lower bracket, it makes it a little bit more difficult to call. I went with Vatic Esports on this one, Itsu, just because they did finish 3rd last month. And also I feel last week they were so consistent. They were always putting up 14-star, 13-star wars. Just struggled a bit versus Elevate in their first matchup. Looks like we all went with Vatic, in fact, for this one. So what was your deciding factor on that?
I mean, first I have to smile a little bit because it's seemingly that Carbon has changed his strategy of just going now with the group instead of trying to pick the underdog teams here, because I feel like Vatic for sure is like the big name in the community. They came 3rd last qualifier. I feel like they have just so much experience that I really think that this experience is going to help them in this really high stress moment and can really carry them all the way. And it's going to be the big advantage for them.
Well, we have a 100% caster prediction for Vatic, but let's see what the audience think at home. Remember, you can put your predictions in for the matches and even get rewards in Clash of Clans by going to event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans. And it looks like they are agreeing with us, Vatic, but 29% they're going with Dizi Supersonic. So there's certainly some players that are backing them. I guess I can see that based on their performance moving into the matches here, and especially being one of the Dizi teams. They have just feels like teams everywhere at the moment, Itsu.
Yeah, and I feel like sometimes you just want to believe in an underdog story, which is completely fine, obviously, because I feel like just based on the size of the name, we have to call Dizi Supersonic the underdog, even if the numbers maybe of the second stage and the first stage, the numbers, the hit rates are not representing that, because Vatic Esports was actually one of the lower hit rate teams coming into this third stage of the competition, but Supersonic was really one of the high performers. But again, there's always this clutch factor of showing up when it matters the most, and I feel like last weekend this really came in clutch for me for Vatic Esports. But Dizi Supersonic is starting things off, and we're going to witness again a Roy champion charge. We're seeing another Rage Gem with the heating spell, so that's going to be something nice to concentrate on how much value he can really get with this combination.
Yeah, and he's obviously going for big value with the Royal Champion Dive, with the amount of invisibility spells, using a couple of Rocket Loons to snipe some of those builder huts, make sure that the Royal Champion would move in the direction that he wants. But due to the Tornado Trap, did have to use an extra spell there already, now redirecting the Royal Champion as well. So I guess after this Fire Spitter, he would just be recall. Oh no, he is going to go for the multi-target Inferno here as well.
Yeah, he's like, okay, I want to get the entire base. That's just mine. But for taking down the multi-Inferno tower, he has lost now the Fox for his overall push, and he's sending in the Minion Prince on its own on the far right side. Will take quite some damage, most likely versus the Headhunter, and as well versus the Fire Mounts of the Furnace, because remember, they can deal a lot of damage. Using the Bay Dragon now to somehow funnel for his Minion Prince, and as well tank for the Minion Prince, because that's the important thing here. Now the Rocket Loons to take down the air defense and keep that Minion Prince safe.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, an interesting approach, especially with the Phoenix on the Minion Prince. It does mean that once it goes down, it should hopefully be able to secure the Town Hall for him as well. Meanwhile, the Root Riders can move around and also gets the benefit of the Dark Orb there as well. Oh.
Yeah, really interesting opening. What did you see?
I saw the Minion Prince turn to the Archer Queen, so I wasn't quite sure if he was going to get the Town Hall, but it is going to secure it before it even goes to the Phoenix mode.
Yeah, it's a really smart takedown of that Town Hall. Pushing down to the back end. He has not invested the heal spell just yet. He's waiting if his healers are going to take any damage, because at this stage you really have to understand the one major thing about those ground attacks is to keep the healers alive at all costs. If they're going down, it is nearly impossible to 3-star in the hard mode. This is just the most crucial thing, and this is what the heal spell is for. Versus Red Mines and splash damage in general, keep them alive. And this is now the time where he's approaching this back end, but the Giga Bomb is going to deal a lot of damage in just a second.
It certainly is, and you can see he's not happy with where he is, pressing that Queen ability, but she's stuck on the inside of the base here. Root Riders on the outside are not going to help her get through those walls, and it looks like we might even struggle to get to the 90% because we don't have a lot behind the Root Riders, so even if they could get a defense or two, it's not really able to clean up too much. 88% it looks like it is going to finish off at here, Itsu.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough to get that 3-star in the end. It's not even getting the cross 90% mark, which I feel like is the magic number when it comes down to not 3-starring, because I felt like this is the average of what people are going, or like not going for, because you're not going for a fail, but this is like the average of where you can be somewhat happy with a 2-star. So not what he was aiming for, especially as an opening attacker for his team. But now the question is, if we see someone on the other side taking advantage of the solid defense, and Simon seems to be the man for this job.
Yes, he was super close in that first war versus Elevate, the 98%. And we know from his World Championship win last year that he certainly has what it takes to deliver on the highest stage. And down in the lower bracket, the pressure couldn't be higher. But knowing that you can capitalize on that and put your team in the lead, that's an exciting position to be in, though.
That's for sure. And I mean, he is a really energetic player, making sure that he's bringing a lot of emotions into his attacks and into the celebration as what you have seen from him. And so far, those tests are giving him a little bit of a rough time of actually getting towards the multi-time throwing tower, because this is what the base builder are trying to defend. But with the Royal Champion, the defensive Royal Champion, luring him into that compartment, he should get and create that pathing he was looking for, even though the Royal Champion right now is taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, just got to be extra cautious now on the invisibility spells to make sure the Town Hall doesn't get another strike off, does indeed get the funnel that he was looking for. Now trying to lure the defending Clan Castle troops across to that right side of the map so he can take them down nice and early so he doesn't have to deal with them with as much damage in the heart of the base.
Yeah, how can he approach that core with the double fire spitter? They're not pointing towards the flanks as usual, but instead to the far side and towards the Town Hall, but they're complete isolated on their islands, on the island itself, and he has really that Town Hall on the far back end. This needs to be executed perfectly, and he already lost the Rocket Spear on this Royal Champion, so I'm a little bit concerned here that he does not make it all the way towards the Town Hall.
Ooh, I mean, I can certainly see that. Using the spiky ball over to that side of the base to try and just strip apart any of the buildings to make sure that he can focus his fire through the middle. Root Riders have pretty much gone down, I think, at this stage. I can't even see a single one left alive, so he has no route to get to the Town Hall, pun intended. Grand Warden ability is still there, but he can't really protect many troops because they've all gone down.
Oh no, and the pathing into the Town Hall for the Royal Champion or any of the troops is really not optimal, because we have the storages protecting the Town Hall, which means the Royal Champion, she's targeting defenses, won't go that way. So he's relying on this wall break now for the Arctic Queen to get to the Town Hall. The wall break was genius, but is that going to be enough? The Giants are tanking, the Queen so far is on the Clan Castle. The Royal Champion trying her best. The King, though, is approaching. The Royal Champion is getting lured into the Queen, though, which means she is going to take down the Town Hall. And this is a really lucky outcome for him. Or lucky to some degree, because we have to say, those wall breaks were masterclass.
Absolutely. Being able to make sure that his queen could target the Town Hall. You gotta say as well, the Royal Champion following the King, so she would go on to the Town Hall, was definitely fortunate to be able to make sure it wasn't as much as a nail biter. And believe it or not, it is actually a higher percentage attack than what we've seen from one. So Vatic Esports, after the first round of attacks, 2 buildings in the lead.
Yeah, but it's nothing major so far, and we have seen some of the other matches where the percentage really was stacking up for one of those teams. A big difference already in the first attack. Like for Tribe, for example, in their first or even their second match. In one of them, it was in their favor. In the first match, it was against them. So far, with only 2 buildings difference, nothing is really out of control for either of those 2 teams. And we have seen those 2 teams really being capable of getting 3 stars consistently. And Dizi Supersonic is up next with Byron Love, and he is going to try to get the first 3 star on the table for his team.
Yeah, well, he was the only player to get the 3-star for them in their matchup versus Cuba Esports. So looking to repeat that with the Royal Champion dive. Very similar setup to what he had in that first attack, which is to support the Barbarian King, the troop launcher, in order to fling those balloons into the base in order to protect the healers. Fairly standard stuff in terms of the Royal Champion dive, obviously trying to protect not just the Royal Champion, but the Spirit Fox there as well, and even using some invis to redirect her.
Yeah, a really great job of keeping the Royal Champion on her path towards that next defense she's on right now. Question is he, yep, he is going to go for another defense. We all know sometimes this can backfire if you're too greedy, because this just means that you're losing the hit points on your Spirit Fox, and keeping that Fox alive is just such a crucial part of those attack strategies, because having this invisibility on the back end is a big game changer moving forward. And now he's entering in from the flank of the Town Hall. That looks pretty solid.
Yeah, looking good so far. You can obviously see that compartment that he took down with the Royal Champions, the Root Riders, or nothing, in fact, is going to move to there. They can just beeline through towards the Town Hall. We've got the Barbarian King with those witches on the outside trying to protect him. Great, especially when you've got the monolith there. Doesn't have to use a skeleton spell or anything like that because he's got those small troops to help. Meanwhile, everything else moving in towards the Town Hall, and you see those balloons just constantly popping out of the troop launcher to protect those healers. We keep talking about it, but it really is so crucial.
It is so crucial indeed, as the next troop is filling into that core. We have all of the snakes on the outside with the king together, helping him a little bit and getting the damage, and as well the tanking going as the warden ability is getting used to really keep everything safe. The core now, though, is waking up, and those healers are going down quickly. We have talked about this many times. This is the crucial part of keeping those healers alive, and I feel like with this Rage Tower now popping, this is not going to be an easy task whatsoever. There's too many troops alive.
There is a lot of troops alive, actually. He still has that king ability, and I really like the use of some of these back-end ice golems because you can more easily predict when it's going to freeze in order to get those defenses. And that was a perfect job there. He is losing a lot of troops, though, because this is a dangerous compartment to end on. We've got that king ability. He's trying to hold onto it for the spiky ball. Celebration goes in, and it will then be presumably a 3-star. Carbon was talking about it. We see their camera reaction before the 3 stars, but there we are. Dizi Supersonic delivering. So Vatic Esports, they have to respond now. Will it be Kingsman in order to try and get that responding 3-star?
Yeah, it was really a clean attack for them. And I mean, just how controlled he got through the entire base and then overwhelmed the back end. You have mentioned the back end ice golem, which is something really smart to do, of making sure that if there is a heavily stacked area on the back end, which you can plan for, just save the ice golem, especially if there is a risk of a test fob around. And well, now it's just back to Vatic Esports, and they need to deliver now. The pressure is on, and Kingsman has to get the first 3-star on the board now for them as well, because we have seen this now quite sometimes within the different matches. If one of those teams is falling behind massively with the star count, it is really not easy to come back from that.
It certainly isn't, but as I mentioned with Byron getting his 3 stars, Kingsman was the only player to get 3 stars in the first war for Vatic Esports as well, and it was with the Super Yetis, Itsu.
Yes, Kingsman, let's go with the Super Yetis, but please don't lose your warden. That would be appreciated. I have seen a lot of people like questioning, okay, are Super Yetis actually that good if no pro is using it? And the main reason why it's like a bit more risky in hard mode is because the Super Yeti effectiveness is really relying on the Electromites. I mean, no big surprise. The same thing goes with the regular Yetis. If you cannot really get value out of the Yeti mites, the Yeti is not as strong. But with this troop, you take so much damage in the beginning because of hard mode, and you receive more damage because, well, that's what hard mode is all about. You have not as much power on the back end as in the regular game. So this can really backfire as the queen is getting saved, but let's just hope that he's not taking too much damage on the Super Yetis, because this is something you want to have then on the core, on the back end of the attack, with the Electromites getting spawned.
Absolutely, and fortunately he does rip down those dangerous defenses at the start with the monolith, for example, before he then engages the ice golems. He is getting struck by 2 fire spitters at the same time here, though, slowly moving forward. We do have all of those Yetis still starting to spawn the Electromites. I guess the Super Yetis, to be precise. Once they lock onto the Town Hall, he can hopefully chain through the storage towards a scatter shot there as well.
Oh my gosh, just because Kingsman is using those Super Yetis, I'm now a Vatic fan here going forward. It's just so cool. I just love the troop design overall. Just spawning those Electromites, jumping between the buildings. Question now is this going to be a 3-star? He has used the Royal Gem ability to get through the top power, but there's not many spells left, and there's still this Inferno Tower left standing. And I think it's not going to be enough power. Now I feel kind of bad, but still, I really appreciate that he brought this out. I feel the king did not open up the compartment towards the back end, and this has really cost him then. And we've seen as well, Super Yetis with losing hit points early, the back end is just not as strong. That is really their problem in hard mode, with defenses dealing 20% more damage. And this is why we typically don't see them that often in those in those tournament matches from the pros.
Yeah, and I mean, you gotta respect when you come in with something that, I mean, you might say Super Yetis is meta, but like it's off meta, right? It's like Dragons and Root Riders is what we see. So something a little bit different. You've got to give that respect for trying that on the highest stage as well. Worked out for him in the first war, getting that 3-star. Not quite on this one, which, you know, with Dizi Esports, Dizi Supersonic getting the 3 stars means Vatic are now trailing, and they have to have one of their players step up and respond if they want to survive, because we're in the lower bracket, remember.
Yes, that is right. The tournament life is on the line for those two teams, and Kingsman did fall short, even though I would have loved to see a Super Yeti 3-star in this one. But, well, it is now back to Dizi Supersonic. They have another chance of putting up another 3-star. We have already seen one of them just in the attack before. Super well executed. And the question now is if Bepis can somehow execute that as well versus Nachoa and his defense.
Well, time will tell. He got an 88% 2-star in the first war, but when we're looking at the matches from last weekend, he did get 2 out of his 4 attacks being 3 stars. It will be the Dragons, and we're committing most of the spells to the Royal Champion. 11 invisibility spells for this one. We've been seeing this quite a lot today, Itsu, with the Archer Queen and the Angry Jelly. What do you think the reason is for the invisibility vial? Are you able to have a guess? Because I'm not too sure myself.
I mean, with this, you're only targeting the defenses because of the Angry Jelly, and then with the invisibility vial, you're just creating the pathing even faster, because it's all about pushing the Royal Champion into the core, because this is where you can take down the defenses, this is where you can take down the buildings in general, which means that the Dragons don't have to path there anymore, which is massive, because remember, if the storage, if the defense in the core is gone, and no Dragons have to go there, and typically we have the traps in the core, the traps are pretty much useless. So this is pretty much what you're aiming for, pushing the Royal Champ into the core, getting value out of the aura itself as well. And that's exactly what we see right here. Even with the rage spell invested to take down the town hall on top, the value in the beginning looks amazing.
It certainly does. Wow. I mean, he's ripped apart the left-hand side of the base there. So, okay, more to do with the DPS on the invisibility vial, like adding to the Archer Queen then, helping to set that funnel quicker for the Royal Champion. I love the baby dragon at the top there. I don't know if you've seen, but it took out both ice golems at the same time. So very time efficient there, which is what we need to see when it comes to the lengthy RC dives.
Yeah, I would like to see like 1 or 2 minutes at the top side to already take down those buildings. That's hey, you listened. Okay, so let's shout the next command now in. No, like it's really nicely seen. I don't know if he or a spotter saw it, but really nicely done over there. And it's not all about the back end, but we have 3 multi-arch towers still alive, and those things are super scary in hard mode. They're just dealing so much damage, and they can just be a big difference maker here for sure. You see, there's the minion principality, which can be a big factor as well, trying to snipe one of those multi-arch towers. But now you see what I mean. If the core is gone, all of those red mines don't trigger. Sadly, not all of the storages did go down, and this means now all of the red mines are hitting, and they're hitting hard.
They certainly are, and the Dragons with such little health means, like you said, those multi-archer towers will just rip them apart so quickly. He's got 1 rocket balloon left to try and support the minion prince here. Maybe he can quickly get it on the multi-archer tower whilst it is slowed down with the Dark Orb. That's the word I'm looking for. But in fact, obviously, he's just going to let the minion prince take that because he's just concerned about percentage here. Try and rack up as high of a percentage as he can, because even though Dizi Supersonic have that 3-star advantage, they clearly want to keep pushing that as far as possible.
Yeah, if they're getting the high percentage attacks in there as well, remember, this is another win condition. With Stars obviously being the most important thing and always the first factor, percentage can be a big difference maker. And if you take a look at the percentages right now, we can see that even with a 3-star, which is the equal of 20% in this ranking, even with a 3-star, Vatic Esports would be behind on percentage. So this is kind of how you can pressure your opponent and as well really mentally drain out your opponent with, oh, yeah, so we have the 3-star and we're still behind. Yeah, that's great. It's always like this mental edge you can gain with the percentage overall within the attacks, and this can really add up quickly if you're on average every single time 1 or even 2 or even 3 or a couple of buildings ahead of your opponents.
Yeah, exactly. At this stage as well, that makes all of the difference. Fortunately for Vatic, they do have a lot of experienced players, Tryhard being one of them. So hopefully he can refocus things for his team, because I guess that's the other thing. Maybe if you do have someone that is experienced, that steps up, gets that 3-star, it can shift the momentum for you, make you believe in the recovery. So let's just see what he can bring for us in this one. It is actually going to be copying Synthé.
Please.
With those,
Please,
not
triple.
Synthé, really rubbing it in there. Kingsman versus Synthé rivalry. The copying Kingsman with his Super Yetis.
Okay, please, triple. I want to see this triple. I mean, the Super Yetis, I just love the design overall. And I think they have potential to be just so strong. Again, I'm not sure if I would call them that good in hard mode, but Vatic Esports seem to believe into them. And I mean, so far it works quite successful. Did not work in the last attack, but you said already earlier that Kingsman was successful earlier, and I would assume in their tests it worked quite nicely as well, because otherwise they would not use this strategy in this stage of the competition. And they're going in right into the Giga Bomb. Let's see on how early the Warden ability is going to be used.
Yeah, we've got the Barbarian King just stepping over there to help stall up the Super Yetis. We've got the Electromites chaining through those first couple of buildings. Has to quickly try and set the funnel on the left-hand side, though, so that they do move into the middle. The good thing about the Super Yetis is obviously you have the jump spell in order to move through the center. So even when you have storages and non-defensive buildings, which is normally a nightmare to path your Root Riders, you can just bring the Super Yetis right in towards the core with the jump spell.
Ooh, there goes the King ability. He has to use the jump to get into the tunnel compartment. The Warden is not having many hit points left, so he has to stay alive because he's using the Rage Tome, but the Warden is going down. That is massive for the back end, and this is always something scary when you're bringing those tanks. If you don't have enough of them, they're not tanking out of the multi-inferno tower beams, and that is that can be rough for the back end for sure. This time around, though, he still has the Queen ability, he still has the Royal Champ ability, which he just popped. Both of them. Oh no, wait, the Royal Champ ability has not been popped just yet, but the Queen ability has been. But there's not many defense on the back end, I think.
There's not. He still has the Hog Rider puppet, which is popped now. Can he quickly get that scatter shot down? The Fire Spitter, sorry. Then we might be looking a little bit better. He's just where the Royal Champion paths here. The Queen does get through the wall alongside the Giant and a Super Yeti. If they path different directions, we might be okay, because defenses aren't that powerful, but he's just got a lot of base to cover in 35 seconds is the issue, Itsu.
Oh no, the one wizard is now pushing the Super Yeti in the wrong direction. I feel like the one wizard has really cost him. The Super Yeti going back again, but I think this is going to be a time fail. The one wizard as well. I feel like with the first wall, where the King ability was forced, he did wait with the King ability quite long, and this, was not optimal either. It's going to be a time fail in the end, but the Warden going down was the massive big difference here. He was not able to protect it well enough versus out of the Inferno Tower beams, and that is the problem here. 3 Yetis and 1 Titan, which means you have a lot of room and space for like support troops, but this means that you have not enough troops in front of the Warden, which means multi-inferno tower beams are really hurting you because they just deal so much damage to the Warden. And since they are using the Angry Jelly on the Warden, you have no hit point recovery. This is why a lot of people like to bring something like the Unicorn as well on the Warden. And yeah, so far it's just not working for Vatic Esports with the Super Yetis.
Yeah, he ran into one of the sweepers at the back end as well there, pushing his healers back, which didn't help in the matter because he wasn't able to keep the troops in the center healed enough with the healers constantly getting pushed back. Super close does, I guess, pull them a little bit closer on percentage, but as the attacks tick down and you get further towards the end of the war, that pressure you were talking about when they're already behind, they are still behind on percentage, even if they get the 3-star, that has to mount the further you get into the war and the less and less chances you have in order to come back.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, but let's see if Dizi Supersonic is going to get the next attack done with the 3-star, because we have 11 invisibility spells for this attack. We have the Angry Jelly with the Gauntlet and as well the Rage Gem. The Rage Vial. We have too many Rage abilities here for those heroes. But we have the Slammer so far selected, so that will be interesting if that's going to change. But something which is really uncommon, to have the King and as well the Royal Champ on opposite sides, because typically you would say that the King, for example, is getting used to push the Royal Champ into a specific direction, but this time around the King is just getting used for funneling in the later stages for the Dragons, which is not looking bad either. Really great value.
Yeah, I have to say that in comparison to the attacks we've seen the Archer Queen do a similar role, feels like he got much better value in this instance. Obviously, sometimes it can come down to being like base specific. I really like the idea of the Barbarian King on this one, just able to tank and solo an area a little bit better. Pushing the Royal Champion up into one of those Rage Tower compartments does hit the Tornado Trap, which will slow him down a little bit. Now onto the Ice Golems as well, trying to turn them invisible to keep the RC moving forward. I think he's just going to be stuck in the middle of the base here, Itsu.
Yeah, he's a little bit stuck here with the Clan Castle. We have seen that now a couple of times, that Clan Castle troops are really messing things up. And with that, the Royal Champion is going down. At least he was able to get that scatter out of the way. And now, where is he going to start with those dragons? From the top right, it seems like, to go and take down the Town Hall really early. But this means that the bottom Rage Tower is having time to reload.
Yeah, I was just about to say, after you said the scatter shot, it was nice that he popped that Rage Tower compartment as well, but it'll be back by the time he gets there. I guess his plan wasn't to pop that in the first place. I do like the idea of what you said, though, how he used the King for that left side. So after the Town Hall, Dragons will move to the Monolith and then essentially down directly to that Rage Tower compartment. Hasn't deployed that Slammer as of yet, though, Itsu. Holding on to it, maybe he's going to switch that out, depending on what happens in the middle of the base here.
I could see that he's using that for the back-end air defense, because behind that air defense, there's nothing okay, never mind. There's nothing major, so I could have seen that maybe something snipes it from the outside, but instead, he is not going for that. The Rage Tower is coming back up, and that would hurt a lot. And there we go. Rage Tower is back up, or did it take too long?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe if he swapped to the log launcher down for that bottom air defense, that would be pretty fancy, but I guess it would have quickly gone down to those defenses afterwards. And you said not too bad, though. He's got a lot of dragons here. He's got one air defense. He's not too sure himself. They're all surrounding it. The air defense can only shoot at one of them at a time. It's going to go down pretty fast. And time is the magic word here. Is it going to be enough? Oh, the Ice Golem moves back across. And it will stop him getting that storage.
Oh no, the Ice
way.
Golem. The Ice Golem.
No way!
What?
Oh my goodness. You've got to feel for him.
Shot. I mean, it's a high percentage at this stage. I feel really sorry to even say that, but it is not the worst, because they're still leading with 3 stars, and as well percentage-wise. We have, again, just seen the percentage at the end of the tag really quickly there, because, again, even with a 3-star from Vatic, it is going to be still the lead in their favor. So at this stage, Vatic needs 2 3-stars back-to-back, I feel like, to have a chance in this one, or a crazy defense.
Either or will be the difference maker, but I always love to see where, maybe you could do things that little bit different and still get it. Even right up until the end there. Obviously, he used the Archer to try and get the storage down, right, and take it out. But had he have placed the Archer, over the other side of the base, so the Ice Golem walked up that way, he probably could have still got it, which is so interesting that sometimes the tiniest things in that one Archer can make the difference maker. But hey, 99%, like you said, it does mean they have the star. They have a bigger percentage lead now. So Vatic Esports, I mean, this is a do or die situation for Natura. He's got to 3-star to keep them in it.
Question for me is it going to be Super Yetis again? At this point, I kind of don't want to have them choose Super Yetis again. But I mean, let's see. At the same time, I kind of want to see I'm really in a tricky situation here because I really want to have this match having a close finish. And I'm not sure if Super Yetis are going to do the job for them because so far they've struggled a little bit. I mean, it was a timer with the last attack, but we don't need time fails. We need 3 stars for Vatic Esports here in those last 2 positions. And it's actually going to go back to Dragons and a really long Royal Champion charge. Or actually, not the longest, because we have 2 ranges, an Earthquake, and as well a Bat Spell.
Yeah, interesting. I'd love to see where he's going to place that. Maybe just to literally distract the Monolith in the middle of the base here, depending on what he gets. We do have the RC charge at the top, but we've also got the Golem to protect the Archer Queen to make sure she gets that little bit extra value down to the bottom of the base. Love the multitasking because he was having to turn defenses invisible at the top to path the Royal Champion to the middle. Alongside the Earthquake, he does get the Town Hall, will even get the Fire Spitter here before recalling her. And that is... Oh, no, he doesn't have a recall. What am I talking about? But either way, he's got the value he needs in the middle. And I'd say a brilliant start for this attack.
Yeah, really solid start indeed. Getting a ton of value. But again, not getting the storages around the tunnel. The question is that going to be a big factor moving forward? Because traps around that area would still get triggered. The Lava Hound now flying across to make sure that he's catching that with the Warden ability and triggering some traps. The Poison Tower is getting triggered. The Black Man over there as well. Otherwise, no further traps have been triggered. So this really gives me a bad feeling about that core because a ton of traps could be there. First Black Mans are popping up. First the Yeti Blimp. But otherwise, everything is avoiding the core for now.
Yeah, a bunch of dragons got caught to the left-hand side there. I do love the approach, though, using the Battle Blimp at one area. Then as the Hound moved across, he used the Minion Prince to try and snipe this other area. But the Monolith is very dangerous. Maybe he tries to send his Rocket Loons to directly target that. Because, like you said, all of those storages are there. And his dragons have got to get through all of that in order to get to it. Ooh, interesting.
Oh, it's like... Let's see when he's going to use the Minion Prince ability. He still has that Phoenix on it. But time is ticking as well. And the Minion Prince has to go through the King, through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the Clan Castle as well. So overall 8 storages and the Tornado Trap. So it's, yeah, time issue for sure.
Yeah, it's very similar to the other attacks from Vatic. You've got to say, I love the difference and showcasing something creative, you could say, for us here, because even though it is the Root Ride, the Royal Champion into Dragons, it just came at it with a completely different approach. Not going to work out for him, though. Like you said, the storage is in the middle, being the difference maker here, especially when you've got the Monolith in the center. And you've got to get through all of those before you take out that big defense. Not going to work out. 94%. I think this means that I don't think Vatic could even catch up on percentage should they 3-star. So they'd be counting on a 1-star from Dizi Supersonic in order to win this one, Itsu.
I mean, it heavily depends now on the last attack of Supersonic. If they're getting like a 60% 2-star or something.
Oh, that's very true.
I think it's still possible. So it really depends now on the last attack here. I feel like that is really where it's coming down to. With a 3-star on their own of Supersonic, they're for sure guaranteed the win in this matchup, and means they're going to move on in the lower bracket and kick out Vatic Esports. But for that, this has to happen first. And so far, both teams did struggle quite a bit with their 3-star attacks. We have seen only 1 3-star so far. And now we have Vincenzo trying to get the job done for Dizi Supersonic. Let's see if he can do it.
Let's see if he can do it. He has been their star player. Last weekend, he was perfect in his triples. And in the first war, It's a 95%. He was so close to getting that 3-star. So can he secure this one for his team? Like we said, knocking Vatic Esports out, that would mean that from last month's qualifier, out of the top 3 teams, 2 of them would have gone out in the first round here today. Only NAVI would be left surviving, but that is not confirmed as of yet. It is a good start here for him, though. Redirecting the Royal Champion to the Town Hall. Was expecting it to move up to the Fire Spitter, so having to adapt a little bit here. He's still got lots of invisibility spells to make sure he gets good value.
Yeah, but I'm wondering now if he's going to change the angle, the approach.
Yeah.
Because, okay, never mind. He's keep redirecting the Royal Champion into the core. He really wants to take that core out of the base and make sure that he's getting the value there. He's now using the Earthquake, which I was about to say is really smart, because with having so many builder huts close by, the Royal Champion DPS sometimes is not enough to really take all of the buildings out, and this is why he uses the Earthquake to damage the builder huts, so the builder huts are repairing themselves and not the monolith, for example, so he could take that out quite nice and easily. But on this one, he did not take down the monolith, so he has to adapt, and I would think he's now entering from the top left side.
Yeah, try and keep behind that Fire Spitter as best as possible if you can. That is going to be the approach as we see the King and Siege Barracks down to the bottom, so that we have the Dragons from the top left diving straight in towards the air defense. He did get one of the Fire Spitters out of the way. I thought he might have tried to curve behind the Fire Spitter a little bit, but I guess that would have meant pathing into the core would have been quite difficult. King is getting caught up on the bottom of the base though, but should be fine after getting through those ice golems.
Great Eternal Tome ability, great Dark Orb ability to freeze the entire core. The Giga Bomb is still there though, so how many dragons are going to be caught in there? That's for me the big question. Right now, it looks to be quite a few of them. Wait a second, they're going for the gold mine next. Now we have the trap triggering. It's, oh my, that is a lot of damage. Nearly all of those dragons are gone. There's still 2 scatters defending heroes and everything alive. King ability is still usable.
Yeah, Tornado Trap just to add salt into the wounds. We have the Minion Prince now going down. Grand Warden will soon follow. We've got Sneezy behind to provide a little bit of damage, but when it's just so vulnerable like that, he will go down pretty quick. Has to press that King ability to try and get some level of percentage. It is going to be the 95%, and I believe that will be the victory, though, for Dizi Supersonic. That's all they needed, the high percentage, so that even if Vatic Esports 3-star, they're not able to catch up. What a performance from them this war.
Yes, that is why we have seen the fist from him, why he was happy and celebrating, because even though he did not 3-star, he did the job for his team, getting a percentage which is out of reach for Vatic Esports. I think Vatic is already in with their last attack, so we hopefully jump in there in just a second. But this means Vatic Esports is dropping out of this competition, whatever they're going to accomplish with their last attack. We're still going to watch and see what they can bring to the table and what they can showcase to us with that last attack. But overall, the big upset and the big surprise win here.
Yeah, you've got to say, I mean, we all picked Vatic. I think it was 71% of the community picked Vatic for the win. Like you said, it looked like that final attack was underway, so hopefully we'll just dive straight into that to see whether they can get the 3-star, at least tie things up on stars, and then, you know, I guess losing is never good, but if they can close out with a 3-star, then that's certainly a bit better.
Yep, that's right, as we'll keep waiting to get into the attack, so we hopefully don't have to watch a replay and get the action started, and there we go. Okay, so we have Imran in here with the Root Riders. He apparently did Royal Champion charge on the far right side. This is where we see 4 giant bombs triggered over there, next to a dead fox sitting next to it, unfortunately, but he's now trying to push all the way towards the tunnel. He did skip that Fire Spirit though in the core, and as well the merged multi-gear tower. And this is causing a lot of problems for him, because having the Fire Spitter in your back and taking down your healers, Judo, that is never a great thing to happen.
No, it is not. He presses the RC ability in order to secure that Town Hall, but it does look like this one is just not going his way. Even you know, at the top there, we've seen the giant on the ricochet cannon, got it right down to like 1 HP, and then didn't take it down. So the battle builder just repairing it back up. Royal Champion gets one of the fire spitters, other one takes it down, and everything is fizzling out here. Obviously, it doesn't really matter, so we don't have to worry too much about it. Even if he 3-starred, Dizi Supersonic would be moving forward to tomorrow's matches. But I'm sure this is not the last we have seen of Vatic Esports. And who knows, since they have been in both of the qualifying months so far, and they finished 3rd last month, when it comes to the points leaderboard, I think they should be positioned fairly high on that. And you've got to think as well that some of the teams on that leaderboard will have their golden ticket. So it will be the highest ranked team on the points leaderboard that gets that golden ticket after all of the monthly qualifiers have finished. Maybe that'll be Vatic Esports.
Yeah, and even if you are not the highest ranked team without the golden ticket in there, I think this is as well where the teams for the last chance qualifier are then coming from. So those points are really important in many different ways. And this is something to collect for. But in the end, Vatic Esports is not going to make it to the next round of the lower bracket. Instead, we have Dizi Supersonic making it with a 1-3-star 11-10 victory, and the percentage threat since the beginning really putting up pressure. And well, Vatic Esports was not able to get those 3 stars in. They were twice really close with Tryhard and Nachoa, but were not able to pull through, and this has in the end really cost them.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to say the MVP for Dizi Supersonic being Byron Love, 2 3-stars in the 2 wars today. So when we do get to the MVP predictions, I'd be surprised if he did not get it, securing the victory for them there. But either way, it's always fun to cast with you. And I guess it's no point in asking, you would probably pick him as your MVP as well?
Yeah, I mean, when there's only 1 3-star and we could try to highlight some of the base builders or something, but MVP voting wise, we only have the players themselves. But let's take a look at the bracket. We have now the lower bracket finished for today, which means Tribe Gaming is going to make it, and Dizi Supersonic both are going to make it to the next round, while Dizi and Vatic Esports are the first 2 teams dropping out of this double elimination bracket. And for this weekend, we're on the upper bracket. We still have 2 matches to go for today. That's right. The action is not finished just yet. We have NAVI versus Dizi Group, and we have Cuba Esports versus Elevate. 2 crazy matches ahead of us with a lot of action. And as well, based on some of those teams, NAVI with the favorites to win it all. So I'm really looking forward to how they can perform.
Well, can they knock 2 Dizi teams down to the lower bracket? But let's go ahead and take a look at the MVP. Drum roll, please. No surprises here. Yes! With the 69% as well. Byron Love getting the MVP. Very well deserved there. And he'll be looking to carry his team into tomorrow's matches as well. But they will be carefully watching the next 2 matches, which you just mentioned, Itsu, because the loser of these 2 matches will be moving down to play the teams that have won those past 2 matches.
Yes, that is how we will see this bracket unfold. It's going to be really epic to watch. But before we jump into the next match, we're going to a quick break. We're watching some of the highlights of the last match. So don't go anywhere, because we are right back after this.
Well, let's get ready for the next matchup. It is going to be NAVI and Dizi group. And joining me for this one, we welcome back Clash Bashing. Firstly, though, what did you make of that last matchup?
A little bit of a surprise. I mean, if you look at all of our predictions, we all went with Vatic Esports. So a bit of a shock to see them lose that one. But it goes to say, you know, anyone can win these Clash Clans Esports. But moving forward, we have NAVI, the fan favorites, going up against Dizi Group, who have been a bit of a shock coming into this qualifiers, performing really well. But looking at the NAVI roster, we got Gaku, Klaus, Yada, Kazuma, and Stars. Everyone knows them. Everyone loves them, Judo. These guys are so good.
Absolutely. And I think we can hear a little bit from NAVI and their tournament goals, what they're hoping to achieve in this qualifier.
そうですね。もちろん優勝することです。
Well,
short and
sweet. Yeah, I mean, of course. What did they want to achieve from this qualifier? Golden ticket. He could have even shortened that. He could have just got rid of the obviously. Just said golden ticket. Back to you guys. Okay, let's go to Dizi Group though. We can check out their lineup and then see, you know, what they're hoping to achieve here. So Dizi Group, like you said, they've been very impressive. They smashed Tribe Gaming in that first matchup. 13-11 stars. A dominating performance with Ryuda, Denden, Xian, Kai, and Seekin. Really surprised me, I will say. I picked Tribe Gaming for the first matchup, but they got 95.8%. And interestingly, both of these teams winning 13-11 in their opening matches, Bash.
Yeah, I went with the Tribe Gaming in my first war with these guys as well, but I don't think it should be too much of a shock because we saw them come in last month. They performed really well. Their hit rates are really solid. We were talking about some of their defenses and stuff, but I don't think it should be a huge shock for them. But let's go ahead and let's see what they have to say here.
如果可以的话，我们希望顺利发挥，然后拿到金票。
Did you expect anything else, Bash? We should have just got rid of the start. I want to get that golden ticket. That's it. Well, we can take a look at the caster predictions first, though, before we go to audience predictions. I went with NAVI with this one. I think it's very hard to pick against them. Yeah, I mean, you all pick the same, right? I mean, it's one of those things. Even if you have a top-tier team go up against NAVI, they are hungry. They have proved year after year that they are so consistent. So how can you go against them? But let's take a look at the audience prediction as well, Bash.
Oh yeah, and I would expect the audience prediction to echo with, oh my goodness, an 85%. So Dizi Group, the clear underdogs in this matchup, but that doesn't mean that they're going to go out there and just roll over. Dizi Group are going to come to play here. I think NAVI, just the way they've been playing lately kind of speaks to this. They're on 15 war win streak now. They've just been coming up with some really good attacks, really creative attacks, and that's what we love about NAVI. But again, I don't think anyone should write off this Dizi Group. But guys, remember also, you can get your predictions at the event site right down there, event.supercell.com/clashclans. You can earn some rewards so you can upgrade some of your equipment. And then maybe you guys can play in a hard mode or even play in the Town Hall Cups, which are new to this season as well.
Yeah, I mean, free rewards are always nice, so make sure to check out the website, put your predictions in, see how many of those you get right, and see whether you beat us as casters as well, because I, seem to remember last month looking at the predictions, NAVI were the favorites back then as well, and in the grand finals, Dizi were able to beat them, get that golden ticket, but obviously we've got a couple of Dizi teams in the qualifiers, so this one being Dizi Group. Like we mentioned, they had a dominating performance versus Tribe Gaming in their first matchup, so they are fresh out of that victory. So you can certainly see an upset here. I think clearly we're all picking NAVI because of reasons I explained, but I wouldn't be shocked if Dizi Group takes this one.
Yeah, I could definitely see it going that way. I mean, it feels like a Dizi season. I mean, last month we had 2 Dizi teams in. This month we've got 3 Dizi teams in. The fact that they run so many different teams and family clans and they're able to make it to this highest level of competition is very, very impressive. It goes to speak about their team building and their strength as a whole family clan. So Dizi looking to make an impact throughout this whole entire season, but we know that NAVI won it. We saw them, they took that early L last month and they climbed all the way from that lower bracket and made it to the grand final. So I think NAVI are just hungry. They just want to make it to that upper bracket final, make it to the grand final with that advantage. But Dizi Group stand in their way next.
They are locked in, ready to have this matchup. It will be each of these teams' last war of the day. After this one, whoever advances obviously gets to reset before tomorrow's matches. But it will be Dizi Group attacking first in that of Kai. He did get the 3 stars in the first matchup. So let's see whether he can continue that momentum into this one, Bash.
Yeah, you mentioned it. He tripled with the Root Riders actually in his first war against Tribe Gaming. It was a pretty impressive attack. Going up against Gaku's base, NAVI kind of started slow in their last war against Dizi, but ultimately they were able to come back and put on a decisive victory. Let's see what Kai has for us. It is going to be the Root Riders. 1 Earthquake in there, 4 Invisibilities along with that recall. Saw a giant arrow there with the action figure puppet. We've seen that here and there, a little bit of a giant arrow being played, and it can be used really nice as a utility, also creating some pathing and just damaging some of those buildings in the core. But here comes that Royal Champion working her way towards the middle now.
Yeah, you see the log launcher selected, so I wonder if he has something in combination with the arrow, much like we've seen with P. Castro, or whether he's just going to use it to snipe a sweeper or an air defense. Sometimes, depending on the defense positioning, you can quickly create a defensive funnel with the giant arrow. Looks like he's not too happy so far with what he's got from that Royal Champion.
Yeah, Spear Fox went down a little bit early there. He still got some pretty solid value out of her. Here comes that giant arrow and the Earthquake along with the log launcher to go right through that monolith in the monolith compartment. So he can go ahead and use that log launcher to get some troops in there, most likely some Yetis, to get in through that monolith compartment and then maybe over to the multi. It looks like that multi-inferno is actually just going to go down here. Yeah, great value from the log launcher.
Yeah, beautiful, especially with the Earthquake. He could damage the Builder Hut to just mean that it wasn't repairing the monolith for quite as long. And then with the Yetis now popping out where they have, they can actually then merge in with the rest of the troops. So I really like that approach. We then have the Barbarian King just for this little compartment at the bottom. Obviously, he'll try and save that spiky ball if he can. But even if it goes off towards the outside of the base, it's never the most ideal, but you still get pretty good value in that of funneling as well.
Yeah, it's looking really good. I like this entry a lot. Goes ahead and uses that overgrowth there on that fire spitter that's pointed towards all the troops. King's Earthquake Boot's going to open things up there. Still has quite a bit of spell support, but look at this. He still has the Warden ability also, which is going to provide a huge push right through this town hall. And as that overgrowth wakes up, he does also have that merge multi defense, but now everything's protected by that Warden's ability, and that's going to negate all of that damage that's coming in right now. That's a huge play, but still, about a third of the base remains and a minute here. He should be fine on time. But just can these roots stay up along with that Royal Champion to push through the back end?
Yeah, I really like the aggressive rage, actually, because he pressed the Warden ability, so everything was protected. Meant he could boost the Royal Champion through the Town Hall. I think the invisibility spell was maybe not quite needed because things were still in the Eternal Tome, so maybe didn't get full value out of that. You can see where maybe as the Royal Champion moved up, it would have been nice to have there, but he still has a little bit of a shot here. Could use the Giant and the Headhunter to try and get that enemy queen down and keep her away from the Root Riders, but is it going to be enough? He doesn't really have any troops behind this.
Yeah, the queen is able to stay up, and she's going to be the last line of defense here, along with that fire spitter just shutting things down. Oh man, it was looking so good until it wasn't there, and that's what we see in hard mode. These attacks can just disappear in a few blinks of the eye, and that's what happened to Kai here. It was such a strong push. But ultimately, those last few defenses, the Ricochet Cannon, the Fire Spitter, the Queen on defense, dealing 20% more damage with all those defenses, it's just so hard to overcome that when your army's so thinned out.
Yeah, he could have definitely used that invis spell towards the back end, and like you said, as your troops are going down, they're not able to tank for each other as much, which means every single one of those strikes is really knocking your troops down, and it's not like you have, you know, skeletons or any small troops to distract either. You generally only have your heroes left at the end. So if you have a Ricochet Cannon or a Monolith or something like that, it's going to hit hard and take those down. So not quite getting the 3 stars, pushing over that 90%, which is kind of the average we roughly see in these matches. But with NAVI, they will be looking to capitalize on that. Yada didn't quite get the 3 star in his opening matchup, So let's see if he can spin that around and get it here. I do like to see a lot of the log launchers we've been seeing today for the Root Rider attacks, just trying to snipe off buildings. It's always quite satisfying to see when the pros can, you know, figure out the right location to use that.
Notice he had another giant arrow here, but the Royal Champion's going to do her work first. Does have the Earthquake. I think we're going to see that giant arrow log launcher combination. It seems to be like, that's just like, when you see this alignment of defenses, that just seems to be the go-to. Oh my goodness, he almost missed that recall. That Royal Champion was starting to walk out there. I mean, remember earlier we saw a missed recall. That would have been a little bit devastating. You might have had to change things up or just sacrifice the RC at that point. But there goes the Queen's giant arrow through the middle of the base. The Earthquake is in there. Now the log launcher is going to go ahead and launch those logs into the middle. Keep an eye on this Minion Prince. He's got to keep that Minion Prince distracted or take it out before that log launcher gets in there. But definitely like this approach, but it's a long way to go still.
He's got that skeleton spell doing a good job so far, but it would be nice if he can get the Queen or the RC to quickly pick that off. There's the Royal Champion there trying to take that down, and the log launcher getting that value, then even going to join in with the Root Riders for the multi-target Infernos. Notice the Barbarian King on the left-hand side of the base trying to take that out, but this little compartment with the Fire Spitter and the Ricochet Cannon, that's going to split his troops a little bit, which is less than ideal here, Bash. He's still got to get through to the Town Hall.
Yeah, that's definitely not what you want to see. You want these troops sticking together as tight and as compact as possible. King still has ability, however. Warden still has ability. He still has his Warden ability. What's up with these late Warden abilities? But with the healing tome, that's going to be really, really clutch. It's going to come in, heal up that Royal Champion a little bit. Nice rage spell here on the Town Hall. But he's still got a Ricochet Cannon. He's got that merged multi-Archer Tower there as well. He's still got an Expo. A lot of heavy hitting defenses, but it still has an Ice Golem also, which can slow things up. I don't know. Yada, this could go either way. He's got a lot of force, but there's a lot of hard-hitting defenses.
I'm surprised he placed it in from the very north, to be honest. I was wondering where he's going to use it, and I thought as everything was pathing to the right, maybe he would use it there, but I guess things are splitting. Archer Queen is gonna go down fast though, even though she's got the healers clinging on at the moment, but she does go down, and it's not quite going to be the percentage that we've seen from Kai either. So Yada, 82%, I guess. I don't think he's even gonna get anything else here, Bash. Oh, do we have an... Yeah, we got an Archer on the storage at the top, so maybe 83%, 10% down after the first attack.
Yeah, it's a big swing, and like these log launcher approaches seem really, really good, and like it seems like they get so much value, but oftentimes we're seeing these actually not come up really well. Like they're tending to fall short. The value just doesn't end up being there. Like, don't get me wrong, the log launcher, giant arrow, earthquake value gets there, but it also creates some really awkward pathing on the bases, and that's what we saw here on Yada's base, Yada's attack. We had a couple times where the troops just split up, and when you get those troops splitting up and those healers aren't packed together, that can be a real issue. The main reason you bring those 5 healers is to keep your troops alive, and if the troops are here, there, over there, they just really can't do that. So I think that's why we see the 87% there, and now we see a 6% advantage for Dizi Group. Still a ton of war to be played, but if you're Dizi Group after those first couple attacks, you definitely have to be feeling good.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see whether Den can try and push that lead even further, maybe get the first 3-star of the war, because both of these teams put up 13 stars in their opening matches. So it's only a matter of time before one of them 3 stars. Whoever gets it first will have a major advantage. Using the... Oh, I wonder if the watch... I think she would have just been inside the invisibility spell there. So maybe he didn't need to use the second as early, but better to be safe than sorry. Royal Champion will get the Town Hall. Maybe even that one. She's going to run out of it quite quickly here, Bash. But once he's got that Town Hall, he can then guide her hopefully up towards the Monolith, I guess.
He's being overly cautious here with that Spirit Fox. Yeah. Like you mentioned, a couple of those invises were super early. Didn't even really need that one, but just being cautious so he can make sure he gets the value.
Goodness me.
Yeah, he's going to just direct her where he wants. He really wants to get into that Monolith, and he's finally going to get there. But yeah, his timing seems to be thrown off a little bit. There goes the haste, so she can go ahead and surge forward. Nice Quake ability. So that's why he was investing all that. Oh, wait, she turned back around. She's probably going to go to the Fire Spitter now here, I would think.
I feel like he's committed like way too many invisibility spells here. Oh my goodness me. He will indeed get that last Fire Spitter. But yeah, like turning one Ice Golem invisible, that, I mean, that's always the issue whenever you're not recalling the Royal Champion. If you're turning Ice Golems invisible, once she paths past them, she's likely to come back for them as well, which is exactly what you see in here. Maybe he feels he did get enough value. I guess he set up good pathing, but there's also, like Itsu's been mentioning a few wars, a lot of storages in the middle there, which are going to cause the dragons to move towards those multi-infernos. And that's where we'd be probably seeing quite a few of those air mines.
It seemed like he felt that the monolith was a big takedown, like he had to get the monolith rather than letting that Royal Champion continue to walk left and get the value over there. It felt like he really wanted that monolith down. So we'll see if that plays in. He's also, I mean, he's got a really great funnel set up. Here comes the queen with ability. She's kind of all on her own over there, so she might not pick up as much as she could. But these dragons are taking a beating over here. Does pop that Warden's ability, which will protect. A couple rocket balloons come in, and I'm worried about this final compartment. You mentioned those storages, but look at that. They got the king in there, the minion prince. A lot of hard-hitting buildings in there, Judo.
Yeah, I was looking over the left of the screen when he used the Warden ability. I'm not sure if there was any air mines or anything, but unless he just felt like the dragons were too low in health. But really, this is the high damage area at the back end of the base here. Fantastic to have some more abilities. Obviously, he's got the Dark Orb that was slowing things down. That's now wore off, but just watch how quick these dragons go down. Like we keep saying, in this hard mode where the DPS of defenses is 20% higher, they will just rip through these dragons. And he is going to be able to push towards that 90%, but there's still a lot of base left here. Is he able to push it much higher than this? I'm surprised as to how far he's getting, to be honest with you. But
that air defense, he got the air defense. This might get a triple, Judo. Force, oh wait, time.
Got 3, yeah.
I didn't see the time. He had the force there. I think that's just a time fill. Din ultimately, it would have got across. I was a little bit shocked by that as well. It didn't feel like it had a lot of power there, but he's able just to kind of be persistent through that last compartment. The furnaces, the fire spirits out of the furnaces on the back end, they actually did quite a bit of work, like thinning out that back end of the base. So a really impressive attack for Din when it looked like, based on that Royal Champion charge, it looked like things weren't going 100% the way he wanted to. It looked a little chaotic. He's here with the invis there. Just the invises were all over the place, but ultimately 97% is nice. But if you're Navi, at this point, you want to get a triple on the board sooner than later, and Gaku will be their next attacker. However, Gaku only put up a 93% in their last war.
Yeah, and he's certainly going to have to do more than that, but hey, we know he is capable of more than that. Seeing that log launcher again, it's always interesting to me as to whether like one team shows a strategy and then, you know, it's not like this is a completely different strategy. It's just a little modification, right? But maybe then the other teams see this in the bases because no one's built their bases versus this log launcher approach. So they think, oh, I can integrate that. I can get value as well because we're seeing it so much today. And, you know, I love it. It is something a little bit different. We see Gaku quickly ripping his Royal Champion out of there. Log launcher trying to push through the fire spitter compartment, but he's using it a little bit differently in this one to support the queen, take out this compartment so the root riders can then move into the 3 o'clock one.
Yeah, I like this approach quite a bit with the log launcher. The roots will come in now and help push that queen in to support those Yetis out of the clan castle. They will have to deal with those ice golems. There is a furnace in there as well. He did get some nice value, but ultimately it is still, it's not the earthquake and giant arrow, but it is still the log launcher approach. Here comes his Royal Champion redeployed in there with all the roots and everything. He needs to get that side under control, that top right side. He needs to get that under control and push everything back in towards the town hall. He does have an overgrowth wherever he can use it. You might want to use it on the fire spitter scatter shot combination right there as he pops the warden ability to get through the town hall, because that area is definitely going to deal a lot of damage. But the town hall is going to fall and the second star will be not too far behind at 50%.
Yeah, not having to use it for pathing towards the center there. The Queen's done a fantastic job to get rid of the monolith and things. We'll step into where he has used the overgrowth, but unfortunately the Royal Champion will take her down. Moving around from the top side of the base, we still got king ability. We've got a lot of snakes protecting the king, but there's still quite a few defenses here. Sometimes these attacks are really tough to call. He will get behind the fire spitter, so he's not going to take that damage. He's got that skeleton spell. There's a lot of splash left over as well.
Yeah, I agree. It is definitely tough to tell whether this will get through or not. He's definitely got a lot of force. He's still got some spell support. He's got the Barbarians. If he can get through this last little section, being the Expo and that multi-archer tower. I mean, he's going to be good. That Royal Champion is pretty much full health with the box in there. I think Gaku's going to get on the board with the first triple of the war right here, and that'll put Navi in the advantage. All right. That one definitely looked all over the place, but ultimately not a question at all as he gets through with a lot of force. I mean, I was with you on that one, Judo. I wasn't sure until right there at the last second, and it's just a commanding 3-star at the end.
Yeah, breathing a sigh of relief there, Gaku. And yeah, it's just sometimes when you have a scatter shot, a fire spitter, like a bunch of splash defenses, you're like, oh, how quick. Like if one of those locks onto that pack of snakes, like how quick do those go, everything go down?
Yeah.
But hey, very well controlled. I like how with the overgrowth, he didn't rush. He was watching the attack. I don't think he could have predicted the queen would have peeled into the middle of the base the way that she did. And that's where sometimes it's hard to see that, but the players at this level are really watching the attack as it unfolds as well. You can have a plan for things, but you can't always plan for the end of the attack when things are unfolding and maybe one thing steps to one area of the base. And to be able to adapt, that is one of the most important things, and I think he did a great job on that attack.
Ryuta coming in with roots. I remember Ryuta getting a very convincing 3-star in their last war. Was actually in a really clutch position in the same spot here in the 3 spot. So let's see if Ryuta can do exactly the same. Starting off with that Royal Champion charge. I mean, almost every attack, it's not every attack, but probably 80% of our attacks do start off with this Royal Champion charge, and we've talked about it time and time again. You're able just to not only just thin out some of those defenses, but it just can direct the whole attack. It sets the tone for the whole attack. If you can get a crazy Royal Champion
the
charge,
ability goes off though.
Yeah, he recalls it after a couple spears, so he'll still have a few rocket spears remaining. But he ultimately got the pathing set there. He cut off that little section of defenses, so now those roots will go straight in, straight on that right side, and he'll have to cut them off and push them towards that town hall. No overgrowth on this one, Judo. Here comes the log launcher.
Yeah, log launcher trying to just open up patterns. It's always interesting if the spear goes off, you got to then try and deploy her slightly differently. So I love how he placed her towards the expo so that she would then try and target the monolith fairly early on. Catches the log launcher inside that warden ability, which is fantastic. We'll be able to help get one of those fire spitters down, and then we can see what's inside, which will hopefully be enough to take out that town hall, since everything else is pathing around it. But we've got troops coming out of the clan castle here. Bashi does use a rage. Is it going to be enough to get that town hall? It should be once the Eddies get there.
Yeah, good call, Judo. The town hall falls right there. And not only that, they get the fire spitter as well. He's got the poison down there on the furnace with the buff, or not the buff, but it's the new level to the clan castle, I should say. It's not even a buff, it's just a new level. Being able to bring 3 Yetis is just such a big thing. Raging up 3 Yetis with all those Yeti mites on the town hall, gutted out that whole compartment, helped deal with those clan castle troops. So that's going to allow everything to continue working through the outside. Now it is thinning out a little bit. I think all the roots may be down here, but ultimately he still has king ability, still has queen ability, along with a little bit of spell support. There's not too many defenses. There's a ricochet cannon in the expo. Queen's dealing with the multi-archer tower, but there's not too much remaining here.
Yeah, like you said, he's got a bunch of spells, a couple of hero abilities. Love that Tesla farm at the top. I wonder if they're trying to bait a fireball up there and just stall the Grand Warden out. But interesting approach either way. Queen ability has been forced. We've got the Barbarian King still got his. We can easily mitigate the damage of the ricochet cannon with that skeleton spell. One wall breaker, which probably just going to be able to get any sort of damage at this point. Actually pops the tornado trap, but 25 seconds, Bash. He's got an invisibility spell. He's got the king. He's got to try and just, I guess, use the spiky ball percentage. So I'm not sure he's going to have enough time to get through the storage, but who knows? How low in health is it? Maybe.
Come on, Ryuta. He's got the invis down. 8 seconds. Can he get the storage? He's celebrating. I think he's got it. He does. Nice. The response for Ryuta. Another 3-star. That wall breaker, it was a little sneaky play there. Not only did it open up the wall for the heroes to get out of there a little bit easier, but it set off that tornado just a split second earlier than it may have. And that allowed those troops to not spin around as long. And that could have been the difference in the time fail there. It's those little details, you know, you just throw that in, trying to open up those walls a little bit bigger, get a little bit of damage like you mentioned. But when you catch the tornado trap there, that's such a huge thing.
Absolutely, and hey, I said there would be 3 stars coming in this war. Whoever got them first would get the advantage. We've seen 2 back-to-back. That does now push Dizi Group back in the lead with percentage. However, NAVI have got 1 extra attack since they've only done 2 and Dizi Group have done 3. You always want the stars on the board, and I guess you would take the percentage as well. But being NAVI and how high level they are, maybe they would take the extra attack, because if Kazuma gets this one, then they leapfrog back into the lead and they can basically take control of this war by getting those 3 stars.
All right, Kazuma taking to the skies this time. Kazuma went with the Root Rider attack in their last war against Dizi. Did get the 3-star. Kazuma playing really, really well lately. We see him redirecting the Royal Champion there with the Invis on that merge multi-defense. Man, that defense can hit so hard. Actually gonna skip right past. Oh, watch that poison! Oh, come on, hang on, RC. He's trying to get the Inferno down. Can the RC get through there? Still plenty of Invis. Juno, she's hanging on.
He's got to be super cautious. Now with the haste file, he gets a little bit of recovery, but the Monolith is so fast at firing that if she is visible for that split second, he would have lost her, or at least he would have popped the ability off. But anyways, he is managing to charge through. I guess just a little bit unpredictable with some of the invisibility spells. Didn't quite work out how he was expecting, but gets that Monolith, takes out a huge chunk of the base, and now you see pulling the ice golems to the bottom of the map. He can easily take those out with the Valkyrie and the baby dragon, so they're not going to be stalling his troops. But look at this, we've got a Seeking Air Mine straight away for the dragon, now sending in the Lava Hound to try and help. I wonder if there's any more hiding in this location.
Yeah, there's a good chance there's a bunch of air traps in here. We'll see as he crosses over the tornado. They have the tornado right there for the Lava Hound, excuse me. Lava Hound's going to go ahead and continue to provide the tanking. It also sets off the Giga Bomb there, which is a huge grab. That Lava Hound got so much value. You got the tornado, got the Giga Bomb down. That is definitely great value. And now this base is beginning to get thinned out here. A couple Rocket Loons over there on the top side to get those defenses. And this is looking really good for Kazuma, but man, keep an eye on the back of that base. There's a scatter shot, there's an air defense. We've seen those slow down these attacks, but still plenty of force remaining.
Yeah, he was trying to sneak one of the dragons in behind the fire spitter, but it is going to hit one of the red air mines and then be slowed down by the poison. Sneezy is going to help get that in combination with one of the other dragons, and I love the use of these rocket loons. Couple of them to the left taking out an air defense, then the ones you mentioned on the wizard tower. Now he's got one on the expo, and even more from the top side of the base. Not even close. What is this hard mode all about, Bash? Kazuma smashing this base, 3 stars, and putting NAVI back in the lead.
Kazuma on fire lately. That was such a convincing 3-star. Rocket balloons coming in clutch non-stop on that attack. Some coming out of the siege machine there, some coming out of his army camps, but ultimately the rocket loons, a big force there. And Kazuma 2 minutes 23 seconds, and now we see NAVI back in the advantage on stars. Funny enough, if they would have missed there, they could have still been trailing on percent. The percent on this one is very, very close, excluding stars. I think that Dizi Group are still technically up on percent if you don't look at the stars.
Well, they would be, but like you said, we will look at the stars. And that means NAVI are in the lead. But hey, Dizi Group can just do what they can do. Zekin had that 3-star in the first round. Like we've mentioned, 13 stars for both of these teams in the opening round. That is super impressive at this level. Hard mode being as hard as it is, but also these bases are the ones that the teams have spent so much time building to help them in the qualifiers. So it really does step it up to that next level, especially when you know the teams you're going up against. Diving into this one straight towards the Giga Bomb. It is always nice to get that out of the way so you don't have to deal with it with the Root Riders, but it can sometimes be a little bit tricky when you're using the Spirit Fox as well. But this one, able to protect them both so far, and it's looking good.
A great charge in here so far. Kind of interesting here. We saw Kazuma in the first war go with the Root Riders and then goes to the air. In the first war, we saw Zekin go to the air, now going to the ground. So showing their versatility here. You love to see it. These guys aren't one-trick ponies. They can use any meta army and use it effectively as Zekin gets all those roots working in here. Queen and King on the outside, and the Town Hall is overgrowth. But honestly, by the time it comes out, it should be a really good time for these Root Riders to kind of circle back and grab the Town Hall there, as they got these defenses they'll deal with right now.
Yeah, exactly. And he's also got the Royal Champion there as well, just to help. But look at the red air mines just popped from the Booger troops there, making sure that the healers are well protected. We often do see the red air mines behind the Town Hall, as in this situation. Now he's just overgrowthing some core defenses, doesn't really need as much pathing in the base, although it is nice to keep the Root Riders across to the right-hand side. And I guess he's using the invis for the Royal Champion there to try and keep her alive, because this is part of the problem. She slowly gets ahead of the Root Riders, and that's why you see some of the teams using the Rocket Spear to then pause her in action, outrange the defenses, make sure that she's well protected.
Using those skeleton spells super effectively, keeping that merge multi-defense busy, keeping the minion prince busy there, but also notice the rage gem on the warden. You see that every once in a while. You don't always see that, but it's kind of nice just to have those troops moving a little bit faster through there, just dealing out a little bit more damage, kind of offsetting the damage from the hard mode. And look at this Royal Champion, man. She is doing so much work. Not to mention your King and Queen still with ability. This is looking incredible for Zken.
It certainly is. He's still got a couple of wall breakers as well, so he doesn't have to worry about like pathing through the base. The King is now starting to take a bit of damage though, trying to hold on to that ability as long as possible. And like you said, he's still got the Queen ability, so we've got more reinforcement DPS into the middle of the base. With 30 seconds, things aren't really that spread out either. There goes the King ability. I mean, what can you say at this point? Queen ability goes off. Wall breakers will be able to push him through towards the storages. And even though NAVI get 2-3 stars back to back, so do Dizi Group to take the lead again. End-to-end stuff here, Bash.
4 in a row from these two teams. I love player camps. I cannot state that enough. Just seeing the excitement from Zken there. These players are on fire in the middle of the lineups. Ultimately, NAVI are going to need to respond with another 3-star here, really just to keep pace, because they are technically down on percent. But like you mentioned, Judo, wars are decided by stars first, and then we look at the percent. So if NAVI can get another triple on the board, that percent doesn't matter at all. But I love the fight here from Dizi Group, showing us what they have here. They're not going to roll over. They're going to take it to one of the best teams, the former world champions in NAVI. But it's going to be Klaus up next here in our 8th attack of this war. A huge attack, maybe the biggest attack yet.
Yeah, the further you get down the line and the more 3-stars that keep rolling in, the more the pressure mounts on these players. And I guess it's kind of completely different to when we used to have, back in Town Hall 14 days, let's say, when a lot of these teams are used to the 3-stars and then you have to respond with a 3-star. In this hard mode, I think it's a totally different ball game as well. Even though the teams are 3-starring, you've got to think as Navi, like, come on, we got to do it again. So Klaus, it is with the Root Riders. We do see the healing spell for this one. But again, these attacks with the RC dives, it's all about making sure you get that value, but you keep that Royal Champion alive.
Check out the spell composition on this one. 2 overgrowths in the heal spell. 0 rages in here for the Root Rider attack. So it's something we've kind of seen developing more into the meta, using that heal spell, keeping those troops up. That's the one big thing with the Roots. They're going to do all the heavy lifting if you can keep them alive. And that's why these teams elect to bring in that heal spell. Just adding that extra healing power is so massive. And here comes the Rage, which is going to be the Rage Gem on the Warden. So instead of having the healing in there, the Rage Gem kind of just pushes the troop forward. Or instead of having a Rage spell, I should say, the Rage Gem just constantly pushes them forward.
Yeah, exactly. And I love the idea of using the Warden at first as well, just to help rage up those Clan Castle troops as he's trying to take down the Ice Golems and such. Why not? Before then sending in the Root Riders. Then we have the King with the Snake Bracelet around the outside. That'll be great to generate some of those snakes before he gets in range of the multi-gear tower. Has an Ice Golem there anyway, just to freeze that and help out, whilst the Root Riders move into the middle. But he has a bit of an awkward split here, you've got to say. Some of the Root Riders moving up to the top, and they will get just taken out straight away due to that monolith.
Yeah, that's tough. When we talked about that in Yada's attack, and those troops start to split, that's when you start to see a little bit of issues. He's going to circle back, grab that Town Hall. Now the Royal Champion's going to on it right now, along with a couple of those balloons. You do see those barrels still coming in from the troop launcher, and the Overgrowth goes in on that Fire Spitter and the Multi-Inferno. Wonder if he was trying to grab Monolith there, but barely misses it. Just barely, like it is like less than half a tile maybe missed on the Monolith there from the Overgrowth. but he's still pushing through here. He's still working through. There goes the spiky ball from the king. Still has queen ability, judo. A lot of base, but a lot of force still here.
Yeah, one of those ones where it's tricky to call, but that's where we're saying right there, right? One of the splash defenses just took out a bunch of the troops. I love how he was just trying to sneak in behind that one fire spitter, though. He's still got to deal with the Giga Bomb, and he's not got great pathing towards the monolith here, so I think things are going to start fizzling relatively fast as the queen is stuck on a wall. You can see he's trying to send those super barbs in to help with percentage, but Dizi Group were already ahead on percentage. So this means that they are still level on stars, because even though we were back and forth, it was NAVI that got the first 3-star of the war, but Dizi Group will still be in a commanding percentage lead here, because even if Klaus 3-starred, they wouldn't have caught up on percentage. They were still trailing on percentage that entire time, so this just means that Dizi Group are even further in the lead on that.
91% is going to push the advantage to about 12% for Dizi Group. So essentially, NAVI need a defense here, and then they have to 3-star. Conversely to that, if Dizi Group gets a 3-star, they secure this war. I guess if they get a 90% attack, they are going to secure this war. So if you're Dizi, the tide just shifted in your favor massively with that big defense. I said that was probably the most important attack of the war, and I think that's going to be the story here as we go into our final attacks. It's going to be Chien coming in for Dizi Group. Now, Chien did have that big miss, but ultimately, it was only because it was like at the end of the war. It was kind of just that safe 2-star. So it was an 84%, but I don't think that kind of speaks to Chien's ability, if we're being honest here.
No, absolutely not. Any of these players have the capability of those 3-stars. Was the RC outside of the invis there? I don't think she was, but again, it's one of those things where you've got to be more safe than sorry, especially when you're next to like the monolith, which can just take down your RC so quickly. And if you don't set up the defensive pathing or you lose your RC, then you might as well say goodbye to the 3-stars before you even begin. He is going to get that monolith, protecting the Spirit Fox as well, which, as we've mentioned, I think it just helps so much because in the middle of the attack, whilst you're concentrating on everything else, you can't always keep an eye on the Royal Champion. And if she's constantly blinking in and out of being targeted, then she's just way more protected through the base.
Yeah, it's just one of those easier things where if you start with that Royal Champion charge, it's just so easy to manage it, because then you also know, like, as that clock is ticking from 57 to 56, Invis needs to be in. When it's going 47 to 46, needs to be in. Like, you understand the timing. Whereas if you do that Royal Champion charge or try to do it a little bit later in the attack, then you're like counting in your head while you're trying to send in your battle blimp, while you're trying to do this. So yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense there. Speaking of the battle blimp, it needs to land, and it's getting pushed all over here. It is finally going to come in. He deploys it, and it lands barely in that town hall compartment. So the town hall should be secured. But things are definitely thinning out a little bit here. I guess actually not too bad. The roots are over on their own, and the heroes are over on their own. That's not the end of the world.
It's not, but he needs some level of DPS behind the Root Riders. I think he had a Valkyrie or two. Yeah, he still does, actually, clinging on with the tiniest bit of health. Look at that Valkyrie helping to take down the defending RC. Massive there, because obviously with the heroes at the bottom, he had nothing to take out the non-defensive buildings. Now, remember, like you said, Bash, 12% in it. So if Chien can get greater than an 88% 2-star, it would force NAVI to require the 3-star, because they couldn't catch up on percentage. They would have to win by the 3-star. But if Dizi Group do get the 3-star, then they win, and it could happen here, as he still has the king ability, still has the queen ability, and plenty of time here as well.
I was going to ask you, like, what do you think of this one? But it's so close. And all of these attacks, like, there's been a few that have been commanding, but all these attacks have been, they could go either way. King still has ability. Queen still has ability. We should see that action figure. There's the action figure along with the 3 queens now on the board. He's got to power through this last little bit of base.
Use the king ability.
Time's okay here. He's got 26 seconds, plenty of time. He's got the spiky ball for the king. He's going to be able to open things up. There's the spiky ball. 18
I would have
seconds?
loved the king ability used earlier so that the queen would have stepped into the pocket to get the multi and the clan castle, but hey, either way he gets it. 3 stars and the win for Dizi Group, meaning NAVI are moving down to the lower bracket for tomorrow's matches here, Bash.
Dizi Group are not to be reckoned with. They are a force out here. They are just doing so much work. Another 13-star victory. They are back-to-back 13-star victories, looking really strong in the upper bracket, taking down a formidable foe in NAVI, former world champions. And I mean, we saw the caster poll, we saw the fan poll. NAVI were the heavy favorites coming in here, but Dizi Group embraced that underdog role. They took it and they're like, okay, no problem. We got you guys. Here's our 13 stars. What you got, NAVI? And ultimately, it is going to be enough for them to get the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think it was yourself that mentioned it earlier on in the stream, Bash, that NAVI in the April qualifiers, they were knocked down to the lower bracket, and then they went all of the way through to face Dizi in the final matchup. Or actually, no, it was the other way around, right? So never mind.
No, NAVI went down, and then yeah, they worked their way all the way through. You're
they
right.
worked their way through, and then yeah,
you had it.
So I'm questioning myself there, but yeah, they've been in that position. They can do it again, and they'll be looking to finish with a good 3-star here for tomorrow's matches, moving in with some confidence. Because I guess that's the other thing with NAVI, right, is they always have the pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah, it's one of those tough things for sure. And if you're in that lower bracket and you see NAVI coming down, you're like, oh man, we gotta play these guys. These guys are so strong in the lower bracket. You're definitely going to want to do that extra prep as much as you can. Well, I guess, some of these teams are EU based. NAVI Japanese based. I looked it up. It's like almost 7 in the morning in Japan. So I'm assuming these guys just stayed up all night playing Clash of Clans. But that's what you have to do to kind of make up for the difference. So either go to bed and then wake up and do all your prep. But a lot of work to be done for these lower bracket teams, as once you get down to that lower bracket, every match is an elimination matchup.
Absolutely, but let's focus on the attack and give it the attention it deserves, because Stars always puts on those next level attacks. And this is a strategy he is well versed with, right? With his legend attacks, he's used the RC into Dragons for quite some time. Does lose the Spirit Fox fairly early on. Oh no, he still has the Spirit Fox actually. I thought she went down. But he's got plenty of invis spells anyway to keep the Royal Champion alive.
There goes the Earthquake in there. We talked about that a few times now, using that Earthquake to weaken up those defenses, weaken up some of those buildings. You get that 29% for free, essentially, damage just by dropping that spell. And he's going to go, oh wait, the Royal Champion, she circles back. He's going to take some extra damage. He's going to have to use an extra invis. Oh man, things got off the rails right there, and he doesn't get the full value from that Royal Champion.
Yeah, I mean, he lost... I mean, I guess she still redirected where he wanted eventually. So, like, he lost one invis, but then she ran out of that invis to the clan castle, and that is how he lost her, especially when she's in the heart of the base and there's high damage defenses. If she steps out of that spell and you're not expecting it, sometimes you just cannot react fast enough. He's got the Rage Gem here as well, so notice even with the water, he's not able to heal those dragons back up, but having some of the invisibility spells, he's trying to keep them invisible to move on through. Town Hall is looking dangerous to get to here, Bash, because obviously he wanted that down with the Royal Champion.
Yeah, it's tough. He did use those invises in a nice spot there, but look at these sweepers now pushing these dragons back. I think this might 1-star, if I'm being honest with you. These dragons are just going to have no way to get through there with 2 sweepers pushing them back. Now that Town Hall is just dealing out so much damage. Minion Prince is going down. What does he have left on the board here? He still has King in here somewhere. Is the King... Oh, there he is. The middle. Oh, he's up top. Okay, King. So maybe King can get the Town Hall. I lost track of the King. I didn't see him even in the middle of the base there.
Yeah, looked a little bit like the Minion Prince, actually, with that skin. But with the ability, yeah, he might just be able to sneak this Town Hall. We've still got a little bit of distraction for him to get through the wall. Gets there with the spiky ball, damaging the Town Hall. Is it going to be enough, though? Because the multi-gear tower is firing away. He's got Frosty on there, so not the Phoenix. He goes down. Oh, no, it is going to be the 1-star for Stars. Fortunately, this one wasn't deciding the war, but moving into the lower bracket tomorrow, they have finished with a 1-star, so they are really going to have to pick things up. But let's give the credit where it is due, because Dizi Group not only beat Tribe Gaming 13 to 11 stars in their first matchup, they've now secured the victory over NAVI 13 to 11 stars. What a performance today.
And look at that percent for them, 98%. They have the 97, the 93 in there. and Navi just unable to overcome them. That one from Stars, that was just so tough. The RC not cooperating, going back chasing the enemy RC. And then finally, we talk about that multi-gear tower all the time, how much damage it can deal out, and it just melted that king single-handedly. But huge props to Dizi Group as they will move forward. And now that means Navi, they go down to the lower bracket, and they're going to be playing every match for their tournament life throughout the remainder of the tournament. But not unfamiliar territory for them, Judo.
Yeah, well, like we said, we've mentioned that just in that matchup. We will take a quick look at the bracket now, though, so you can see where we are at. We're not finished for today. We still do have one more matchup in that of Cuba Esports versus Elevate. But you can see from Navi and Dizi Group, Dizi moving forward. So Navi going down to now face Dizi Supersonic. They faced Dizi in the first round.
Oh my goodness.
Dizi Group, now Dizi Supersonic. They must be getting dizzy from all of the Dizzies.
Imagine they beat Dizi Supersonic, they win the lower bracket finals, go up to the grand finals to play Dizi Group again, and they just played nothing but Dizi teams out here. I mean, it's an interesting tournament when we have 3 Dizi teams, but like I kind of mentioned earlier, I mean, this Dizi family of clans are just so strong. They've recruited some of the best players in the world, and we've seen that. I mean, they were the first golden ticket winner. Dizi Group out here looking super strong, 13 to 11 star victories. I mean, Dizi is looking like this could be their year to really make an impact. But counter to that, we're going to move on to Cuba Esports versus Elevate for our final matchup of today. But Judo, I'm here, and we got the MVP. Who are you thinking? I'm going to go, I don't know, Ryu. Yeah. Oh, Chen. Oh.
Chen, the one
okay, that makes sense.
I didn't pick. But yeah, I mean, he did pretty good, right? Yeah. I mean, you got to give it to the whole Dizi squad. All of the ones that got the 3 stars, they basically did what they needed to do. Some very impressive attacks, and it's very hard to pick sometimes. So that is from the event.supercell.com website, where you can vote on the teams and the MVP in order to try and get some free rewards. So congratulations again to Dizi Group. And I look forward to the next matchup as well, because if the last few has been anything to go by, then we can't really predict who exactly is going to win. But let's take a look at some of the replays from our match that we just had.
And welcome back after a brief break right there, and welcome back, Carbon Finn. Carbon, we are on to our last matchup. But what do you think of that last war right there? Dizi Group looked really strong.
Yeah, Dizi Group coming in 13 stars. What a performance there, and keeping their streak in the upper bracket. Navi being sent to the lower bracket, they are definitely used to that. But now we are switching gears to the last match here today. Cuba Esports taking on Elevate. We'll start off with Cuba Esports. I did pick them in the last match, which, well, was the only match I've gotten correct all day. And I am not going to lie, I did pick Elevate in this one here. But, I mean...
I picked Elevate with you. Oh, no, I'm doomed. I'm doomed. But looking at their lineup, Snyder, Isma, Daddy, Mirari, and Black, these guys came out. And for me, they made a little bit of a statement in that first war, but from my understanding, they have a short statement for us. Let's see what they got.
هدفنا أكيد هو اللي ما في غيره إنه نربح التذكرة. هنحاول بكل ما نقدر. عم نحط وقت كتير يوميا، تدريب، تصاميم، كل شيء، ونشوف شو بيصير.
You know, it's a little bit longer than some of the other statements of just, I want to golden ticket, you know, simple as that. So we're going to be seeing Cuba Esports here. It is the upper bracket, so they do have a little bit of wiggle room. If they lose, they're not out just yet. They will be able to still play no matter what till tomorrow, even if they were to lose. But now let's take a look at their opponents. The one and only Elevate. They're going to be coming in strong with a roster consisting of Seleno, Bernal, Leo, Pato, and the newcomer to the team, Max. But he's not a newcomer to the esports scene. He is so experienced, one of the best players in the world, and this is a tough lineup to face, Bash.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Max, you're feeling good about what you did in that first war, but they have a brief statement for us as well. Let's see what they have.
Our goal is definitely to win first to get the golden ticket. It'd be really nice to qualify for the World Championship right now, but even if we take an early loss, we'll still try to make it as far as possible in the lower bracket with the new leaderboard system.
And there it is. They want to make it as far as possible so they can get those points for the leaderboard, and that is a new addition this year. We've talked about it throughout the day, and we'll continue to talk about it throughout this season. You want to be getting those points so that whoever's in first, and if there's any golden ticket winners above you, you will be the one who gets the golden ticket. You won't have to play in the last chance qualifier, which is nice, where you can able to focus on that. Even though you don't win a tournament, you can still get the golden ticket because of how you've done throughout the months. And this is going to be an amazing match, last match here today. And we talked about it, about our predictions here, Bash. We're both taking Elevate. I'm wondering what Judo and, okay, there it is. It's going to Elevate across the board.
The caster jinx may be real here. We've all been unanimous in the last two wars, now the third war, and we've all been wrong. So Elevate, if there is such a thing as a caster jinx, we're so sorry. But I mean, that's what we think. Let's see what the audience thinks. I feel like the audience is going to tail us and probably echo what we're thinking here.
Oh,
it's actually a little bit closer than I thought.
Okay.
Elevate 61% versus 39% there. So a little bit closer than our last war, but the audience, again, trailing the casters. Hey, it's not just the casters jinxing Carbon. The audience has been jinxing too.
Well, you know, Cuba Esports coming in as the underdog, and they're perfectly okay with that because they can just focus on this war. You win, you take on Dizi Group, and you're one win away from the grand finals and having a chance at trying to get that golden ticket. Remember, if you want to participate in any of the MVP votes, participate in the prediction so you can earn in-game rewards, make sure to head over at event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans. That's the place to be earning in-game rewards. You're missing out if you're not over there.
Do they give pity points? Because my predictions are in shambles. My predictions are in shambles this month. I felt like I had a decent month last month, but this month not so much so far.
What I do is I submit my predictions here, right, for the broadcast, and then I do opposite predictions over in the event site. So I'm actually looking pretty good on the event site. I've only got one here, so is that really matters? Because that's where I get the in-game rewards. So, you know, I'll take it. So no matter what, I am got the right predictions somewhere, Bash.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to do it. I mean, it's a bold strategy, Cotton. I mean, do you want the public shame of caster jinxes, or do you want those personal rewards? I guess Carbon wants those personal rewards. He needs those ores. I did see your equipment levels. They are lacking. So, yeah, send Carbon some ores so he can get some upgrades going. Max is going to start us off here.
I feel
Let's
targeted.
go in with some Root Riders. Remember, Max did have that 3-star to start off against Vatic Esports in that 12-11 victory. Let's see if he can start the same here.
You know, you might not need maxed equipment when you're playing in hard mode, so, you know, keep that in mind. So we're going to see Max coming in with the Root Riders. Going to push this Raw Champion right through this left side of the base. Let's see the kind of value he can get before pulling the RC back. Remember, you can't lose her. Okay, going into the multi in the middle, and then can continue her push maybe to the spitters.
Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to do here. Get one of the... Oh, no, actually going to pull her out here. Just getting that poison tower down, which those poison towers can definitely be a pain. Now the queen's going to go ahead and start in there. Sneezy on the queen. We don't see that too often. Does have the troop launcher in there along with all those root riders going right in towards that town hall. Does have 2 total overgrowths here. So here comes that first one right onto those fire spitters and that multi-gear tower. So he's gonna go right for that town hall. And then we'll have to see where that second one comes in a little bit later. Royal Champion's back in as well, Carbon.
Yeah, that poison right onto the clan castle, on towards the furnace. There's an ice golem coming to the far left. King's over there as well with the snakes. We have the troop launcher continuing to launch troops, and mainly those balloons to try to protect those healers. Giga Bomb goes off, kills a bunch of the Valkyries that were in the core there. That still has the Warden ability and sends in another there. Overgrowth straight to the Spitters as he tries to continue through, and a Warden ability here would be so valuable.
Yeah, some of these late Warden abilities, man, are crazy. But, I mean, if you look at those roots, they're still pretty healthy here. They're not losing too much health. But finally, here comes that Warden ability as he's going to go into more damage area with the Expo getting ready to fire up. The multi-Inferno. But those fire spitters, they should be waking up really soon as well with that monolith. Maybe he could have waited a split second longer on that Warden ability as everything kind of just pathed around that multi-Inferno there. But ultimately, things are being healed. He's still got tons of hero abilities. A lot of support on this one. I'm liking the way it's looking for Max.
Yeah, Royal Champion ability goes off. King ability, Queen still in the back, and pop that as the Queen trying to follow behind the Root Riders. Now has access to the monolith. Pairs in that freeze and that Royal Champion Rocket Spear getting fantastic value as he continues with 2 more invis, and Max starting it off with a 3-star for Elevate.
Team Elevate looking to make an impact. Cuba Esports are going to have a tough one on their hands. I mean, imagine having a team full of world champions, former world champions, just a couple years ago. And then you add a young man like Max in here, who's gone 2 for 2 here in our finals as your opener. That's such a valuable asset, and he's looking like the tool that they wanted to recruit. You add a player like Max so that you have that strong utility of an opening 3-star, and man, is it paying off dividends for them right now.
It is paying off right there as Elevate taking that 3-star lead right to start this match. And that is going to be able to be a good momentum to ride through the rest of these attacks. So now the pressure is going to be put onto Cuba Esports. Can they answer, take down Pato, and deliver a triple? So great job from Max. There's extra pressure attacking first, you know? Pressure on your first attacker, and also a lot of pressure as the last attacker. But now we are seeing the Dragons as the Royal Champion will have to charge our way through Invis coming to the top to push this RC closer towards this Town Hall.
Yeah, and with the haste valve there, she should be able to take that Town Hall down and then move forward. Probably go right over to that Ricochet Cannon, over to the Fire Spitter. That's padding is set up really, really nicely for this Royal Champion charge. Here comes that other Invis, and then there goes that Earthquake. We keep mentioning these Earthquakes. That's 29% damage instead of having to use that Invis spell. It's so, so valuable, Carbon.
Yeah, with the Royal Champion continue her charge, the Spirit Fox just goes down, pops the RC ability, continues into the core, finds a Tornado Trap. That's going to be a little annoying. Let's see if the RC can continue towards that monolith. That would be fantastic value. And yes, she is making her way right into the core. And if he could grab this monolith and take that down, this will help this dragon attack immensely.
Wow, look at the value from this charge. Get it? It gets the mono also. Wow, that is an insane charge. I mean, we've seen some really nice World Champion charges, but the value he picked up there. Now Poison in on that Furnace. King's going to go ahead and work in there. Tons of snakes already spawning there. The Wizards out of the Clan Castle will take out of the Siege Barracks, not necessarily out of the Clan Castle, technically part of the Clan Castle. We're going to go ahead and take down those rocket balloons. Warden ability on the Dragons, but he does have to fight that Sweeper, and he has no more spells. Maybe he can use the Minion Prince ability, the Dark Orb, to slow it up, but he's going to have to fight through that, Carbon.
You're going to fight through it as the Rocket Loon came to the right side to help take out the Wizard Tower. We got that King continuing to the top side as the Super Minions are now moving up through the top side as well. But wait for this Minion Prince ability. The Sweeper is quite annoying, pushing him back, but he's waiting as late as possible to pop it to slow all the multis down. And wait for it. You got to get a little bit closer after the Sweeper goes down. And then you'll be able to pop this ability and get some nice value right through the core.
There it goes. I was going to say, is he going to pop that ability? But does finally pop the ability. Great value sweeping right across there. But things are definitely thinning out. Those Dragons getting pushed back was a little bit tough. They took a lot of unnecessary damage there. King's just hanging on there for dear life. He's trying his hardest, spawning up all those snakes. The big thing is, does he have enough gas to get through here? The Minion Prince is going to go to a Phoenix right there. King is going to go get taken out right there by the defending Minion Prince, and this one just fizzles out at the end here. It's a nice percent, but ultimately not a 3-star to match what Max did.
And that's the thing about hard mode. The backside of the base is so deadly, and when your troops and heroes are so weak, they don't have too much health left, these defenses will finish them off very quickly. But 93%, not a bad finish. There it is, actually a 94 put to the board. Max did get the triple, but Cuba Esports keeps it close. 94, as long as there's any fail they have, is in the 90s, closing in on the triple. If they're able to pull that off, they'll be able to be back in this match, and it can go either way.
Having to deal with that Minion Prince along with all those defenses at the back end of the base is just so challenging. We saw that there from Snyder. I mean, it's 94%. It's not like it's the end of the world. It was a big epic miss or anything like that. But still, the way Max and Elevate are playing, it is a tall task, and you don't want to fall behind too much with them. Bernal is going to come in next. Bernal actually hit a little bit later in the war last time. He was the 4th hitter. He went with drags, and remember, he had that crazy 99% fail. He's going to go ahead and go to the ground now with the ground and pound root riders, along with that royal champion charge that seems to be a favorite of all these players.
Absolutely. It might not be their favorite attack to do, but it's the smartest to do because of how strong it is and how many bases it can take down. So if it gives your team the best shot at getting the triple, then absolutely bring that. As the attack here for Bernal is looking to just grab this initial value with the Royal Champion, pull her back, but notice how he did lose this Spear Fox here, which can be a problem later in the attack when he redeploys that Royal Champ, as the Queen is now placed to the far right side. Balloons, Root Riders, we have Apprentice Warden, which is meant to kind of be just like the life gem, because you're going to go with the Eternal Tome and Rage Gem, it looks like, for this Grand Warden. As these Root Riders are pushing their way through, going to path his way to the Town Hall? No, he's going to overgrowth it instead.
One thing I kind of envy about these pro players is they have the discipline to pull that Royal Champion out there. If that's me there, I'm using all of my invisibilities, trying to get as much value because the Spear Fox went down early, but Bernal knows I can pull the Royal Champion out, put her with the main pack, and still get some crazy value. I don't need to overreach and show my hand too much here. So that's definitely one of those things that takes a lot of discipline to learn, especially in this hard mode where those defenses are dealing so much more. You don't want to risk losing that Royal Champion too early in the attack. Warden ability now going to protect everything as he's going to make his way through the Town Hall, and there goes that second overgrowth to shut down a ton of those defenses. That King is just eating up buildings on the outside along with all those snakes. This is looking really strong, but still a lot of base to go. Does have the support of the King and Queen ability yet to be played.
Yeah, making his way through this backside. Ice Golem placed to the top, but still has each of the King, Queen, and now just pops the RC ability, taking advantage of the Rocket Spear. Moving through, we do have a poison getting launched at the boogers to the right, which will be fantastic, so it doesn't hit his troops and heroes as they make their approach into that compartment. But with 2 invis, it's going to keep the Royal Champion alive. He does exactly that, so the RC can continue her charge and get that value.
Great play there, using those invises he used, or didn't use, excuse me, for that initial RC charge. Here comes that Queen now with the action figure, gonna go ahead and pop off the giant. Those big boys are beefy. Remember, when they get below 50%, they get raged up and start hitting even harder, and they can actually do a little bit of splash over those walls. He's got Yetis, he's got the King, he's still got some giants in there, and this is looking, oh yeah, it's looking like a 3-star. Bernal is celebrating, putting the headset back on. No time fail this time. An Elevator up with their second triple of this war.
Bernal, a fantastic attack now with 2 triples back to back for Elevate. They're looking fantastic. A 2-star that came in from Cuba Esports, 94%, meaning that now they're going to have to get at least 2 or maybe even 3 triples if Elevate continues with high percentages. Because having those 2 triples will mean that no matter what, even if Cuba Esports gets 2 triples of their own, they're going to be losing on percentage if it comes down to that. So pressure is now on Morar. He's going to have to deliver with the Royal Champion charge as well. And let's see the kind of value the RC can get, keeping the Spear Fox alive. Potentially, she may move her way to the Monolith. Yeah, so he decides to go with that invis to the outside to force the RC to be the safe route into this Monolith, and then there is the Giga Bomb there.
The Giga Bomb can definitely eat up the Spirit Fox, but Oh, wait, I was going to say, it looks like it's going to go off in time, but it doesn't. Ooh, look at that great recall by Mirari. Getting it right out before that Giga Bomb explodes. Poison Tower's also taken down, so a really nice value on that. And now he can go ahead and send in all those Root Riders right up the middle of the base. It is a long way to the Town Hall, however, but if he manages things well with this Overgrowth, he should be looking fine.
Yeah, making his way into this multi. And we have the Royal Champion redeployed with a blimp now going to be responsible for this Town Hall. And typically, you're going to see those Yetis probably inside that blimp as he pops the Warden ability to protect it. And he's getting slowed down, frozen by the defensive Ice Golems. But he's going straight in towards this Town Hall with all his troops.
Yeah, the Battle Blimp there's an interesting play because all of his force went right for the Town Hall. I mean, I think he maybe was anticipating that they would go left or right there and played the Overgrowth to counter that. But I could have definitely saw where they went to the left side, but they just go right up the middle. So you almost question that he ran a different siege machine there, as maybe the Battle Blimp wasn't needed. But we'll see how it ultimately plays out here. As he's got a lot working, still got that King ability, but this is the part of the attack where things start to fizzle out. He's got that Minion Prince finally getting taken down on defense. Still got a lot of hard-hitting defenses. He's got roots, he's got healers. It's actually looking really strong, Carbon.
Yeah, a lot of it's still towards the edge of the space, so he does have to make his way back in the core. But one of the biggest threats are the Ground Expo and that Ricochet Cannon. But the King's got his ability still to skip through. You can see he's happy. Earthquake Boots and the Spiky Ball still to skip. He's just being patient. Just one Super Barb and a wall break to use. That Spiky Ball, if he just waits for the amount of defenses and buildings, he can skip and finish them off.
Yeah, he's just being patient. He knows he's got this one locked down. The big key there was just keeping those healers up so he can keep those Root Riders up throughout the whole attack. I mean, how often do we see it coming down just to like the heroes trying to just scratch their way through and get those final few buildings? Or Mirari comes in with a just dominating performance with all those Root Riders still up, the heroes up, the World Champion doing work. A great attack for Cuba Esports, and now they find themselves back in this matchup, answering the 3-star for Elevate. That's exactly what they needed to do there. You couldn't fall behind, or I guess you could, but you don't want to fall behind there.
One thing about that attack that most people probably don't know, he tripled Max, right? The defender, Max for Elevate, actually was only tripled one time leading up until this stage, right? Until the monthly final. So his base was defending like 35 times, only got tripled once. The fact that he just tripled Max there was huge. They needed that one there, pulled through, got it done, as now Pato is gonna look to 3-star as well. Can he keep up the triple streak? They're 2 for 2. Max and Bernal already got triples for Elevate, and now Pato's going to try to do it as well as he's pushing into this multi. Ooh. And then can he grab the monolith? I don't think so. Okay, does go with the ability. So the monolith will now go down.
Yeah, I told you he was going to get that monolith the whole time there, Carbon.
Yeah,
good recall there. And did actually a really good job managing that. It looked a little bit concerning for a second as that Tornado Trap was spinning that Royal Champion in and out of the invisibilities, but he did a great job of placing the next invis and keeping her on par where she needed to be. Now here comes that Troop Launcher. I love the Troop Launcher, one of my favorite siege machines now. And drop in those extra units like those Giants, like those Wall Breakers, and just those tiny units can just provide so much tanking as one of those like overlooked things here. Here comes a heal spell as well. And Pato is all in for this Town Hall as there goes the Overgrowth as well.
Yeah, as he continues his way towards the scatter, Wall Break going to be able to open up the wall right into the core of the base. If they're able to lock on, we'll see. Dropping a couple more Wall Breakers, I believe, as the Ice Golems are trying to come out the defensive CC. Poisons up the furnace as the King is now going to be responsible for the top, but he still has that Warden Eternal Tome, and look at all these troops still alive in the core.
Oh, he is working through here, Carbon. Hopefully you guys don't hear my dog just yelling in the background here. He's making his way to the Town Hall. Let's see if he can finish this one off for a 3-star.
As he makes his way right through the middle, the Troop Launcher is now gone. So all the troops have been deployed as he continues to push through into the Ricochet Cannon. But the Giga Bomb awaits to the backside with an Ice Golem, probably to drop maybe near the Multi-Archer Tower. Because no, he actually deployed it to the top side. I am actually confused by that. Why not wait until the Multi-Archer Tower so he could freeze it up pretty quickly since it will get taken out? So he's going to still make his way through the left, but I think it should be okay as the Queen will still have her ability and another wall break to use.
My apologies, Carbon. Had to let the dog out. He was screaming his head off. Picking back up here. How's Pato looking? Oh, it's looking good. That's how it's looking. I was away for just a split second, but it looks like Pato's got things under control. You gotta love to see it. Elevator looking in dominant form here.
Yeah, as he continues through, taking that down. Air defense will be cleared, and look at that, Bash. 1, 2, 3 triples coming in for Elevate to start off this match, and that is crazy. With the pressure on the line, granted, this is not an elimination match. This is in the upper bracket. The winner is going to advance to take on Dizi Group. And you win that, you go to the grand finals. And remember the difference this year, Bash, is just because you make it to the grand finals, you don't get a silver ticket like you would last year to place in the last chance qualifier. You just get more points for the point leaderboard, which is definitely something you want. But of course, that end goal, as we've seen in the interviews with a quick little clip, they want that golden ticket.
Yeah, I mean, that's the ultimate goal of all these squads. But the big thing here, there's a lot of season to be played. This is only our second monthly qualifier. So I'm really interested to keep an eye on and see how that leaderboard kind of shakes out, because we'll get one golden ticket from the leaderboard, but then we'll also have the last chance qualifier there, which is also new. Before, it was like silver tickets and stuff. I'm really curious. But let's hop in here to Isma's attack, as he's got the Royal Champion charge into Root Riders on this attack. He did get the 3-star in that last matchup against Dizi, so very, very capable with this attack strategy. Does have the overgrowth, does have the earthquake, but let's see what he decides to do. Is he's going to go the long way here. Here comes that log launcher with the earthquake combination.
With a log launcher, indeed, going to open the wall, mainly also going to damage that monolith as he's pushing the king and queen together through this bottom side. And those logs are getting nice value, but the monolith, oh no, not the monolith, the mini prince takes out that log launcher, which means that the monolith remains and the king is forced to the phoenix.
Yeah, that could be a big blow. That's not what you want to see there. A lot of damage being just output right there in the middle. That furnace, those fire spirits are just splashing in there a little bit. He does have the poison down, but it takes a few seconds to ramp up there. All those Root Riders are working over there on that right side. He's trying to get that under control as well, but he does lose a couple Valkyries going to the outside. Man, this one is already thinned out quite a bit. He does have the Warden ability, but it feels like he lost a couple roots. There goes another root down. He's got to use this Warden ability probably sooner than later. There it goes.
Yeah, finally now uses it to help protect the troops. There is the overgrowth to the backside of the base. Doesn't want any extra damage from the spitter as the queen continues to stay in the middle. Trying to get the value from the skeleton spell. Finally, now that Gear Up Cannon is getting distracted, it keeps switching off to some of his troops. But the Royal Champion, oh no, the Warden triggers that Giga Bomb, gets hit back, but he does find the tornado trap. And the Queen is trying to stay alive, but she won't be able to stay alive now in the core, but did take out the enemy Queen.
Yeah, I thought she was going to get taken down by that enemy Queen, but it ends up getting her down. Now the enemy King is fighting through that Royal Champion, and this one is fading. Look at that percentage. It's only at 70%, and all he really has left is that Royal Champion. Does have one Barbarian to be played, but that's not going to do a whole lot with all of these defenses. It's going to push up, and maybe with the Giant here, get closer to 80%, but if you're Cuba Esports, this is definitely a big blow to your chance to win this war.
Yeah, as he continues through, trying to get as much percentage, but the problem is, Elevate have 1, 2, and 3 triples. 3 for 3, and they know that their chances of winning is slim. They got to triple their final remaining 2 attacks, and then hope to get 2 lower star defenses, lower than the 94. If they're able to pull that off, they've got a chance. So it's not over just yet, but actually, well, this one's an 82, so that means Elevate's attack has to be even lower than that, which is gonna be it's hard to see unless something crazy goes wrong.
Yeah, Elevator looking at a 24% advantage now after the 3rd attack. So yeah, this is pretty much theirs to lose. But Carbon, I'm gonna do it. I want to see the perfect war, Carbon. I want to see Elevate go out here get the perfect war. Leo is going to be up next, and he got a 3-star in the last war, going up against Danny's base now. We know they're capable, Carbon. We know they can, but let's see if they can pull it off here. It's got Root Riders along with that Royal Champion charge.
I have no words, Bash. You really had to feed into it and say the coveted words. And you know, once you say it, it's not going to happen. Well, I guess we'll find out as the Raw Champ is going to charge right through this bottom side into that multi-arch tower and then into the enemy queen. 5 invises to use as well with the 2 overgrowths. As this RC could try to take out this poison spell tower, the multi, the ground expo, and I doubt there's no way she's going to be able to get that town hall. Mainly just clearing this outside edge of building.
Yeah, looking to just create that pathing, take out some of those threats right there. That enemy queen just being a little bit of a nuisance, and there goes that recall spell. And quickly, I want to remind everyone what hard mode actually is, as we're playing all of our wars here in hard mode. Defenses are going to deal 20% more damage. Defending heroes are going to have 20% more health and damage. The attacking heroes, 10% less health and damage. And common equipment capped at level 15. Epic equipment capped at level 21. So you don't get those high level equipment, and then your heroes not dealing as much as those defending heroes. They're all buffed up. The defense is all buffed up. Hard mode this season is truly hard. I think it finally lives up to that term, which is a good thing for Clash of Clans Esports.
Yeah, continuing right on into the core. Overgrowth does stall up, makes the town hall invisible, but now have these wall breakers are coming through to try to open up the walls, and they do not. Right behind the town hall, but he does have the Root Riders as well, and the Ward Internal Tome popped, protecting these healers now.
Looking good so far through the middle of the base. Royal Champion's protected, all the roots are protected. There goes that next overgrowth spell in there. Man, using 2 overgrowths, like the timing on it just has to be just right, and I think he had the timing really well there. The 3 Yetis out of the clan castle are actually going to go over, and they should be able to take that scatter shot out with the Yeti mites, not to mention they might even be able to get that bomb tower. This is looking really, really strong for Leo, as he still got King, Queen, and Royal Champion ability, not to mention he still has the Invis that he can use whenever he pops off that Royal Champion ability if she needs some protection. There goes the Invis, and Royal Champion's throwing those rocket spears.
A fantastic Invis to help protect that Warden, mainly because you're going to keep that Rage Gem alive and allow his troops to be raged up. And another 3-star, and this one is locked up for Elevate. What a match for them. That is now 4 triples that they have, and only 1 to Cuba Esports. A completely one-sided match here. Elevate just dominating, and they are proving why they deserve to be up in the upper bracket and want to continue an impressive run.
What jinx, Carbon? What jinx? I guess there's still one
There's
more.
one more.
I should probably
There's
be quiet,
one
right?
more.
I should probably be quiet. But Leo, I mean, that was a commanding 3-star here. Very nice attack. And like you mentioned, Elevator just looking so dominant in this war. And honestly, for me personally, I would love to see the squad on the big stage. They're so energetic there. I mean, when them and Tribe are on the big stage, man, it is one of the most fun things you'll ever see. We're going to have Black coming in next against Celino's base, who Celino will actually be the final attacker for Team Elevate. At this point, you need a 3-star, but you know that this one's pretty much over.
Yeah, we'll still see. You know, always want to bring the 3-stars, trying their absolute best no matter what. Granted, this is the upper bracket, so they will still have the opportunity in the lower bracket. That is if they indeed Elevate wins, which if they don't, at this point, it will be the craziest ending to a match we've ever seen, as the Raw Champ continues their way straight into the core, into this monolith, and then can pull her back.
That would have to be the craziest caster jinx of all time if somehow something happened, Carbon. And it's all on you if something does happen. That's 100% your fault. I'm taking no responsibility on this. Here we go with all the Root Riders working their way into this main compartment. He's going to go right into the Town Hall. Does have that overgrowth, so he can shut down some of that damage as he does make that approach. Troop launchers in. Here comes the Royal Champion to rejoin the party. They also got some cleanup troops there on the left, managing everything really, really well. But here come the Clan Castle troops he's going to have to deal with. There's the Warden ability to protect.
Pops that Warden indeed to help protect these troops right into the core. Going to be able to split and go kind of to the Town Hall, to the Spitters. Does use that overgrowth to the far left side to prevent the monolith from hitting his troops, mainly because he can't reach that monolith. But because of that overgrowth was there, really helping to protect as he's making his way to the backside with a nice invis spell. Still has one more and a Queen ability intact.
Definitely managing this one very, very well. The overgrowths are on point, the invis are on point. I really like what Black is doing here for Cuba Esports. He definitely needs a triple on the board here, even if it's not a war that you feel you can win. I love that momentum, Carbon. You know I'm a momentum guy, so you're going to end up going down to that lower bracket most likely. But you definitely want to feel good going down there tomorrow, as it will be an elimination matchup. World Champion's working through there. She's going to finally get taken out. Queen is in there with ability, but man, look at all these defenses and look, everything's faded. As I'm saying it, everything's just disappearing on me, Carbon.
One by one, things have gone away. The monolith remains, two multi-archer towers, forced to that queen ability, and not going Cuba Esports way, unfortunately. Elevate just on another level in this match. I don't know what they did, but whatever they talked about in between their last match to this one, it's worked. And they are all dominating their attacks and having really nice defenses as well.
Yeah, and interesting enough, like you mentioned, Max was the only one to get tripled, and he was their best defender coming into this. So kind of an interesting thing right there, but that's the way it goes sometimes. But yeah, Cuba Esports, unfortunately for them, just not their war. They just really can't get the momentum going, and they really can't get a stop, unfortunately, as this one will go up to 92%. I mean, it's not like they've been too far off. A lot of their attacks have been really close, really high respectable percentage points. But when you run into a squad like Elevate, who are playing on their A game, they are so hard to slow down.
Elevate is more than playing on their A game. It's like the triple A game. Like or actually I should say A, 4 A's for 4 3-stars, really. They've just been dominating. And now it's going to come down to Seleno to really answer, did Bash jinx this team?
There's no such thing as a caster jinx, Carbon. That's a myth. The players are playing. I'm not playing. I'm just up here yelling about video games. You know, if he doesn't get it, it was just destiny. You know, just these things happen. And nothing to do with any words that I said on the last attack.
I see. Trying to get out of the curse that you have set onto the Elevate squad. Let's see if Seleno is sending that Royal Champion to the right side to help clear this compartment, and has a boatload more invises to use. This Electro Boots is so nice, clearing those ground skeletons with ease, as the Queen is going to go straight in, following that Ice Golem with that Angry Jelly.
He did go with the Dragons in the last war, but that was also where they just needed a 2-star to win it, as it was an 83%. But again, that was just more of a safe attack to secure the victory against Vatic Esports. But I would love to see him get this triple on the board. I don't think we've had a perfect on broadcast so far in our monthly finals, so that would be definitely a nice feat in our second broadcast so far this season.
But look at how many invises he still has. Seleno getting all this value. My question is going to be, what's left? Like, he still has 3 more. He's going to be able to grab them all the Infernos, the Monolith, the Clan Castle, the Town Hall, is there any way
still going?
You could even fail after all this value?
And he got the Tornado Trap out of there. The Giga Bomb is basically solo there, so it shouldn't really be a factor. Yeah. The one thing, he is going away from the multi-gear tower, the Minion Prince, so he does have that to deal with, but he's got a ton of force here. Baby Dragon cleaning up over there on the right side. But yeah, I agree, Carbon. After that Royal Champion charge, he should be feeling really good about his chase. Oh my goodness, look at that black air bomb that he just found.
Wow, that was perfect. As the Rockaloons took out one Tesla, the other Rockaloons took out the Sweeper. So these Dragons are trying to continue through the left side, while the Minion Prince is going to solo to the right side, and then he's just dropping a Flame Flinger to the top of this base, but still hanging on this Warden ability. But the one problem here is no spells to assist these Dragons. The only thing he's got is that Warden Healing Tome, which is trying to heal these Dragons up.
And time is a ticking here. Time is definitely a factor. Goes ahead and pops that Minion Prince's ability. He's going to go ahead and work through there. That Ricochet Cannon definitely just slowing him down, but he's taking a lot less damage due to the ability of those Iron Pants there. Now he get that air defense out, and really, he's behind the Flame Flinger. The bow is a ground bow, so he should be able to get that down. He's got 40 seconds. I'm worried about that top side. There's nothing up there besides the Minion Prince. Oh, man. I don't know, Carbon. I don't know.
Oh no. Oh, we spoke too soon. The classic us casters. I'm thinking that he got all that value and there's no way you could fail. And Seleno, unfortunately, just no spells for the dragon portion came back to hurt him. Does have that defensive Minion Prince trying to take him down. Mini Prince comes back to life, and Bash, I have to blame you. It's definitely your fault.
No,
it's definitely
no way.
All right, anyone watching right now, let us know. Is this Seleno's fault or is this Bash's fault?
Wait, no, is this Carbon's fault or is this Bash's fault? Because Carbon said there's no way he fails after all of that value. I'm saying you jinxed the jinx on top of the jinx. It's your fault.
Well, Seleno finished with an 82. Nonetheless, still a fantastic way to finish off that war. 14 stars for Elevate, a dominating performance, 96.4%. Cuba Esports, all they can do is try to get that final triple, but they're still going to be down by 2 stars, even if this triple's here. But Danny is going to try to ride this momentum in to tomorrow. Yeah, they're going to get sent down to the lower bracket, but they still have the opportunity. If they win in the lower bracket, they can make their way back to the grand finals and have a shot at trying to get their revenge.
Ultimately, perfect war doesn't matter. 14 stars is enough to win almost any esports matchup in hard mode. That is just such an accomplishment of itself. I mean, perfect war would be really cool. Let's be honest with ourselves. Perfect war would be really cool, but we don't see a ton of 14-star victories as well. So that's cool in its own right. But Elevate, man, they are on their A game. They got to be feeling good about what they're doing moving into tomorrow. But if you're Cuba Esports, I mean, going up against Elevate, I feel like they got to be feeling pretty good about how they've played here today as well. Yeah, they'll go down to the lower bracket and face Tribe Gaming, but if you're Cuba, like, you have to feel like you could win any war right now.
Yeah, you make it to this stage of the monthly finals, you have to feel good about your chances of winning. Granted, these are the top teams in the world, meaning any mistake is compounded and really will haunt your team, so you really have to focus. It's all about that team, the teams that make the least amount of mistakes and picks the right bases to defend. As we're seeing, the Root Rider's going to eventually come through, as that Queen is really getting nice value behind this long launcher, as the Root Rider's balloons are down with the Grand Warden, as the King is placed to the top side of the base.
That King is so funny to watch him crawl along the base and just take out all these buildings. But look, now those Yetis coming out of the Clan Castle, they're going to be able to push forward, get in there, take out the multi-inferno, pull out the Clan Castle troops as well, which he goes ahead and gets that poison spell down to take care of the furnace. The Queen, there's a bunch of archers there. The Queen might take a little bit of damage here. Yeah, she's going to take a lot of bit of damage. Queen actually goes to ability, so it forces out the Giant, which is not the end of the world here. He's okay with that. All the roots working through on the top side. King's still in the exterior. He's just going to make his way to the Town Hall, but he still does have that overgrowth to be played. Goes down right now.
Yeah, with this push into the Town Hall, the Warden's trying to continue to help provide that benefit of that healing tome. World Champion's grabbing the spitter. Then we'll grab the multi and then eventually lock on the Town Hall. But the Giga Bomb awaits, does trigger the tornado trap. And luckily these healers are still alive, but they may just find some red air bombs and they won't last much longer if they're sitting right over that Town Hall.
Ooh, Town Hall needs to go down. It's finally going to go down there. World Champion King were in there to finish it off. Oh man, that was definitely a sweat moment there, but ultimately Danny does get that second star secured, but this one's gonna fall way short of a triple, and this just shows Elevate's bases are too strong in this matchup here, bringing their A game on offense and defense, holding team Cuba Esports to 11 stars. So it's gonna be the 14-11 victory. Very impressive performance.
A fantastic performance from Elevate, and they deserved the victory. They'll be advancing in the upper bracket to take on Dizi Group, which means either Dizi Group or Elevate will be advancing to the grand finals. And one of those teams will try to be getting a golden ticket, but still, one of those teams may not win the golden ticket, as the team from the lower bracket still has a chance. But if you come from the lower bracket, you have to win 2 matches in a row in the grand finals to force a bracket reset. As that's the rules with double elimination, every team has to lose twice in order to be eliminated from the competition. Elevate 14 stars, 96.4%. So let's go ahead and bring up the updated bracket to show you the matches that we will be showing tomorrow. And tomorrow we will be covering every match one by one and giving out that final golden ticket here, Bash.
And we're going to be starting in the lower bracket with those elimination matchups. So make sure you guys come in here right on time, same time as today. We'll be starting off, I'm assuming, with Tribe Gaming versus Cuba Esports. We'll have NAVI versus Dizi, Supersonic. And then in our upper bracket finals, we'll have Dizi Group going against Elevate, which the loser of that will go down to the lower bracket finals, actually, as we'll have Tribe Gaming Cuba winner going on to play against NAVI Dizi Supersonic winner, and then they'll move forward to play the upper bracket final loser. Yeah, and we got that all under control. But ultimately, it comes down to the grand finals. Who's going to win that golden ticket? We will decide that tomorrow.
Yeah, and this is the second golden ticket this year that we are going to be giving away. The first one was last month, and that was given to Dizi, who did get eliminated here today. So they will not be able to try to earn any more of the prize money, but you guys have all submitted your votes for the MVP. So let's go ahead and reveal who the most valuable player of that match was, because that's going to be hard. There was 4 people that tripled here, Bash.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Max. I think Max is just a fan favorite. Although I would have to go with Leo's attack if I'm picking personally. I just think his attack was very, very dominating there and later in the war.
Yeah, well, we'll bring up the MVP once it's ready. There it is. It is, right. Max coming in, just edging out Bernal, taking home the MVP voting there. Congrats to Max. Nice performance, and Elevate have advanced in the upper bracket. And it's just such an impressive war that they came in. Just the most impressive war overall this entire day. And I'm just so impressed that they were able to do it. Not even a question in that match there, Bash. And I can't wait to what tomorrow will bring.
I mean, really not a question in either of their matchups. They won 14 stars there. And their last matchup against Vatic, it came down to the final attack where they just needed a 2-star. But Carbon, speaking of the MVP, speaking of the one and only Max, we actually have him joining us for an interview to finish up our day here. Max, how are you feeling after a couple victories here today, bud?
Hey Bash, I'm feeling very good. We worked really hard. We did a lot of training and base work, and so I'm glad that it's paid off so far today. We can continue this performance tomorrow.
Yeah, congrats again on making it to the second day. You're very close to trying to get a golden ticket, just a few wins away. And you know your opponent is going to be Dizi Group. Do you have any special preparations just for them, or have you just had certain preparations for all the teams in general?
Yeah, to be honest, we didn't expect to play Dizi Group in the upper bracket finals. Navi, we were expecting to play them. They're very strong. But we have a lot of bases prepared just in general, so we'll do a lot of research and testing tonight and choose the best ones for them tomorrow.
Nice. Well, we know that you're new to this team, a recent addition to the team, and we saw in a little clip earlier that, you know, all the other guys, they speak Portuguese, you don't speak Portuguese. How's it been meshing with your new teammates? I mean, from my perspective, it looks like you're doing well, everyone gets along, everyone understands their role. How have you been embracing this new role with Elevate?
Yeah, it's really different. I mean, for one, I'm the person who has to do interviews now. This is new for me. But I've been learning some basic Portuguese terms. They know basic English terms, so we can communicate, basic Clash of Clans terminology and everything we need. And hopefully, if we win this ticket, I can spend some more time actually learning the language. So by Worlds, maybe I can speak a little bit.
Awesome. That is great to hear. So before we send you off, is there any final words you have for us and for the fans at home to kind of like say before you get ready for tomorrow and trying to get that golden ticket?
I just want to say a big thank you to our coach and manager, Vilami, and also one of our base builders, Ghost. He's been personally helping me train as well. This has been a huge help and part of my success today. And thank you to all of our fans of Elevate and for everyone welcoming me and the team. Obrigado, and we'll do our best tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations on the couple wins and good luck tomorrow, Max. Always a pleasure to talk to you, man. Again, just good luck to you.
Best of luck there, and I'm sure we'll be seeing so many great attacks from Max to come, part of Elevate. But that's the thing about, not speaking the language with a lot of your clanmates, but still getting it done. And speaking of clanmates, we're going to bring two clanmates of ours back to the desk. Judo and Itsu here. Welcome back. And what a day of matches and the performance that we saw from Elevate. 14 stars. What was your thoughts there, Judo?
I thought, Carbon, you have to go and jinx them, don't you? You couldn't let Bash have his fun in jinxing. You had to take it from him in that last match. But no, no, honestly, super impressed with their performance, obviously. Just every single attack seemed to elevate from the last, right? But I've equally been impressed with Dizi Group. I think moving into that upper bracket final, it's just going to be really tough to call because they've both been on top performance today. But what do you think, Itsu?
I mean, I'm just super happy for Elevate that they can really show off what they're capable of, because I've seen that they had some off matches as well, but I just know with, especially with the addition of Max, they're just such a powerhouse of a team, and them going all the way, or maybe all the way through the upper bracket, it's not overall surprising to me to some degree, but as well it's just nice to see that they're actually able to show their class on stage, because I feel like that is always a big question mark with some of the teams who are making it this far. Some of the teams going into this stage of the competition had incredible numbers, really good hit rates, but the question then is, can they really pull this off when they know the lights are on, they are on the spot and they have to deliver, and not every team can do that. So them being able to pull that off is super impressive. But we had this happen last month as well with one of the teams. Back then, Vatic Esports had an incredible run on the first day and really fell off on the second day. So for me, that's the big question mark. Are they consistent on both days? Can they show up on both days when it matters? That would be really the goal then for tomorrow.
Well, you know, we're going to be consistent because we're going to be back here tomorrow. So just want to say a huge thank you to everyone for tuning in. And if there's any final words, I guess, Bash, you can close us off for today, getting ready for tomorrow, and I can't wait.
Roger that. I just want to say thank you to all of our teams and players for coming out and showing out here today, but make sure you guys come back at the same time tomorrow. We'll have some more great Clash of Clans action, and we will crown our second golden ticket winner. So until then, we'll see you tomorrow. Clash on.
Just try and keep me down. You won't get off the ground. I never lost a round. Hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. Just try and keep me down. You won't get off the ground. I never lost a round. Hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. Down. You won't get off the ground. I never lost a round. Hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. me down. You won't get off the ground. I never lost a round. Hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. Pressure's on, got to be strong. Maintain your A game till the pressure's gone. Rise up like the sun at the break of dawn. The pressure's on, the pressure's on. The pressure's on. The pressure's on. Be strong, maintain your A game till the pressure's gone. Rise up like the sun at the break of dawn. The pressure's on, the pressure's on. The pressure's on. The pressure's on. It took me way too many years just to get back what I lost. Push through whatever the cost, and who knew you end up becoming the boss. But I'll never quit. They'll try to throw me off, but I'ma get ahead of it. Stay on top when it drops and reap the benefits. Survive the attack.